Hello everyone, welcome back to DPA Open Mic. My background is wrong. Wait. Yep. Welcome to DPA Open Mic. Happy New Year to you guys. We haven't said this is the first open mic of the new year, so which is why appropriate to say Happy New Year. And this is the episode 60, and things are already happening. So let's see what we will talk about today. Happy New Year to everyone. The open mic is concurrently streamed on multiple DPA's platform, on the DPA main channel on YouTube, DPA open mic channel on YouTube, open mic channel on Rumble, Twitter, Twitch, and so you guys can hear me. So just to check, I a bit sleepy, so I took a nap and I'm like super tired. So if you guys can hear me well, please press 1 in the chat, and then meanwhile, let me paste the link to join. Yeah, good. I can see the ones appearing. So let me goody. Okay, the link to join will be on the open mic channels on Rumble and YouTube. It will be pinned in the live chat. So for those that are watching on the main channel on watching on the main channel on the YouTube or on Twitch, then maybe you will may want to jump to the open mic channels on YouTube or Rumble. And so okay, give me a second. Let me paste the things. Okay, I'll drop the link to join now. So if you guys want to join, you can join. And for those that are watching on Twitter, I would highly recommend you to watch on YouTube. And those that are watching on Twitch, you'll be very lonely. You may want to join over and on YouTube as well. All right.
Hello.
Hi guys. Happy New Year.
Mr. Lambo.
Happy New Year.
You got a new background.
Yeah, Sukhoi 35.
Beautiful aircraft, that one.
Thank you, Johan.
They are all beautiful.
I'm going to do better. Don't worry.
By the way, do you still have the models for the aircraft? Like the miniature models?
They are just in front of me in my under my saloon table.
Ooh.
Hello.
Hey, Andrew.
Okay.
That was kind of. That was a very. That salute could have been misinterpreted by haters, Francisco. You know, since
That's the idea.
Since you're Argentinian, we don't know the origin of your grandfather. We don't know, maybe some German influence, you know, in the family tree. Who knows?
That was the idea.
Lambo, look at what I got.
Wait. I don't looking for the moment. Oh yes, I'm looking. I'm looking on my television also. Yeah, that's better.
There you go.
Yeah. So,
Do you have? Oh, the whistle.
Just to break the ice a bit. How's everyone's new year come by?
I don't remember much of it. I was terribly drunk.
You were
and,
drunk. I remember.
Ah, you were there. I forgot. I forgot a lot of it.
I choose another plane.
Hey, yo, Dan.
Hello, my friends.
Because we need to talk later about that thing underneath that plane here.
Mhm.
It's called the Kinzo.
What? I thought the Kenzo looked like a big
By the way,
iron
Dan.
made.
Where are you at right now?
Mexico.
Mexico. Yeah.
The land of
Hola!
Shalom Aleichem. Sorry, that's.
Salam
Israel.
alaikum. Alaikum salam.
He is still with the jet lag of Turkey, so don't.
Vaughn, please don't do it. Like throw those away.
What the?
Look at Vaughn's
Vaughn,
headset.
What do
I
you
made
have
I
on-
made it myself. It took me a long time to cut them out of cardboard and shit because I'm not like handy with scissors and paper.
Mhm.
Oh, Von,
I'm trying to be more popular, get more Simpson to Simpsonited and watching DPA.
It's so retarded.
He's already campaigning for the next election at the end of the year.
I've already. And
You
by
want
the
to
way,
be a
I'm going to
two-time,
say it again in case somebody
executive
wasn't here.
leader.
I've already declared my candidacy for Speaker of the Year 2024 as the first trans speaker of DPA. So don't none of you motherfuckers try to take that column. Find
you're
some
busy
other
with the transition.
find some other angle. I've got the tranny angle already claimed.
Yes, but
Vaughn.
the question for Vaughn is: are you eligible to the second mandate? Maybe you have some problem with the DOD or the DOG or something like that.
Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
Nanya,
Oh,
every
yes.
day.
Wait, Dan. I am thinking to stop to be a microwave, so I'm going to change from a gender also.
Oh
really?
my god, dude. I can't do
Maybe a
this. This is
sewing
ridiculous.
machine. Maybe a sewing machine.
Bro, the first.
Did anyone ever figure out what that shell was that was laying in the bottom of the sand pit?
Do you know
Not
what a
that one.
supposal is?
Not
I mean,
that
I heard
one.
something like an S200 maybe.
Yeah.
Vaughn,
it
do you
can
know
be
what a
possible.
supposal is? Do you know what a supposal is? It's a pill you shove up your ass.
Oh, a suppository.
Yeah, it's basically that. I think it was something for Zelensky. The Russians were giving to Zelensky, but it fell while on its way to Kiev.
Fell a little short.
The first
Yeah.
open mic I ever joined, we were talking about like military stuff and like conflicts that were like big battles that were happening. Now we got people coming out as microwaves,
Yeah.
fucking trends. We got the t-shirt game of fucking voice has gone down the drain. I hear myself in echo like this open mic shit is going crazy.
It's a good thing.
It's just starting. Don't worry.
I wonder
that stuff will
who
come.
is Echo.
Yeah, we have DJ Big Black Cock no live. Mr. Voss, whoa, what you doing?
Oh my god.
Well, he did a
Oh,
good set.
boss.
He did a good set on the DPA channel on the Telegram. Thank you for that, Voss. It was nice. So let's talk
Well-
Ukraine about that little missile here behind me that that Ukraine pretends to shut down 15 times last year.
Don't forget,
But-
Russia has no longer any missiles since last April. Okay?
Yeah, it's a memory of, that's why I put the picture. It's a memory of the
Exactly.
missiles of Russia. So yeah. What do you think, Dan? I need
It's
really to
Ghost
hear.
of Kinzel.
What did you think about the striking last couple of days, the big missile strikes, Dan?
Honestly, when I hear about that, it's like it just keeps coming in such predictable ways, Like, it's nonstop. Oh, the Ukrainians crossed the border, big massive attacks. Like, I hate that kind of stuff. Why don't you just do that all year long or in different moments? To me, the war is turning into like the Groundhog Day, like where you see the same thing over and over again. It's kind of annoying, but if they're hitting military targets, that's good. But I just find it very strange, when I lived in Russia, after every attack or every major thing, the guy would come out on the radio, the guy with the glasses, he would just tell the story of what's happening. I don't know. It's just like Groundhog Day. It's what day is it, Wyatt? 500 and what?
700.
700.
I stopped paying attention on the number count on 500 something.
691, the latest.
Damn.
Yeah, it go fast. But no, for me, the strategy was pretty. If you're looking at how they launch the missiles and the order, so like first the drones, then the smaller cruise missiles, then the bigger ones, then the KH-22s, and then the Kinzhals. And they still, the thing is still funny. Like they said, we are not able. Ukraine says we are not able to shoot down one KH-22 cruise missile. So that cruise missile goes like 4,600 kilometers per hour, so plus Mach 3. But they are able to shoot down all Kinzhals.
Yeah.
And every time they show a picture of
Mr.
it,
Lambo,
it's like...
It's not a new thing, like the Ukrainian government on the main speaker as telling you just propaganda every time. So why are you listening to them?
I don't know. I started to watch the channel of Denis Davidovsky, something like that.
Yeah,
And the comments are like, make
Thank
me
you,
so
Wyatt,
smart.
for doing all the work.
I am like the smartest people in the comment section if I am onto it, you know. It's amazing.
Yeah. When you watch those videos, you feel special. Like you feel really smart.
No,
Yeah, I am now Einstein, actually.
you don't understand, guys.
Yeah.
You're all totally wrong. Ukraine is winning. It's clear. Ukraine will triumph. It's over for Russia. It's never been so over.
Slava Ukraine!
It's over-est for Russia.
Okay, I
Don't
have a
forget that they
question.
control the other sea.
Wyatt,
Hey, Andrew, just to Andrew's point, I was reading an article, I think it was in MSNBC or one of these rags just this morning. And the premise of the article, the title of the article was something along the lines of Russia's winning. What if we just don't play their game anymore? And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What game?
Exactly. And basically the premise of this whoever wrote this trash was basically the premise of the article was basically the West has been placating Russia for the last 2 years. And, if only we started getting serious, then, things would be different. And I'm like, 2 years into this thing.
We don't have anything to send them anymore.
I don't know. But 2 years into this, they're still writing this stuff. Like, it was crazy to me. It was just this morning.
Maybe. So, like, if they just pretend Ukraine won and Russia lost, and they just say, I guess they identify as the winner and ignore Russia.
That's right. You got it.
okay.
And that was just this morning. I read this article, guys. Like, this is the mindset. I don't get it.
And don't forget, Nunya, if the Western Bloc is losing, it's because Ukrainian government or military headquarters is really bad. It's not because NATO strategy is wrong. It's because the Ukrainian is doing something stupid.
Okay, Wyatt, I have a question for you. And based on the information from the last 50 years, give or take 20 years, what is your concept of a modern war and how it's fought? And I don't mean just a modern, like, people shooting each other. I mean war as in the concept of war.
For me, whatever this is war. Because we never had a war that is fought by equal sides, equal strengths for a long time. If you look at the Iraq-Iran war, it was a stalemate. It's just that America just spoil us because Americans go to war always so easy. They go to the Gulf War, easily won. Gulf War, second Gulf War, easily won. Afghanistan, easily won. So we don't have a concept. So when we look at when Syria, actually Afghan war is won militarily. It lost politically. So but when you saw wars like Syria, we don't get it. We don't understand why is it so hard. When they're fighting ISIS, why is it so hard? We don't get it because we are already spoiled by this. How overwhelmingly superior the American forces is when compared to any other military.
I have
no,
to make a correction
and
there.
another thing, one more
Go
thing.
ahead.
The Ukraine war. Another problem with the Ukraine war is that the Ukrainians are not fighting a maneuver warfare. They chose to defend every single ground, and so they entrench literally everywhere, which the United States will never fight in this kind of way. The Russians don't like to fight in this kind of way as well, which is why the Russians withdraw until they realize that certain place they cannot withdraw anymore. So they entrench. But no, which makes the war very static. No, that's not supposed to be how the Russians or the Ukrainians supposed to fight the war, because you're just wasting soldiers.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
you want to correct me on what?
I'll introduce a concept of modern war that was already introduced by other people, and my concept of modern war is the following: if you can introduce a populist figure within a country that has mismatch ideology with the main ideology that's followed by that country and generate internal conflict, that is a method of modern war.
Oh.
Okay, but you said that what defines modern war, not what is a type of modern war. That you said that's a method of.
Yes.
I'm going to answer you maybe. I am busy now, like the whole week and last week, watching videos on documentaries on YouTube about First World War. To understand the trench system, to understand more the artillery system. If you watch this, like the Battle of Verdun, you're going to your face going to become white, because if you see these grounds still up to date, how they've been turned around by the artillery shells, and you still see the craters up to now. And Verdun, it was crazy. You need to understand that the Ukrainian war now is a trench-fair war. It's basically the same concept that they used during the First World War, with slow advances, defending positions, things like that. So it's important, if you need to understand the basic of the Ukrainian war with Russia, you need to watch actually the things that happened more than 100 years ago. And then you can mix the more modern stuff now, because it's actually also a new type of war. So it's a trench war, but another type of reconnaissance. In the First World War, you had the basic reconnaissance, like with the air balloons, with the basket, with the people in it that needed to look around. Now they do everything with drones. So it's a whole new concept of war that we actually don't really know. So they use the base of the First World War, but they added a totally new modern type of warfare. It's totally new, and that concept.
Can I say something though? Actually, when the drones were introduced, I mean, I was like, no, these are just IEDs from the air. Like the concept of war. When you say new concept, I just find it hard to believe, because people were dropping bombs from like air balloons and airplanes in the First World War. Like the only difference is that now they're doing it by remote control. Like war is very hard to evolve, because how come we have no actual machines shooting each other? It's the same, killing humans and killing humans. That is the main purpose of war still. How we kill humans has changed, but that doesn't change the concept of war. I could be on a horse and be shooting a rifle like a Comanche, but that just replaced the bow and arrow, and it really didn't change the concept of me trying to kill the other guy.
Then I think the main difference in this one,
like with what Dan
is the
is saying,
speed of the information. It's the speed at which each side can gain intelligence on what the other side is doing.
But
For me,
sometimes
it's
that's
the main
wrong too,
difference.
though. Yeah, but you know that's sometimes wrong too, because when the Ukrainians got surrounded in Bakhmut, they didn't even know they were surrounded. Some of the units had no idea what was happening. Information is still very slow in the
That's the choice of
front
the
lines.
headquarters to not give them the information.
I think the information you're talking about is the information from the guy, a general who's reading it and reading it to the public. Because right now it behooves of every general not to let their troops know what's happening in the front. Because if the Ukrainian army,
I can just position this to World War One. No, before World War One, right? There was no airplane was not a thing. If in fact, even using air balloon is not really a thing, because the war was so static, and it was also during World War One that is the first time that you can have aerial reconnaissance and redirect artillery. That was the first time this kind of thing happened. So and because the war is so static, the front line don't change. Literally, everyone can see everything that's happening. So it's the same as now today that we see the drones are able to see everything. It's almost the kind of same thing. So
I mean, if you want to look at it,
correct.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at like Dan was saying, a guy on a horse with a rifle is cavalry. Today, that's Medi in a Bradley or M113. That's cavalry, but the tactics are the same generally. You know, maneuver, and all that.
Literally,
yeah, exactly. It's just we have better range weapons, more variety, but the tactics and doctrine are still rooted in the original stuff. I mean, a guy on a horse with a rifle is Medi in an M113 with a 50 cal in 1980. I mean, it's the same. They're going to do the same kind of tactics and stuff, other than just add the modern twist with, better artillery.
The main difference in this war is that no one is able to group your troop to prepare an assault. You cannot regroup the troop before the assault. Immediately, if you try to do that, there is a strike, artillery strike, a missile strike is coming. That's the main difference. The speed at which the other side understand what you are doing. It's basically instantly. You try to make a move, they already know about it.
There's literally battles where Julius Caesar and Alexander the Great and all these great generals would see a shift on the line and immediately replied. Like, information is coming at different rates. I think the information, it's overwhelming. That's why you think it's such a big difference. I think the phone is blinding you. If you're in a trench, and I'm telling you from experience, and I'm looking at the guy running across, I know that he's flanking me. I don't even have to use a microphone. I tell my squad and we maneuver. Like, honestly, the guys in the front are better off not knowing what the general knows, because if they knew how surrounded they were, how fucked they were with lack of food and ammunition, they'd be gone. The information is kept clear from the lower people.
Yes,
Shadowy. They don't tell them shit.
I agree with that. I'm not speaking about the lower people. I'm speaking about the guy who decide, who takes the decision.
Okay, that's true.
And I think this guy is able to react very quickly if they want to react. In the case of Bakhmut, they didn't want to react, but they were the headquarters had a good understanding of the situation, I think.
Sometimes the reaction, right, is just to drag. So sometimes the mission for the soldiers that you're sending them is actually a suicide mission. That tends to be the case. So when I was still in basic military training, we train combat patrols, and basically the objective. So the commander was very straightforward. He just said that no, your job is just to die, because it's like the moment you contact with the enemy, you die. But what the commander learns is that the enemy is there, which is very disastrous, because in the jungle warfare, because in my region it's all jungle. Drones don't really see much things. Even if today we have drones, you don't really see much. It's still based on contact basis. So once you're contacted, the enemy is there. So that's why it's combat patrol. The combat patrol is not there to kill the enemy. It's just there to die. So it's quite sad.
Waqar, I have a question for you. Don't you find interesting the limited nature of the battlefield in modern wars when compared to the actual scope of the war itself? Like right now, we have a very limited battlefield. We have Ukraine as the main battlefield right now. But the war is not only in Ukraine. It's extended across various countries, across practically the world, with blocks fighting for positions. But it's not positions in a battlefield like it would be in World War I or World War II. It's positions in a political front, in an economic front, in the information front. That's what I'm talking about, the modern concept of war. It's not so much on the battlefield. It's outside the battlefield where the main battles are fought.
Yeah, I think am I audible? Is it okay?
It's good.
Okay. Yeah, actually, we did discuss that. The form of warfare has changed. I'll just briefly, go over. There were actually 5 phases in history. Initially, it was smaller armies, and they were actually coterminous with the battlefield. So you would move from one city or state to another, select a battlefield. So battlefield and the army size are almost similar. So it was coterminous. And you decided, and then you went and captured that. So this was, I would say, 2,000 years back. and then you gradually, move to empires and then very large armies, especially in World War I and II, when the fronts became coterminous with the military strength. Now look at the mobilization. Germany, I think, at the peak was very close to 7.5 million soldiers. Russia was, I think, more than I think 10 million soldiers, and French and German were also very close. There used to be like 100 divisions, and then of course came technology, and after World War II, then you are back to a very different form of warfare. So if you expect that you'll have total war like I would say part of World War I or end of World War II, where Japan was nuked, that will not happen. But now it's very different because of technology. You have smaller armies now. If you know, Ukraine is now mobilizing, I think, 500,000 more troops, and they are just in these, I think, third year of the war, which still I think is compatible if you look at the duration to any world war, because world war lasted for, let's say, 4 to 5 years, but then there were a number of countries. So this is very long war. The Americans fought it for 20 years in Afghanistan. So I think the warfare itself has changed. So it's very difficult to apply the older notions, let's say, given by maybe Little Hart or JFC Fuller or old school of thought. So now it's all modern. And then is the entry of non-state actors. Like we did discuss that, if you look at Houthis or Hezbollah, they are non-state actors, militias. One is almost having a state, the other is having part of the state, because like southern Lebanon is governed by Hezbollah, and Lebanon government can't do anything about it. And same is true for, even American tried this Blackwater as a militia. We have Wagner Group with the Russians, which is a very different form of war. So I think it has evolved. The other is, information, as we are discussing. Like World War I or II, the information would travel through newspapers or maybe radio. It was very slow moving. I think some of the people didn't even know that half of their country was captured. So it was so slow. But now, we have social media, live transmission. Look at the way Hamas use social media. It's very amazing. Despite so many curves, they've been able to bring out stories. And so information warfare is now almost, I would say, parallel the war of narratives. So it's very difficult really to define what is total war and what is limited war. Because limited war, like Indo-Pakistan contest, we had 3 wars, and they were, from our side, very major wars, where they lasted for 17 or 18 days. Because both sides ran short of ammunition, actually, literally. There was no artillery ammunition, so then they decided to, stop it. So here you have now, in India, there was a thinking, I was listening to some of the journals, that now the wars will be very swift, it will be intensive firepower and all that. It will finish, in, let's say, maximum 30 days. But now there is a thought, if Russia-Ukraine war could, expand to 2 years. And Israel also, I think, initial calculation was that Hamas, the ragtag force, they'll wrap it up in 10 days. So this was, I think, initial assessment by their army chief and the defense minister. I remember that we'll just finish it in 10 days. And now we have 90 days passed, and they pulled out, I think, 3 brigades. So it's a very different war. And I would say that still we are trying to define what's the form of warfare. Then also depends if it is asymmetry, smaller power fighting with larger power, it adopts a very different tactics and strategy. Then change, like Taliban, I normally give the example. So you look at Russia, German invasion of Russia, Operation Barbarossa, which we study in detail in Staff College here in Pakistan. Each and every battle, right from the breakthrough and right up to, they went very close to Khimchi, I think one of the railway stations near Moscow. And so their force was diluted in space of Russia. So let's suppose they came up with 50 divisions and there were 20 panzer divisions. They were diluted in the space of Russia over, let's say, 2-3 years. So they lost the impetus, and then there was a counteroffensive. But in Afghanistan, Taliban were able to dilute the American and NATO forces in time. This is very different. So they expanded the time to 20 years, tied the other side, whatever the objectives. And so technically they were able to achieve their objective. So I would say that one can't apply a formula on one country like what Hamas or Houthis are doing. You can't apply it maybe in Europe, but they are doing it like drone warfare. There's now a big discussion going on whether the big navies, aircraft carriers will become redundant because of missiles, because of drones, and because of the speed of movement is very slow. Now you have underwater drones. I think even Ukraine and Russia are using it. Turkey is producing it. Pakistan, India are producing underwater drones. So I think still we are in the process of reading it, and it's really difficult. But main thing is that information war has now become part of it. It is war of narrative. If you go to Europe, North America, South Korea, I have a friend here in Islamabad and asked him, do you think Ukraine lost very badly? He said, no, Ukraine is winning because that's what the narrative is in South Korea. So this is my take that we are still learning. It's very difficult to define whether it is a limited war or it is total war.
So I can also add on what Waqar said. So if you guys remember this one, this one I did a video on this, and I would say that that everything can be actually listed under something like this. I think so. So like the Houthis, what the Houthis are doing is a special military operation. It's not a war for them. It's a blockade. But then when you look further down, then things becomes very complicated. Like most wars are not expected to be total wars because it's too expensive. It's not meaningful. Total war is like World War I, World War II. When you basically throw everything, you ignore economy, you ignore everything. Everything is just war. So there's a difference between Ukraine and what Russia is doing. Russia is doing a limited war, whereas the Ukraine is actually doing a full war, something like this. So that's why you see narrative is very different. The Ukrainians are Ukrainians are not even in the total war state yet. They are actually still in war because they still have economy. They still trying to make things normal.
Why economy? What economy?
Yeah, they still have economy, but very limited.
If your Uncle Sam don't want, they don't eat.
No, but the thing is, if you look at World War I, World War II, especially World War II, there is only America have a proper economy. They're still running internally. But when you look at like Germany, France, or Russia, they basically all into the war. The whole world is just war. So there is nothing else but war. So there is
Ukraine is the same.
Ukraine is not. Ukraine, they still have economy going on.
What economy? Right?
They still have economy going on. They're still trying to do trade and everything. You see in World War II, they still trying to do trade. They're trying to still sell their grains.
Trying and doing is two different things.
Yeah, I mean that I'm telling you what it is. What it is. When you go into a total war, it's a different thing. It will be like in Soviet Union time in World War II. It's all in. Everything is geared for war. Every single thing is for war. There's nothing else. And when you go to total war, that's when wars will go beyond months. Like Waqar say, most of the prediction of war is actually very short, because most military cannot last more than 30 days. After 30 days, everything is gone. Half is gone. It's just that, in Ukraine, within 3 months, actually, most of the air force is gone. Most of the things is gone. Usually, you will surrender because you can't win this war already. It's all gone. If you have, I heard that someone say that, if you have 20% of your men die, or you have 50% of your army disappear, you can't fight effectively anymore. You might as well just surrender. Not necessarily to have unnecessary death. No need civilian dying. But when the total war is a different thing, you just keep going and keep going. You just mobilize everyone, just give them a rifle and just charge. It's a different kind of thing. So I like India, Pakistan. If they go into total war, you're talking about death in the millions. I don't think anyone wants that.
But Wyatt,
nobody expect that kind of thing to happen in modern day because everyone is so comfortable.
That depends.
And what just now what Similon was asking is actually hybrid warfare. I just want to add one.
Yeah.
Hybrid warfare. For personally, I don't see hybrid warfare as war. I heard hybrid warfare first came out around 20 years ago. When I was in the army, they already started to talk about hybrid warfare. They talk about information, misinformation, and all sort of things, including espionage and everything all together. And that was the beginning. So I even learned that during the army days, and now we see it in real full fashion. The Ukrainians are doing it in the beginning. It was not very beautiful. Hamas one was perfect. That's the most beautiful one. Hybrid warfare, where they basically brainwash the whole world into them being the hero. So
yeah, publicity in the comments, Wyatt, on your other on Twitch, I think.
Just one thing.
Just want to tell you.
So ignore it.
I had a question.
Just one thing.
So
how many of you guys here in panel have like split? Come on, guys. Give a like.
Yeah. So because when people talk about hybrid warfare, it's like the concept was that the hybrid war will help you win the war. That's what Ukraine is betting on, which is why Zelensky is investing so much into the propaganda, all the Hollywood's level quality of propaganda. Hamas is doing exactly the same thing. And maybe they have the same producer. I do not know. But you see, in reality, only the military war matters to me. And you can see that it doesn't matter how beautiful Hamas paints a picture. If one side is determined to wipe out the other side, eventually the other side will be wiped out. You can win the propaganda war, but your civilians are all dying. What's the point? So that's my point.
Have you seen celebrities supporting Hamas and celebrities supporting Israel? They are fucking different, and they're still losing.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. That's why hybrid warfare.
People stop trusting these mainstream media,
But Wyatt,
the key thing is that if you have a determined side, the hybrid war don't work. Like, it doesn't matter what Hamas do, how much people complain. Nobody will dare to stop Israel. Nobody will go to war with Israel just to help the Palestinians. That's the failure of the hybrid war, and which is why I don't see the hybrid war as a war. The real war. Waqar want to say something, right?
Yeah, I've done some research. I'll put my article also, because incidentally, I'm doing still my PhD in the basically it's on non-kinetic warfare, or now they call it hybrid warfare. I started my PhD work in Zimbabwe 4 years back, and still it is incomplete. And so I'll just try to define, the hybrid warfare, and why now it's very popular, and at times, different states they apply it differently. Now, hybrid warfare is basically a combination of kinetic warfare and non-kinetic warfare. So one is that you have to bifurcate. When you say kinetic, it's the use of military means, and it could be non-state actors. It involves military forces or militias. So, and generally in a classic hybrid warfare, this will be 1/7 of the effort. So the other, there are actually 10 tools in hybrid warfare. So it's diplomatic warfare, economic warfare. Then you have information warfare that we are discussing. Legal warfare. It could be international law, use of international law. Like South Africa has not taken, Israel to, I think, for genocide or whatever. So this is part of the legal warfare. Although South Africa is not directly involved, but Russia was put under sanctions. So this is part of, I would say, economic warfare with legal tools. And then, of course, is the assault on the leadership. It's also, there are about 10 strands, but 4 are very important. It's economic warfare, it's diplomatic, informational, and use of military power. So generally, when a larger power is doing against smaller power, they will try to use minimum of the military tool, and rest of it will be applied. So it depends which tool is important at that time. So that becomes the center of gravity. So I've tried to actually define it. So I'll just give you example of Russia-Ukraine war. And if you look at the West, how they have applied. So they have put sanctions, which is either part of diplomacy or part of economic warfare. The scuttling of the Nord Stream was part of economic warfare. and trying to scuttle, Russian gas supplies to Europe and so basically attacking their economic interests through sabotage, whatever. And it's in hybrid warfare, it's very difficult to actually assign the responsibility. So it says that basically amorphous, you can't really pinpoint. Like there have been attacks by some of the militias against shipping in the Red Sea. Generally, Israel and America saying Iran is doing it, but they are simply denying it. Then there was an attack in Iran. There was a terrorist attack, and a lot of people were killed. And US said it is ISIS. Iran is saying no, it is Israel. So it's very difficult to really pinpoint. So it's basically you can go into a denial mode. So it depends on what tool is applicable. But if there is a power which can orchestrate, like international law, legal arm, diplomacy, for instance, you form coalitions, and then you cut off, let's say, diplomatic relations, and then of course is that you use economic warfare. It could be sanctions, it could be cutting off, let's say, the key supplies. Like I would say, even in case of Israel, there is the axis of resistance, which are four groups, which is Hamas, Hezbollah in Lebanon, you have Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, and you have Houthis or Ansarullah in Yemen. And they are now doing is economic warfare. And they're trying to attack shipping linked to Israel, anything going there. And it has caused a lot of problem. Like 20 major companies have now started diverting the ships from Indian Ocean to South Africa, and then they are skirting it from African west coast to Europe and North America. So they're causing a lot of extra charges, risk charges. So hybrid war is, I would say, is there. And if you look at non-state actors like Blackwater in Iraq was used as part of the hybrid war. It was not a force, but they were doing a lot of operations. Wagner Group, Hezbollah, again, non-state actors. So it's becoming very, very difficult, and we are still in the middle of it. It's very difficult to define, but I feel that in case there's a power which can apply all the 5-6 tools effectively, and then it can orchestrate and do it as a orchestra, and then use it to attack the center of gravity, there are chances that it would succeed. Information warfare now becomes.
Waqar, I think you're very much overcomplicating it. I'll speak to some of the points that you've raised. I mean, they were good, and I totally respect your experience as a general and the academic rigor that you've put on this. But hold on, Vaughn, you've had your hand up forever. Please, I want to hear what you have to say.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, on the informational war, that matters to a point. It probably matters to the audience that you're trying to lie to prop up the war and get support for it and justify it. But I mean, in the information space, like, let's just take Russia and Ukraine. The Russians, it won't, they don't hear the Western media information war. And even if they did, they know it's bullshit because they're actually on the ground involved. So when someone says, they're still holding Bakhmut and the guy's sitting outside of Bakhmut in a trench, he knows that's bullshit. Same with the Ukrainians. When they hear these fluff pieces from the West, the guys, if they're in the trenches, are aware of that information, know it's bullshit because they're looking around at all their dead buddies sitting in a shithole. So, I mean, the information war matters to a certain audience, but I think in the overall war, it doesn't matter. Because, I mean, again, if you take the Ukraine war, there's a whole lot of people that don't live in reality. And the reality is the war is going to end. It's going to end very brutally and badly for Ukraine. It's going to be very uncomfortable for whatever's left of Ukraine. And people are going to be really, really shocked when what they've been told for the last 2 years has no resemblance to reality. I mean, that's going to be pretty fucked up, entertaining, whatever you want to call it, because, Ukraine's winning, this is happening, this is, and the people on the ground, I mean, people in Ukraine know what's going on. I've been tracking Facebook pages for different units, and it's anecdotal, but people are complaining, why hasn't my husband's body been recovered after 2 months? What happened to all the people missing in the trenches? My son wasn't saved. I hope you make it home. I mean, they fucking know, and they're trying to clean that shit because, they don't want that shit out there in the Facebook pages that the soldiers read about my son so-and-so was killed in October
his body's still on the battlefield. You know, a mother can't grieve or whatever. How they translate like shit. You see interviews on the street. Women are like, "I'll go if Zelensky goes first." You know, other people are like, "Why go? What's the point at this? You know, what's the reason at this point?" I mean, there's people that know what's going on, and then there's the people that like NAFO or wherever just live in la la land. I mean, the information battle is good for them, but people that are paying attention, it's good in the sense that there's so much information available, you can pick through it and find out what's really going on. But there's plenty of people that sit there happily being fed whatever, and you really got to wonder what's going to happen to their mindset and their mental stability when, you know, everything you thought was going to happen didn't happen, and Russia has everything they wanted and more. And the big bad West and all the fancy technical stuff that everybody screams every day about using against Russia to punish them once and for all doesn't come into play, never happened. I mean, you know, the West is on the verge of losing a big chunk of respect, the United States, and these idiots are still out there cheerleading, and it's going to hit them in the face real hard because you're not going to be able to deny when I'll stop with that. When the war ends and it's unconditional surrender, and it's probably not even going to be Zelensky doing the fucking surrendering. It'll be somebody else.
Yeah. Also, I would just like, hold on a second. I would just like to say that the idea, like one of the things that Waqar was talking about, your analysis of war, I don't necessarily disagree with it, but a lot of it is you're talking about, modern war, for lack of a better word. I mean, one of the things that human beings have always engaged in is war. We're a tribal people, and as such, war is a necessary component of our evolution, if you really want to break it down that way. And I think Waqar would probably agree with that ultimately that we are tribal people, you know, depending on what makes the tribe up, or, you know, what are the parameters that defines a tribe. We could get into that. That's another rabbit hole. But the point is that you can't just look at war and who wins and who loses a war, what conditions they are based on the last like 2, 3, 4, 500 years. You have to look at it in the last 5,000 years. The people who've won the war, the armies that won the war, the tribes that won the war, what did they have in common when they won the war?
Yeah, I would. I think I agree 100%. Yeah, 100% with what Juan has said and what GS is saying. I was basically mentioning that these are the tools being applied. So military instrument still remains the predominant, like in case of Russia-Ukraine war, and we have discussed it. That Ukraine is, I think, lost more than 20% of the real estate. It's more than $1 trillion loss. Most of their seaboard has been lost, and if they are mobilizing 500,000 troops, it means that probably closer to that has been lost. So it means it's ultimately the battlefield and the soldier decides. So I'm not denying that military power has become redundant. I'm just saying that how basically they use the other tools to support. Like in case of Russia, Ukraine was, I was coming to that both sides have used other tools like information warfare, diplomatic warfare. For instance, if they were trying to scuttle the northern route from Russia to Europe. It was also part of the Chinese V&R project. And some people are saying that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is to stop the central route, that they were trying to build a corridor from India to Middle East, Israel, and Europe. And they're saying even Russians are happy because now here they are paying in the same coin. This route is also blocked. So my point is that the other tools will come into play. It will depend which tool is now more important. But somehow the information warfare is also critical because that is how you build up the notion of victory. There are theses written on how to define victory. In UK, King's College, there were a lot of studies of defining. It was never happened. Like in World War I and II, there was a surrender, there was a victor, there was a vanquished. And as you mentioned, in tribal times, it was like that. And probably it is going to end up in Ukraine as well. My point is that nowadays, if a park or a country or a state can orchestrate these different tools, it helps in fighting this hybrid war. But definitely military instrument remains predominant when it goes into a general war. So I'm not denying what you are saying. 100% it will be on the battlefield, and one side will probably surrender. Yeah, you're right.
Toby, I have a question for you, Toby.
Do you first the super chat, please? because somebody paid a super chat. Is not better
okay,
to react. I just want to say about that propaganda thing. So Germany had a stronger propaganda than Ukraine, and even the civilians knew they were losing badly. There is difference. Now you're speaking about communication system between like now and in the 1940s. It's not the same. Like the situation that Germany had, like since Hitler came into power, he introduced like in the schools his way of thinking, and that's how the propaganda started. Also, and also the communication was not like we have now. Now every civilian in the world can see what's happening in the world via communication sources, via internet, that they didn't have during the Second World War. Even worse, and I'm going to use an example just to close that off. About the First World War, if Ukraine is losing very badly, we're going to maybe seeing that by Ukrainian soldiers using pigeons to communicate with each other.
Yeah, Mr. Lambo, they're losing really, really bad. But there's one thing. You know how much these people love America. You know? The propaganda coming from America is making them not giving up.
Yeah, the propaganda actually now is very big because you also, if you just look to the normal media,
they thinking the Ukraine at the moment they're thinking like they're gonna be another state of the United States. You know, they really believe America love them.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Toby, I have a question for you. Did you work in the banking sector?
No, not directly.
Okay.
YouTube.
Okay.
No,
So
I
the question
wanted
is,
to.
Toby's
Yeah.
not Jewish, and let's stop that rumor now. He's not Jewish, and people have been saying that in the voice chat. He's not Jewish. Stop
the
it.
question may be a bit over the top, but what I was going to ask is, how does this kind of warfare affect investors? What?
Okay, that's an interesting question, but that ties in with what I wanted to say, which is like when we talk about an information war, right? Like, who's the audience and who's fighting this war? Because there's a lot of differing opinions on who's fighting this war. You all are talking about Ukraine as though Ukraine matters and the people of Ukraine matter. Ukraine is where the war is being fought. And Ukrainian meat sacks are being used as a resource in this war. But if you ask the Russians, they're fighting NATO, right? And if you ask NATO, they're fighting the Russians. And we can all say quite confidently that without NATO support, there would be no war there. So Ukraine, they're like us. They're spectators to this war. And so the information war is not really for them. So to get to Semi's point, let's talk about the investors. Because the investors in the NATO machine, they are an audience for the information war. And most of the information that is portrayed in the corporate media is for them. It's not for us. It's not for the people of Ukraine. It's for the investment class. And frankly, the information war for those folks has been fantastic. NATO is now doing what NATO is supposed to be doing. Europe is now buying all of its energy from the Anglo-American OECD oil and gas companies, right? You've got a sense of unity in NATO. Everybody knows who the bad guys are, and they're not us. The European Security Architecture project is on the rocks and looks impossible to salvage. You've got a huge amount of arms sales for all of the NATO producers. So the investors in OECD corporations, they're having a great war. And the information for them is hugely entertaining and profitable. And it doesn't matter if we think that it's credible. And it certainly doesn't matter what the people of Ukraine think. No one's ever going to ask them. So, you know, this information war that's being fought in the Western corporate media, think about who it's aimed at. It's aimed at the investment class, and they are hearing about a lot of profitable results. This war is great business for them. Now, just to qualify that before I shut up, same is true in Russia. The Russian military-industrial complex and particularly the United Russia Party and the oligarchs in Russia, or the job creators if you prefer, they're doing fantastic business out of this as well. So the investors everywhere, Semi, are doing fantastic. and the information war is hugely entertaining and profitable for them. The poor people, obviously, who are spectators, well, poor people always lose wars. Poor people shouldn't fight wars. They're terrible at it. They always do very badly, right? The wars are for the wealthy, and they do very well out of them. And this one is hugely entertaining. And so when we look at the information war, right, that's who that's for. It's not for you. It's not for me. It's not for the people of Ukraine. It's for people who have shares in Shell and for people who have shares in Raytheon. And they're the people who matter, and they're the people who that information is made for. So that, I hope that answers your question. But
well,
that was my rant.
I just want to say, like, Toby, partially for what you said, but I think that you're over the idea that the investment classes, I think you call them, it seemed to me like you were under the perception that they act as this unified kind of global hive mind, which I don't believe. I believe that's a little bit too conspiratorial. I don't believe that specifically when you're talking about the Russians. For example, the oligarchs in Russia, or the what did you call them? The people who provide jobs or whatever. There is still remnants of nationalism in Russia that don't exist in the West. As when we were speaking earlier this morning in voice chat, you mentioned the fact that in the West, these people have no sense of nationalism because they're globalists, so they have no loyalty to their nation. And I believe one of the reasons why the globalists find Russia a threat so much is because there still does exist, maybe it's a declining, it's not as strong as it used to be, but there is a sense of nationalism that still exists in Russia, and that is a threat to the globalists.
Okay, guys, you guys are wrong with some of the things you guys have been saying earlier. Okay, firstly, Russia is losing. Take that as a fact. Okay, this is a fact right now. Ukraine are dying as it's truth, but this is a fact. Yeah, that's
I thought you changed your
fact,
mind.
right? I always try to analyze the war. Analyze the war every day to understand what is really going on, right? The fact is that
Analyze your microphone. We can't hear you.
Okay, West gave Ukraine best weapon Ukraine needed. Okay, what the West are doing right now is just to trick Russia, fuck with the right. Keep telling them about F-16, Abraham, all those things. So when Russia are counting away on that, but West already give Ukraine the best weapon they needed. Okay, the best weapon they needed is not F-16.
Mike,
No,
you understand one thing?
hold on, guys. Let me just explain. I will explain to you so you can understand.
Mike, hold on.
Wait, Mike.
Guys, let the guy speak.
Let me
I know
explain it to you so you can understand what I'm
Guys,
saying.
let
Come on,
Mike
Mike.
speak.
One at a time.
Everyone got a chance
Mike.
to
Voss,
have an
gentlemen.
opinion. Come on, no bullshit. Come on.
Mike, you need to
Oh,
understand
that's
one
what
thing.
I'm telling you.
Wait,
West
Mike,
give Ukraine
Mike.
this weapon they need. The weapon need for this war is not F-16. It's not Abraham. Okay? The weapon they needed for this war is FPV. Period. Okay? What they are doing now is just call in the Russian. Whenever the Russia came to attack, they attacked them with FPV. They are like, how will I put it? Like they are tempting them, right, to come over. As soon as they come over, they strike them. Okay?
Oh, you like it.
Russians are losing more through these tactics than when they are fighting. This war is no longer a war of what do we call it, tank anymore. The more tank you have, the bigger your weapon is, the bigger it's easy for you to lose.
You need to understand one thing, Mike.
That may be true about the drones, but why are you believing that the Russians are losing since the Russians are outproducing the Ukrainians in drones? By the way, when you're speaking, Mike, do us a
you
favor.
guys are wrong. Wait, right here, hold it on right here. About the drones, right? Ukraine have more than 100 times drones than Russian right now. Ukraine have more than 100 times or 50,000 times than Russians. That's the fact. Okay, Russia are substitute for that by using big weapon like 500, 1,500. That is what. And again, Lancet, whatever they call it, is not as FPV. One that was supplied to Ukraine. And the other thing is this. I want to.
It is more efficient.
You need to understand one thing. No, Mike, I'm going to stop you directly. You need to understand one thing. Russia isn't not in full war. They don't use their best equipment yet. They don't go 100% in their war. So what they are doing, they just doing their shit, and they are keeping their best things and their best stocks for a complete war that can maybe happening. But for Ukraine, they don't even use their best weaponry. They're not going.
I have a question for Mike.
So how you can turn it, or the way you want to turn it, it not make sense. If Russia was to destroy
You guys don't pay
Ukraine,
attention.
it
Look
takes
at how
5
much
minutes.
Russian soldiers are dying. They are counting. You guys are counting the weapon.
And
I'm counting the body. The
people
body is
are
what
going
really
to die.
matter
Just
here.
look
You
at
guys don't pay
differently.
attention to that.
No. I have another
Mike, you
question.
don't know
I
what you're
have- I'm
talking
going to-
about, Mike. I'm sorry. You just don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah,
Just
actually,
no.
yes.
Look at how much
Can I
Russia.
ask
Move
something?
on.
Wait.
Let's
Can
move
I ask
on.
Mike something?
Let's move
Can I
on.
ask something?
Guys, let's move on from this guy.
Gentlemen.
Let's just move on.
Andrew,
from this guy.
Andrew, no more
No.
questions.
Let's just
Please,
move on
Andrew,
from
no
this
more
guy.
questions.
I had a question.
Nunya,
No questions.
just let me finish, please. Just let me finish. If you are in a full war, they're going to be like, even if you have like 500,000 to dead Ukrainian soldiers, you're going to have millions of dead civilians. Look how much dead civilians there are in Ukraine. Look how much there are. 20,000 max during the 2
Yes,
years.
I want
20,000.
that's it. Let me explain that one too. That one
you
has
bomb
to
the shit out.
listen. That
And
one
if
has to do
Ukraine,
with
if
it.
you
The reason why we have
wait,
death civilian right now is
wait.
different issue.
Guys, he's
If
talking
if
out of his
Russia
ass and
wants
his
to
mic
end that
doesn't work
war,
anyway. Let's move
if
on.
Russia wants to end that war, they can do it in 5 minutes. Just drop one nuke and it's done. That's so easy.
Well, that's not gonna happen either. Let's
You
move
are
on, guys.
wrong. You are completely wrong. Trust me. At this point, at this time, right? The weapon that the West have right now, right? Russia can't even launch their ballistic missile. The nuke at all, because they can easily count them. This is look. I know some people are talking about Russian weapons are not good. They are good. Their weapons are so good. In fact, superior than West on some of their weapons. The way I'm looking at it, but this is the fact. That's the two things that Russia miss. Russia do not forget that there's a new technology that came along
Nobody
that
hear the guy.
make Russia look
You know,
weak. And that two technology, first one is drone,
We have
and
problem.
second one
Listen,
is a Starlink.
breaking.
That two things that Russia never count on. And believe me, they are launching Starlink every seconds, every day.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
But-
The more
but I have a
suffering they're
question,
having,
though.
they are watching every Russia movement, every Russia.
Mike.
In fact, Russia are so strong. They don't believe
Okay.
how they still last to this point.
But Mike.
Let
But Mike,
Andrew talk. Let Andrew talk, please. Please, gentlemen.
Mike,
No more
if
questions,
the key to win this war are FPV drones, and that's what you said, correct? Well, Russia is a fact, an undeniable fact, is producing way more FPV drones. This is
Wrong,
even according
wrong,
to Ukrainian
wrong,
politicians
wrong.
in
I'm
general.
sorry, you're wrong. You're wrong. That is what the media was saying. Right now, I was watching the production of a Russian FPV, right? I
Yeah.
was so like, what the heck these people are doing? They are still using 3D printer, something that they should be using injecting mode. Okay, they are still using 3D printer to produce their drone. That's for prototype, not for
why not?
production. And secondly, look at
That
their
makes it
weapons.
cheaper.
Russia are still taping the bomb to their weapons.
You build
Russia
fucking
still
guns out of
taping the
3D
bombs
printers. A
to
fucking
their
drone body
FPV,
ain't
unlike
shit.
Ukraine is only fully made. Okay, tell me.
All right. Next topic. What's the next
Let's
topic,
move
guys?
on. Let's move on.
How is the war going on, dude?
Let's talk about the pigeon in the square. Come on. How many pigeons died last week?
Sorry, what?
Never mind.
How many who?
How many pigeons died? They still have cell phones.
In the World Square.
They still can talk to each other.
Well,
No,
actually,
what?
we previously Waqar had mentioned some very interesting points because he's working on his PhD as analysis of modern warfare and how the Russo-Ukraine war Who knows? We may be writing our the history books about how we view war because of this war, and we talk about all the different. Waqar, how many different things did you said? You said there was information war, there was asymmetrical war, there was
Economic.
Economic. There's all these facets of war. Yeah, obviously kinetic, right? But I mean, there's everything else. But ultimately, doesn't it all come down to who kills the most of your enemy, and in the end?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Basically, the other tools are actually the hybrid war is basically new definition. Otherwise, it has been happening. Even if you look at World War II and the Nazis' information warfare, like they had a complete ministry of propaganda with the Goebbels. So I think he was a master of information warfare. And initially, they did succeed also in terms of creating that shock and awe and the blitzkrieg and the way they projected it. So it's not that these tools are not and then not being used, but now it's become more orchestrated because of technology, because of interconnected world. It's very easy to now basically use these tools. So at time, even the legal warfare becomes, I would say, one of the prime factors in warfare. Economic sanctions, then is attacking the leadership or undermining the leadership. Look at the memes that they make about Joe Biden versus Putin. Time they've been, highlighting that Putin was having some disease, and I replied that Biden can't even walk properly. So this is kind of attack on the leadership is also part of warfare. But ultimately, it is on the decision maker's mind. So all this is applied. Like in Russia-Ukraine war, the way their NATO and West has tried to support Ukraine and force them to keep going. I think yesterday I was listening to their chief Zelensky, and he was then telling the parliamentarians and the legislature that if you don't give me 500,000, then you can yourself go and join the war. So much of frustration. So basically, it is ultimately in the mindset of the commanders and the soldiers, definitely. And the war fighting is very important. When there are large armies fighting, ultimately the decision is on ground. Now, we talked of total war, and nowadays will be when you use nuclear weapons, and but then it brings international disaster. So that's why probably there's a restraint. Like Trump said that he would bomb Afghanistan. He could bomb Afghanistan out of existence, but he couldn't do it because then it starts basically triggering a chain reaction. There's a study in Colorado University of India-Pakistan nuclear war. Actually, it could destroy half of Asia. It's not only India, Pakistan. So that's why there is a restraint. But remaining below the nuclear threshold, there is a conventional space, and then there's use of proxies. So I would say that if still we are students and still observing what is happening in third decade of 21st century, nobody expected it. And there was a program I think yesterday on India who was talking of ring of fires and wars. They were saying probability, and the topic is also how does 2024 figure out. So they were talking of possibility of war in the Korean Peninsula. They are talking of expanding war in the Middle East, which is and I'll just throw some light on what has happened in last 15 days. Israel and US were able to assassinate one of the Hamas leaders in Lebanon. Then they target one of the Iranian generals in Syria. There was a blast in Iran. And now there are a lot of navies. You look at navies arrayed in two waterways like Red Sea, North Arabian Sea, very close to Pakistan, and Persian Gulf. So it's all full of ships now, military ships and the other ones. So it means that there is a if there's a miscalculation, because if you look at Israeli position is maximalist. They would like to raise Gaza to ground. They would like to recapture and then establish their government. The other side is saying, no, we're going to fight it out despite so many losses. So it means if the maximalist position, and ultimately, I heard two of the generals, the American generals on Fox News. One was General McMaster, who was, I think, NSA or Defense Secretary with Trump. And then there was some General Jack, who was a 4-star, and Lindsey Graham. And they were saying that why don't you wipe out Iran out of the map? So there's a lot of pressure. Imagine just if there's a strike on Iran or their Republican Revolutionary Guards or headquarters or the political leadership, and they start shutting the Strait of Hormuz. And there are 3 choke points in this area. And I did programs in Pakistan. One is the Strait of Hormuz, the Bab al Mandab, where the Houthis are, affecting shipping, and Suez Canal. If these 3 choke points are choked, so it chokes 1/3 of the global business and 60% of the energy supplies. Can anyone afford it? So it means that any miscalculation could result into, expansion of war. So there's a possibility 2024 will be worse than 2023, in my opinion, because Russia-Ukraine war is also going to go to its culmination stage. I feel next spring, I think probably Russians are going to push further west, and then there is a serious trouble in Africa, especially in Francophone Africa. They are pushing out the French and the Americans out of those 4 countries of Sahel, and even in Venezuela is also, I think, giddying up for a war with one of the smaller states. So it appears that probably it's, and then imagine China advances on Taiwan. So it's already, we are into a very, very troubling time, and so it's very difficult to apply formula of one theater to another. So because every time the form of warfare adopted by adversaries change, and that's, I think, one of the French generals who was the defense college commandant had said that it depends on the belligerents. How do you choose the form of warfare? In asymmetric warfare, then he gave 4 or 5 options to smaller nations or smaller groups. So it can't be applied, like Russia Ukraine can't be applied in the Gulf, and what Hamas did can't be applied in Russia Ukraine war. So I think still we are in a very, very unstable situation, and there are chances that any miscalculation could result in 2 regional wars.
Yeah.
Andrew, do you go? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No, I just said I would just wanted to make an argument about informational warfare, because all of you consider informational warfare. I mean, first it was considered, when referred to the population. Then Toby made a good point when talking about the shareholders of the big companies and the oligarchs. But another subject of the informational warfare are the soldiers themselves. I remember reading interviews about the Ukrainian counteroffensive and what the soldiers were told, what they thought before going on the offensive, and they were told that the Russians would basically lay down their arms and scatter away. The Russians would immediately the defenses would fold immediately. That's the propaganda they were told, and they believed. They believed the Western tanks would have been highly superior to Soviet tanks, Soviet equipment, and they would have simply rolled on over the Russian defensive line. That's what they were told, and that's what they actually believed. Now, I don't know if that can be said about the higher ups in command, about the generals, but that's certainly, at least in the lower ranks, at least the privates, at least the lower kind of commanders, believe in that, evidently, as shown by what happened, the disaster that happened in the counteroffensive. And also, just to quote Haji's super chat, he said that it is not your mom's bedroom one at a time. So let's try to be civil and not talk over each other.
By the way, that's a Sukhoi 27 on the background that I saw during air show in Belgium. And the pilot was.
He doesn't know my mom.
Mehdi, what you doing?
That's a real picture.
Hi, Mehdi.
Good afternoon, guys. Something Von said about the people fighting. I think about 2 weeks ago, Zelensky said that Russia is gonna take Abdiivka anyway. So one thing, the troops there, all these soldiers fighting, defending the area, they're gonna start asking questions. If Russia is gonna take it, why are we risking our lives? Because they can save their lives. It's time for them to save their life. If they know Russia is gonna take it, just leave. But like Wyatt said, Ukraine is willing to defend every single meter. So they are willing to do what the West media want them to do. Fight for the last one. So far, looks like they're doing a fucking great job.
It's sad that Mike is gone because I wanted to show him a plane that the Russians shut down that I saw in 2018 during an air show in Kleine Broegel in Belgium. Here you have the MiG-20, Sukhoi 27 of the Ukrainian Air Force.
Yeah, let's hope
and
he's
it's not
operating.
existing anymore. Cool.
If we're okay, I want to switch the topic here a little bit. If we're done with information warfare, I've been watching Biden and company the last week or so, and various Pentagon and Washington officials talk about funding. And as we know that they ran out of funding. Actually, they still have approval for funding, but they've run out of actual funding or something. I'm not clear how that works. But then apparently Biden met with Mike Johnson on Thursday, and no details came out of that meeting. But then yesterday, the budget director of the Office of whatever, financial management or whatever, she came out and she basically called the situation dire. And I had never heard of this woman before in my life. And she came out yesterday and basically said, the situation's dire. We absolutely have zero left. And, unless, it gets approved, the funding gets approved through Congress, Ukraine is absolutely kaput, is basically what she said. So that indicated to me that the meeting between Johnson and Biden probably didn't go too well, because Johnson's been holding pretty firm on getting border, some sort of border package through in support of any Ukraine funding. So the fact that she came out the very next day. Forgot what he needed. Yeah, let me finish, for fuck's sake.
No, just a joke, man. Fuck.
Sorry. No, I just lost my train of thought because you sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you. I said that because it didn't come out because Biden forgot what he needed to talk about.
The reason,
but I guess my point. No, I just got my point back. I think, basically, they are up shit's creek right now. I didn't get the indication that there's going to be any funding approved, but my theory is Johnson maybe floated the idea with Biden. I'm going to give you enough funding to wrap this up. We'll fund the Ukrainian government for the next 3 months or whatever. You guys need to organize some sort of deal. Johnson wants to get this wrapped up before the election. Biden wants to prolong it past the election. So I think that was potentially something that you might hear about in the news. I don't have any evidence of this, but it seems logical that that's something I would do if I was Johnson. Anyway, that's all.
The other thing he's got tied to it is more funding and implementation of existing border laws and all this other stuff. So the Republicans are really supposedly standing their ground on wanting this money for the border and tying it to Ukraine. So it's really just going to come down to who finally gives in or comes up with some horseshit compromise. But I mean, the longer it takes, the better off it is, because the tide's turning every day against Ukraine as far as people tired of giving money to lost causes. And people are just tired of war in general. And, that even with the thing stirred up in Israel, yeah, there was a bunch of hype at the beginning, but even that's gotten to the point where people are like, do something about it already or wrap it up.
Well, so none of this money is a gift, right? Money doesn't get given away; it gets lent. And when we have a look at the reluctance to put more money into this war, we have to read between the lines and understand that what that reveals is real doubts about whether or not they can get a return on their investment. You see, for a whole bunch of good reasons, the West doesn't think it's going to get paid back much from Ukraine. Now, whether that's because they think Ukraine is going to make a peace with Russia and kick them out and lose their dreams of NATO, or whether they think that Ukraine is an economic basket case that even if there is a rump Ukraine after this war, it won't be able to pay the debts. Take your pick. But when I hear that the Americans don't want to lend more money into this war, because it's not a gift, right? It's a loan. That makes perfect sense. the Pentagon and American military suppliers are doing fantastic out of this war because the European nations are upping their military spending, right? We've all seen those reports. That's not a theory. That's a fact. So the Pentagon machine is doing fantastic business. Trump's dream has come true. People are spending a lot more in Europe. They don't need Ukraine to be a cash cow to win out of this war. And so when they look at Ukraine's ability to repay the war debts, they've got a lot of reasons to be skeptical, even if there is a rump Ukraine. So that's why I think there's no funding for Ukraine.
Toby, what kind of loan is that? They're dying. Then they need to pay back for dying.
Huh?
Ukraine are dying. Ukrainians are dying. You say it's a loan. So basically they die and then they need to pay back for dying.
Yeah, listen, war isn't a game, it's a business, right? And so the peace that NATO want to make with Russia will be that whoever is in charge of Ukraine, and it doesn't matter, like even if it's Russia, when Russia and NATO sit down to make peace in Ukraine, the deal will be that Ukraine pays back its debts, right? And in order to get a peace, Russia will probably agree to that, right? But then they probably just won't do it. But nevertheless, there's something that's going on at the moment. The British are talking about going into Ukraine and to take NATO into Ukraine. The Americans aren't talking about this, but the British are. Now, you've got to wonder about this because I think this is a negotiating ploy. I think that the British are trying to, and the Americans are trying to push Russia to the negotiating table and saying, okay, we will make a peace and you can have Ukraine, but Ukraine has to pay back the debts, right? And I think that the stick to force Russia to that position is saying, if you don't, we're going to send our troops into Ukraine. And then, you won't get control of it. So that's what I think is actually happening at the moment. I think that basically the West wants out, right? But they want Ukraine to pay back what they already owe. And so that's the negotiation that's going on at the moment.
Ukraine lost the places that got money, like the eastern Ukraine. That's Russia.
You can refinance for a long time, though. I mean, let's say that this ends with Ukraine, being some kind of rump state where, a good, let's say 30-40% of Ukraine goes to Russia, but then it's still a fairly sizable, 10-15 million person state. They can make payments for the next 500 years on this. You know what I mean? They can pay this.
I don't think the West wants a rump state, right? Unless Poland can control it. I think that the West wants Russia to take it over and for Russia to pay the war debts, right? I think this is the negotiation that's going on because Russia can afford to pay Ukraine's war debts. Rump Ukraine can't. Rump Ukraine won't even be able to feed its people, right? Rump Ukraine will be just a basket case forever. And so all the money that's already gone into it is going to be lost. So the negotiation that's going on now is Russia, you take it, but then you pay for it, right? Alternatively, we'll keep fighting.
I believe how the West. Yeah, go ahead, Mehdi.
No. Go ahead. I just lost my thought. That's why I just put my head down. Go ahead and after you.
Okay. How the West plans to get the money from Ukraine is to buy the property from the Ukraine that the state owns. So they calculated total amount that Ukraine has to sell, of course, undervalued, and how much they're gonna provide in loans for that. And when, supposedly after the war, and Ukraine possess those properties, in order to buy them, Ukraine will provide the loans to the Western companies to buy those with very good conditions to buy those properties. That's how they will gonna get it back on the cheap, right? For free, basically, in support of these loans. But still, Ukraine will have to pay back the loans, or not pay back, but to keep payments on it, servicing on it. Just like recently, Britain 2 years ago paid off the Lend-Lease to the United States, or Russia paid off the Lend-Lease like what, 15 years ago? Maybe less. So
that was
this
Zelensky's
is
plan,
continuous,
sure,
never
but
ending.
that was Zelensky's plan, sure. But the thing is, if you're following Ukrainian politics, that's not going to happen. Like even Timoshenko has pulled out of that. He's got almost no support for that. Like the Ukrainians are not going to countenance BlackRock and the rest of it coming in and scooping it up. That dream is dead. The West wants to wash their hands of Ukraine. All they want is their money back. That's what the negotiations are about now. They just want Russia to take on the debt, and then they're going to say, "Here, you have it."
Toby, I think that it's unlikely that the West will enter into an arrangement with Russia. I mean, I can see the logic about this. Okay, we'll stop fighting. We'll let you have as much of Ukraine as you want, but then you pay us back over X number of years for everything that we put into Ukraine. I could see how that would be, okay for Russia to accept, right? But I think that the West doesn't want that because they don't want to reconcile with Russia. I think what the West wants is for Europe and Russia to remain in sort of a state of Cold War or hot peace, right, for a very long time. For there basically to be a new Iron Curtain set up, at some point somewhere in Eastern Europe, and for Europe to.
I agree, but I think both things are true. Remember, the Soviet Union was paying back loans to Western banks for its entire existence. So I think both things are true.
Yep,
I think there will be like a new Cold War and an
let
Iron
people
Curtain.
finish fucking talking.
So I think both things can be true.
Yeah,
how you doing?
That was only because of the Soviets and the West fighting on the same side of World War II that those agreements were made in the first place. I don't think that the conditions now are anywhere near as friendly as they were in 1945.
I know. Toby, I think I know what you're saying. This is the reason why I'm bringing my hand up. If the Ukraine doesn't exist at all, there's nobody to pay the money back. It's gone. So the West is at a position where if the Ukraine completely falls, there's no entity there that's obligated to pay back any of this money. And like Toby said, BlackRock.
There are laws about that. And so
there's
the people
laws,
that take over, well, they're kind of laws. They're kind of actually like wishful
what if it's
thinking
Russia?
dreamed up in New York. Exactly, right. Well, here's the thing. It's actually called the New York Convention, and it was dreamed up between the US and the UK. And basically the idea is that the country that takes over the territory of a non-existent state then takes on the debt. However, they might tell you to get stuff too. So it might not pan out. Hence the negotiations, right?
Right, and that's what I mean. I see where your point is, because it comes down to, is there anybody, you have to leave a part of an army to surrender to you, or else you have mass chaos behind you. You can't, it's the same thing with this country. We can't let, Russia doesn't want it to completely collapse. I mean, the West doesn't want it to completely collapse and just hand it over to the Russians, because they'll get no benefit out of it. For like BlackRock was already thinking it was going to be rebuilding Mariupol and all that shit. Well, guess what? Those things are gone. The lobbyist money is gone. There's no money coming in from these bigger companies that were going to get these contracts. So there's no reason for these politicians to follow through on any of this shit. I get what you're saying, Toby, because if it is a rump state, it'll never be able to make enough money to ever pay back the cost. So, if it doesn't end at some point for the West, where there's some semblance of Ukraine still left that we know of today, then there'll be, probably Russia will just say, fuck you, that was on you. You killed the people of the Donbass, the restitutions, all the money you poured into this shit type of deal. That's my thinking.
I would like to bring a point regarding this 2.5 front, because that is, I think we are just discussing Russia and Ukraine in isolation. Whatever, I think NATO had some plans to extend the war to 2024, the Russia-Ukraine war. And 7th October came like a bolt from the sky. And Israel is almost like the 54th state. And like US is now not only plied, but I think supplied closer to $14.5 billion to Israel for military hardware and the war. And so if you look at 2.5 front that generally the West or the NATO would plan, including all their command in the Pacific, is that one is one major war in Europe, which is already happening. Then one is, of course, China, Taiwan. So they and of course the Korean Peninsula, and half front is generally Middle East or West Asia, which keeps igniting. So they feel that they are able to finance it, they are able to logistically support it, and then deploy their military force. You look at the U.S. commands and the fleets, they are configured for that. But now I think they are already bogged down in 1.5 war. That's why I think there's no much money now left for supporting Ukraine the way they wanted before 7th October. Probably they could have pushed it to mid of 2024. So Russia-Ukraine war seems to be a lost cause now for Europe and for America, because now there's a critical thing happening. Now look at the contingencies and logistics for 2.5 front. So it means that you should have all kind of Navy, Air Force, artillery, tanks, because there is now a push for an attack on Iran, to complete that half front. And for that, they have to have resources, Navy, Air Force, troops on ground, as well as a lot of artillery ammunition. And I think artillery ammunition has been a very serious problem now. Like Americans are even trying to get it from different parts of the world. Even the Russians, I think now there was a report that they are using some of the North Korean weapons. These Iranian Shahid drones are being used by the Russians. So there is a big game going on. So I think there is also element of this 1.5 front is now hot, and NATO's ability to, or Western countries' ability to fight 2.5 front war has been challenged actually by the Middle Eastern war, which is now taking place, which is expanding. Because the way they are calling to hit Iran, because they think Iran, if they can take out Iran, then they can actually finish off their proxies in Lebanon, in Yemen, and even in Iraq. So probably, and Israel also wants now to expand it, because they have also lost a lot of prestige, mind you. So the kind of shock and awe, or the technology and military and nuclear power, that has been debunked very badly. And the Americans also feel it, that if their big ally is now being dented, the military power, if somebody ragtag force is just challenge them, whatever the losses. So I think they have to calculate. Imagine, let's say they have a plan to attack Iran, and Iran is a very big country and controls some of the strategic areas through its proxies, actually controls the entire Middle East if the war breaks out. So all calculation, I think there is rethinking. I feel that West would be very sensible to negotiate with Russia, and maybe the way Putin has desired to demilitarize it, and maybe I think he may be able to even return other than the Crimea, but probably on the I think the objective right from the start of the military operation was that Ukraine should not invite NATO. So I think these are also important. Like North Korea has just, I think, shelled South Koreans with artillery. 200 shells were fired, I think, day before yesterday. So things are getting hot, and China is very quiet. We don't know what is in Xi's mind regarding Taiwan. So just imagine if they find the opportunity and they open the last front, what happens to the Western military power. So all this, I think, combined, should look at it what is happening, and then we discuss Russia-Ukraine war. I feel that if West is sensible, they should go for negotiation with Russia. I don't know about loans and land lease and all that. That is, I think, as Mehdi said, it's all gone. And so they have to probably look at how the war is shaping up. Technically, they've lost in, I think, Eastern Europe, and Europeans are themselves suffering. Look at German economy's first time gone into recession. In UK, people are cursing Brexit. They are saying that we were better off within Europe, and Brexit actually, created serious economic problems. A lot of Europeans are, I think, in recession. And so all told, I think we should look at the larger picture and then probably come to conclusions how 2024 is going to shape up.
Go ahead, Similian.
Okay, so Lambo, I have a question for you. And this is a bit of a change of topic, and we can go back to that topic later. Do you see much future in this mothership and autonomous aircraft concept? Like we see everyone moving towards this autonomous aircraft model where the aircraft can carry out missions by itself to a certain extent without the pilot intervening. And some aircraft, which are actually drones, do not even count with a pilot. There is even aircraft that control drones, and this is the mothership concept that I'm talking about. Do you see any advance on this field in the future? What do you expect from it? Do you think it'll be ditched? Because it's just like, what's the purpose of controlling true drones if you can just control the true drones yourself from the ground? What do you think of it?
I think like the mothership question, you can say you send one big mothership drone in the air, very high, with a lot of little suicide drones. That's maybe one good option for the future. But that concept, yeah, you're always going to have manned planes, I think, because some ground attacks you can do. Just look at the example of a Sukhoi 25 or an A-10. That's something is more difficult to do when you are. The future is going to be planes with less pilots, and the pilots are going to be on the ground. But fully automation is never going to happen. So you can't replace the pilot. A pilot is a very important person, because if he's dead, you need to form a new pilot, and that's going to take a lot of time. So if you can put him in a container and fight that plane like a DCS style, is going to be more the future. But like fully automated AI drones, I don't believe in it for the moment. Like in the mothership question, yes, with suicidal drones, like they need to, so you go over a war zone, and then you launch all your drones, and they're going to look after their targets. That's something that's already been used already for pretty long times. If you just look at how the P-700 missile system of the Russians is using, that's something from the Soviet era. And these are actually a P-700 is an automatization system, because once the missiles leave the ship doesn't have control anymore about the missiles.
Yeah, the question was mostly because of the profile of the supposed capacities that the Su-75 will have, and I don't know if you have seen the fact that they think about incorporating a capacity where they can load a combat mission onto the plane, so if the pilot falls unconscious, he can continue with the mission. If it's a simple mission that is like strike this and then return to base with the pilot unconscious.
The Russians already have a self covered system. So already, if you know in the Sukhoi 30 or Sukhoi 35, and you pass out because of the G-force, this best example. So you do high maneuver and you pass out because of the G-force, the plane is never going to hit the ground. So yes, it's something that is going to happen in the future, and in a certain way. And even imagine about passing out. If you don't have a pilot inside of the plane, you can go even higher in G-forces until the plane breaks. So it's completely different stuff comparing to have like a drone, like a RC controlled plane compared to a manned plane. Manned or unmanned plane is that a better term? But that's something. This future talk is very difficult, and even if you're losing your connection with your satellite systems or something like that plane is going to crash. So I don't think the armies are going to go for full automatization in the future very fast, actually.
Okay. So you think Russians might ditch this effort of configuring a mission?
They are looking into the future. They are progressing in technology also, like like the United States is also doing. It's just look how F-35 works. It's like it's a very new system also for an airplane. We didn't have that type of system in an airplane and a fighter jet compared to the other. Even F-22 doesn't have that system, I think. So it's all things that are going to happen in the future, and every site is going to evolve in that in their way, like how it work best for them, actually. But like I said, the Russians already have some guiding systems they're already using since the 70s, 80s, something like that, and they still continue to use them. So yeah, it's all depending for the future. Like if you say the mothership concept, I am certainly is going to come. I am still I was hoping to see it already, because it's actually not such a difficult system. Russians have already a type of technology to use that, but it's just need to see how you can. You need to build it, test it, and use it on the war ground also. So, I am something that I'm going to see in the near future very fast. I think Mothership is launching like suicidal drones. That is one of the first things I'm going to see really happening. I think
those suicidal drones need psychiatrists, you know.
You need to call the suicidal number. But good guys, I'm going to leave you all. Have a nice open mic for the rest of what's going to take. And Swagdong, stop with your fucking bullshit in the chat. You are a fucking stupid guy.
Come
if
on,
you want
be nice.
to play a big keyboard warrior, very easy. But just join us here on the open mic. I'm going to see if your mount is going to be even bigger or smaller than how you're typing, you fucking asshole.
This is why people
don't comment on comments, please.
Yeah, we need to do it because you already got a warning from Wyatt. I think it's better that Wyatt block him because it's fucking.
Just giving him more attention. No, they should come up here and talk.
Yeah, they need to come here and talk with you guys.
Yeah.
So good. I'm going to leave my place to others. So, guys, have a nice one and enjoy my flying Sukhoi 27 for the Ukrainian army. That don't exist anymore. Bye, bye, guys.
Nanya, are you holding your fingers up? Or?
Yeah. Are we done talking airplanes? I want to get back to Ukraine.
Can I make one tiny point on airplanes? Because I just wanted to respond. Just give me 30 seconds. I just wanted to say, on the topic of kind of this mothership concept. I mean, we already are seeing whenever you see an FPV drone hit, right? It'll swap back and forth between a drone that's flying above and surveilling the area to the perspective of the FPV drone. So there's already this coordination between multiple drones. And the second thing, I mean, when you were describing what a mothership is, that kind of just sounds like an AWACS to me. To be honest, I'm not sure exactly what the difference is. Already we're seeing a situation where you have planes all over that are basically just focused on surveillance and command, which seems to me exactly what a mothership is.
The only other thing, real quick, some people might think a mothership is like a plane that can deploy like 50 drones in a swarm. You know, like the B-52 opens its bay and drops out the swarm payload, and then that would maybe be considered a mothership.
Like an aircraft carrier.
Mothership is about range. It's a carrier just because
accurate JDAM is a bit like a drone. Yeah, I mean, if you've got a JDAM, it's very accurate.
The Russians have already done
this. Have a huge range. Because they carry a lot of load, so they don't have a lot of range. So you have you need a carrier to carry it further, like 5 kilometers across the front line. That's why the mothership, it's just a carrier, not a brain of the drones.
The Russians already did this in the But hold on. The Russians already did this in the 80s. They had a missile system that fired that basically had a mother missile that controlled other missiles underneath it. And the mother missile was what let those other missiles, was what selected the targets for the other, designated the targets for the other missiles to engage.
I think that was the Kingfish.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. When it came out, everybody's like going, oh, no, it'll never work or whatever. But this is,
and the thing is if you shoot down the control missile, another one slots up and takes over, so you can't even kill that.
Yeah, if you allow, I think it's an important question, and because the thing that you mentioned about mothership and autonomous systems is part of the Mosaic War. This is now a complete system, and the modern army that I put the article in the chat. If you look at it, the Mosaic Warfare. Now, I'll just briefly, basically define it. Basically, there are 6 domains that now the modern armies are equipping themselves. The 3, of course, are land, air, naval forces. Space is already there. And then comes the basically cyber and now the electromagnetic spectrum. So these are the 6 domains of this warfare. And this mothership or autonomous systems is part of it, because there used to be the kill system and the target system, like the air-land battle concept of the US implied in Iraq, that you could basically, because of massive air power, they could utilize, and dominate it But now it's becoming like Chinese have done a lot of work on it. I think I'm sure Russians have done it, and the Americans are doing it. Even the mid-level armies like Pakistan, India, there's a lot of study on Mosaic warfare. Basically, it is, as I think was pointed out by Juan, that there's a system of systems which is autonomous, and in case one system is shot down, the other automatically takes over and is able to achieve the same objective. Like the Chinese, I'll just explain the DF system, the hypersonic, like the Russians have the hypersonic systems. Now, if you pitch, let's say in Taiwan State or in Pacific, there's a war, and you have a fleet of aircraft carriers, and then we had discussion on that, how many aircraft carriers the West can actually, field in certain theaters. So it means that it's a combination of land, air, space, because then you require surveillance, GPS systems, like the Chinese Baidu system is doing it for communication. So basically, now the large naval ships are becoming, I would say, in I think next 5 years, they start becoming redundant until they come up with a response to drone warfare. As we have seen in the Gulf region, the targeting by the drones on very large ships. So aircraft carriers are also vulnerable. Like Hezbollah has a missile which is 300 kilometers. So when the American deployed, I think Eisenhower in Mediterranean, it was kept at a standoff distance because there was a fear that it will be able to hit. Same is true with Iranians have also, I think, done a lot of. They have not a very big navy. They have basically missile and rocket and drone power. And if you look at their Shahid drone with 2,500 kilometers range. So this is the new warfare. The conventional warfare is now going to be fought in 6 domains. And this autonomous ship, like Turkey's come up with a ship with drones. And then there is also a concept of swarm warfare within that you apply so many drones or the remotely piloted systems that your defense system, like if an aircraft carrier is there, then there are aircrafts, there are air defense weapon systems, missiles, goalkeeper guns. But if you assault a ship with 1,000 drones, so it will be able to overpower a very large, and it's very cheap. If you look at an aircraft carrier, is $1 billion enterprise, and if you can hit it with a drone which is like $50,000, maybe $500,000, it's very, very economical, and it's very cheap to produce because drones, I think, can be produced by any. So if you can orchestrate all that into Mosaic warfare, you're going to have a very clear advantage. Now we have seen drones going and hitting individual soldiers, dropping grenades, and then there are high-tech drones which can fly for more than 5,000 kilometers. And so maybe the operator is, even if it doesn't require operator, because if you put AI into it, artificial intelligence controls the systems, and it's very easy because then it, the human error or element is not there.
Waqar,
So I think
if I may ask you something.
Yeah.
Waqar, can I ask you something? What kind of personal sector you were having in Pakistani military? Was it technological sector that you specialized, or strategic, tactical? What was your sphere of command or planning? If I may
basically,
ask
I'm basically a tanker or armor officer. So I've commanded an independent armor brigade in Pakistan.
Okay.
But somehow I was also teaching in National Defense University, and then we worked with the American system, which is the JTL, a Joint Theater Level Simulation System.
You answered it. Thank you. No need for 10
so
minutes.
we are part
more.
of the strategy also.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say,
I think Waqar's credentials are impeccable compared to everybody else here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Have you seen my rank on War Thunder?
Like Japan or like United States, Russia, maybe not China because they don't really have, I think, a big bomber. I mean, ideally, the easiest way to do it, which would be feasible right now without any new futuristic shit, let's just take a B-52 launches. It has 100 of whatever type drones. It drops them, a signal from an AWACS hooked to a satellite picks them up. They either get guided by some guy in Nevada in a trailer, or they got pre-programmed targeting. Russia could probably do that with their A-50s, A-100s. The United States could probably do that. It's just a matter of having the drone system. Iran could probably do that because they've got A-50s. It might just be a matter of having enough modernized software to do it, which the Russians would probably give them. China can probably do it if, maybe just not to the scale because they don't have any like large strategic bombers like backfires or Tu-95s. that can just carry fuck tons of drones. But I mean, right now, without probably anything more than programming updates, you could probably use off-the-shelf drones like Lancets and shit if you could figure out a way to load them up into some kind of pod on a Tu-122 or whatever. It drops out. The A-100 picks up the signals, starts sending them their coordinates, or some guy controls them. I mean, they already got the version where it's controlled or pre-programmed and AI. I mean, they obviously use data links to take long shots. The United States would obviously be able to do the same thing. So really any country with a C-130, you could just kick it out the back, and as long as you got a radar aircraft of some sort, you could probably conduct some type of mission like that with drone forms.
I think it's worth remembering about the drones. Where we've seen the great innovation is on the front line, and it's with small drones that don't warrant air defense, because air defense is evolving at the same time as drone technology is evolving. And if you want a drone that is going to beat air defense, that's called a hypersonic missile, right? So the evolution of drones in warfare is almost the smaller ones, the FPV ones, the infantry drones that don't warrant an air defense response. And we're going to see the evolution of infantry air defense against those FPV drones as well. And this comes into what Waqar was saying about the electromagnetic spectrum. The electromagnetic spectrum it's devolving. Instead of being a large-scale thing for missiles and ballistic missiles, which is where it started, and nukes, we're now seeing E-war on the front lines, and Russia is doing very well there. That comes down to you need a lot of horsepower. There are problems associated with it as well, but we're going to see air defense evolve to handle these smaller scale drones. And I don't think that you're going to have motherships like a B-52 dropping a bunch of slow Shahed-style drones. They're going to be dropping hypersonic missiles. A hypersonic missile is your drone of choice if you have a high-value target and if you want to beat conventional air defense. So, yeah, I think we're talking more about frontline infantry use of drones is the big evolution we're seeing. And like I said, we're going to see air defense against them.
You can already do. I mean, a B-52 drops 24 Tomahawks. They all go to different targets. I mean, it's just a matter of building the hypersonic system to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Toby,
one of the things I'd like to point
where would you
about defense, when we're talking about missile defense, like Waqar was saying, is that, there is a cellular exchange rate that's going to happen. And like, say you have a tracking system that can track 100 missiles coming in, but there's always going to be the leakers that get through that start to degrade your ability to target and launch. And then you have to think about this. Okay, so you were able to knock out the first wave. How long does it take for your systems to reload? And how many reloads do you have before you're defenseless? I mean, and that's the thing is like big,
richer countries will probably go to the model of air defense for their air defense. You'll have the long range stuff, then you'll have the mid range stuff, and then maybe around the air defense sites, you'll have your Gepards or Seawees or whatever point defense type systems. I mean, because you've got to protect it. So, I mean, and America, China, Russia, they can afford to have air defense for their air defense, whereas a lot of other countries would be overwhelmed easily, But yeah,
air defense
they're adding a whole nother layer of expense. It's kind of like if you look at the Cold War, forcing Russia to build tons of equipment because they believed in, Western superiority to counter it. It's kind of the same thing. Now you're forcing countries to spend money on air defense that they probably wouldn't normally spend, because now you've got to have as long of a time as possible to engage these drones coming in, and at the same time protect the shit that's trying to shoot them down. Because like you said, the drones are going to kill that first. And if it takes 10,000 drones, can you withstand that wave of 10,000 drones just to get your air defense? And then they send, whatever after that when everything's unprotected. Because drones are cheap. It's probably $1,000 to build a quadcopter and put a pound of C4 on it and fly it into some kind of military material or target. RPG. I mean, that's pretty low end cost for what they're doing.
Toby, what I had asked, if you had to choose to invest either on a business that's producing air defense or in a business that's producing drones. Let's just leave it generic like that. Where would you invest?
I don't think it matters as long as the Pentagon's paying the bills. It's all good. It's all money. It's a rich ecosystem. Take your pick. Do both. You know, why choose? Make bombs and make bandages. Sell it all to the Pentagon.
I have a question. Would you start a war just to increase the value of your shares?
No, you start wars for patriotic reasons and you increase the value of your shares because of your globalist principles. Thus, you're a man of culture.
Yeah.
Nanya,
you wanted to talk about something?
Oh, are we done talking about toys? I'm happy to move on to geopolitics if you guys are done talking about weapons.
Oh, I would like to talk more about weapons.
All right, then, yeah, go ahead. I'm just
Nanya, when the drones take over and we're ruled by our drone overlords, you're going to regret that statement, man.
I'm listening. I just don't know. Oh, the vaping. What's wrong with the vaping?
What if a drone could hold a doobie for you while you sat there? You would love drones.
No, Nanya, go ahead. I think we're done on the drones topic. What did you want to get us started? What was your question?
Well, I just wanted to pick up on what Waqar was saying at this point, probably about 25 minutes ago. But we were talking about what comes next in 2024, and I wanted to get your opinions on Putin. Sometime over the holidays, he gave some sort of statement or a sit down interview or whatever it was, and during it, he brought up the topic of that northwestern part of Ukraine. He mentioned how presumably, well, a couple things. Number one, he came out straight up said, Russia has no interest in that part of the Ukraine whatsoever. He made that pretty clear. And then secondly, he floated the idea of Hungary, Poland, and Romania carving it up amongst themselves. He kind of said it, as a passing statement kind of thing. But I have to believe that there was more to it than that. So I think he was probably floating out to those states. If you guys, want to make claim to
I just want to say real quick, can we go around and just take a few minutes for each person to give an answer to his question so it doesn't devolve into chaos? And I'm not going first.
Can I go ahead and go first?
What's the question?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the question would be what Putin was saying was basically said, hey, Europe, if you guys want this rump state, if you guys want to carve it up, whatever you want to do, we won't fight you for it, is basically what he was saying. So with that said, do we necessarily see any of those European nations moving in that direction? And what would that look like?
Yeah, I kind of want to take this because I want this to dovetail off of what Toby was talking about earlier about what's going to happen to the debts that Ukraine owes, right? And who's going to take on those debts? What's going to be the successor states to this current Ukrainian regime? Whether it's going to be, Russia that takes on those debts, or whether it's going to be some rump Ukrainian state. The third option would be that Poland, Hungary, and Romania, all NATO members, go ahead and take a little chunk of Ukraine each themselves, or maybe not all three of them, but at least one of them. And then in exchange for gaining that territory and that land and that geopolitical significance, those countries agree to take on some portion of the debt that Ukraine owes, and then Poland goes ahead and pays the United States for the next 100 years. And Ukraine as a rump state wouldn't exist. It would just be partitioned among those four countries, among Poland, Hungary, Romania, and Russia, and maybe give a little bit to Belarus just for fun.
Yeah, I think the existing debt is gone.
As I understood it, the Putin was actually talking about warning Ukrainians that their friends from Europe wants their land.
Yeah,
but
that's what
if
I thought
they do
too.
it,
Yeah.
If they do it, the Russia won't allow them to take the historically Russian lands. That's what he was talking. So he was warning Ukrainians against their friends, that their friends are actually
that's how I read it.
trying
Let's
to
just say,
grab them.
yeah.
Yeah,
Let's just say,
that's what it
let's
was
just
about.
say, let's just say, okay, this country
Sorry,
is gonna take that ramp. You know
he was
what?
warning them against what? I missed that last part.
He was saying how Ukrainian friends, now presently friends, are actually desiring Ukrainian lands. So he was warning Ukrainians about their friends that want to grab the piece of them. But if they want to do that, he's not gonna allow them to take Ukrainian pieces that has been historically Russian lands, which is yes, the historically Polish part, Romanian, and all that. That's what they can take it. Those western parts, west of Odessa line, I would say. So that Kiev to Odessa would be part of Russia.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. Yeah, he basically laid out exactly like he said. Odessa is a Russian city, so I took that as being they were intending on taking Odessa. I also think that they could potentially even take Kiev. He indicated that as well. So, but what he said at the very end was, this whole northwestern quadrant here, we have no interest in it. So if that's all that's left of Ukraine, if I'm Russia, if and when they've taken what they want to take with it, I would just say, okay, rump state Ukraine, God be with you. Europe, it's your problem now.
You know,
about that.
Can you see Poland take the Western Ukraine with the people? The people live there. They are bad
I don't
people,
know. Well, that's why I'm asking the question.
Unless they get rid of them.
Well, I'm asking the question because politically,
if I'm a Polish leader, I'm not gonna take West Ukraine with these people there.
Right.
Yeah, I want to build off of Nanya's point here.
Is that the people that killed Polish people in the Second World War?
Yeah, Wyatt, could you put my screen up on screen for a second? I want to just share a little bit of information about what we're talking about with historically Russian or Ukrainian land. So this is the Wikipedia page for Lviv, right? The city in the west of Ukraine. If you see this here, it's got a nice little timeline here that shows the different countries that it's been part of. So you can see initially it was the Kingdom of Galicia, Volhynia, and then for a long time it was part of the Kingdom of Poland and then the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, up from 1340, almost over 400 years. And then it was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire for about 150 years, briefly part of the Russian Empire, and then it became the West Ukrainian People's Republic, and then it became part of Poland in the interwar years. And only after World War II did it actually go ahead and become part of the actual Soviet Union. So before that, it was only Polish and Austrian, the city of Lviv. Just interesting note there about historically Russian lands. Lviv really has almost nothing to do with Russia whatsoever. Okay, that's all I wanted to bring up there. So
Putin knows that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and that's why they don't want it, right?
If I can answer this question,
well,
very
isn't
briefly.
Lviv in the area they wouldn't want anyway, right?
Yeah, that was my point. I just wanted to bring that up, that history.
Well, I think that we have to read Putin's words carefully because it's a bit of a troll. Because the thing is, what he is saying is Russia is willing to give up the lands of the Ukrainian nationalists, which is Lvov, right? Because even Tymoshenko's people that are north of Lvov in Volhynia, they're not the same people at all. They're actually much closer to Belarus and Lithuania. But what Putin is saying is, he's saying, I don't care if Europe takes over Lviv in this rump area that Archimedes is talking about, but you've got to understand how that plays inside Ukraine. This is the heartland of Ukrainian nationalists. And the idea that Poland is going to walk in there and not take over that territory that they think is theirs, and I'm not putting words in their mouths. Poland believes that that is their territory. They passed laws in 2016, not that long ago, saying that it was a genocide of Polish by Ukrainian nationalists there recently. So what Putin is saying is, I will give you to the Poles. That's what he's saying. He's not saying, oh, yeah, they can come in and create, a rump Ukraine, because he knows they won't. And the Ukrainian nationalists know they won't as well. So this is Putin level trolling. He is really showing the reality to the Ukrainians. He's saying, listen, you don't get to carve out a piece of Russia for your new Ukrainian state. You get to go negotiate with your Polish friends. Good luck with that, right? And this is a piece of trolling that is designed to bring them to the table so that they say, okay, we will make peace with Russia and not have NATO here, just so that we don't have to be handed over to the Poles. But that's all this is. This is
that's a full context. Yeah, full context was only Russia can provide security guarantees to Ukraine to stay whole. If they go for that's what he was offering. Negotiation and security guarantee for independence. If they stay independent, that way Russian can guarantee whole Ukraine. That's what the full context. And that's why he was warning Ukrainians against their Western friends. Because
completely.
They will patch it up. Only Russia can guarantee their sovereignty. That's the point.
If I can go next, I just want to add to that point that I agree completely with Toby and Jura there, that this is map trolling, essentially, that creates way more trouble on the Western side than the Eastern. The other thing I'm going to point out is Belarus. The very far west part of Belarus is also in Poland in the interwar years. And although there was not a genocide there of the scale of Volhynia, it's still a place that was cleansed of Polish nationalists that Poles still have an historic belief in. And it goes all the way up to Vilnius, the present capital of Lithuania. That's an interesting city to look into its history. So if any part of that area goes to Poland, then it also creates pressure on Belarus that there may be a claim made by Poland to that part of Belarus, which also creates a potential reawakening claim on Vilnius and Lithuania, forcing a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth again, which we have seen some crazy articles in America about. So it creates a lot of trouble with the Lithuanians, and it also is a subtle threat to Belarus, especially after the whole Wagner incident. Subtle threat to Belarus that we may leave the Poles on your south border and the Lithuanians on your north if you aren't 100% with our program. So this is not just a knife aimed at the West Ukrainian nationalists. This is a knife basically aimed at Lukashenko too, to tell him he has to hold that line solid. And he has to help Putin completely take the entirety of Ukraine and offer only some super limited status to that west part. Otherwise, he's going to be dealing with the Poles and Lithuanians. At the same time, this announcement creates immense amounts of nervousness in Lithuania, which is necessary to shut them up because they're idiots. And it creates a degree of discipline in Belarus. Now, that's all I want to say about that for now. There's more interesting things to say about Odessa and Romania in the same vein, although this particular announcement doesn't affect them. I'm going to point out that map trolling in the main is going on right now with China, having released a Qin Dynasty map that is straight from the Taiwanese constitution, showing that they still claim Siberia. That is actually an immense amount of trolling to get the Russians and the Americans to both call Taipei and get them to disavow their own constitution. It's marvelous map trolling. And then there's an immense amount of map trolling going on right now in the Mideast around the obvious Palestine conflict and the definition of Zionism and whether it means Nile to Euphrates or not. So map trolling has become like the 2024 story. And I agree completely with your assessment. I just wanted to add in that about Belarus and point out it's not just going on in this conflict, but in at least those other two.
I wanted to point out, not only is it map trolling, but it is history trolling. And I think that's kind of what Toby's point is that I'll turn you over. Fine. Putin's just saying, just remember, I could just stop right where I am and let Poland do what it's doing. That we're not going to get involved. So you better decide who you're going to deal with, because you have a history with murdering Poles by the buckets full. Do you want them to come down and start influencing, or would you rather have a friend in Russia? Very good points that those were made. I thought that was really spot on. If you add the history to it, it makes a lot of sense. Although I don't think that Russia and China, like the Siberia thing, I think they're both going to just ignore that for now. There's so much they have going on for their benefit.
They have
now,
no genuine conflict there, Betty. They have no genuine conflict. The purpose of that map is that it comes straight out of the Taiwanese constitution, which still claims the entirety of old Chinese empire. The idea is they're telling the Taiwanese, you think you're going to claim Siberia? You're going to get a call from Moscow about that.
I got it.
That's what
I misread what you were saying. Good point.
So back to my original question, guys. How would the European governments in question, how would they react, or how do you think they're reacting to what Putin is saying? And how will that affect, how things resolve in 2024, assuming they resolve in 2024?
Well, I don't think Poland's going to go to war with Russia all by its lonesome, and I don't think anyone else wants to go to war with Russia for Poland. So, yeah, I'm not hearing a lot of like stupidity out of Poland. The Polish are being very coy, which befits them.
I think your question is nonsense.
Oh, thanks.
Asking Europeans is nonsense. They decide of nothing. They are just puppets. They're just following what Uncle Sam is telling them. The real question is what in United States the people who are in charge are thinking of it. That's a relevant question.
Fair enough. What's the answer?
Yeah, he's right.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree a bit.
He's right.
I'm going to I know you agree, but I'm going to disagree slightly, and I'm going to say I do see some evidence of independent moves in Germany and in France in preparation for the inevitable collapse of Ukraine. When you see that the United States Congress is wavering on giving them another $60 billion, and when you see that popular support for the Ukraine conflict is zero in the United States, and when you see that all the attention has shifted over to the Mideast with some reserve for China, it is very hard to believe that they are not going to have to make some immediate condensation. Now, the activity in Germany is simpler. The craziest thing is that they're talking about banning the only peace party, the AfD. That won't happen, but it's crazy, and it shows you how desperate and nutty things are in Germany. Second is Scholz is apparently going to retire, and Pistorius is going to become the chancellor, which is pretty wild news. And the third thing that you would easily miss, unless we get into the tech stuff, is that a subsidy of Volkswagen in China has just released the first sodium-ion battery electric car, which means no need for lithium. Now, the Germans and the Chinese are collaborating on that.
Great. You think he's going to retire, or he was told your time is out?
That's all I had to say.
Yes. Andrew.
I mean, about just quick about sodium electric batteries. There will be safety issues without any doubt, 100%, because sodium is very unstable and explosive if it's mixed with water and other type of common elements you find.
It's another topic, but
it's just heavy.
I mean,
can you hear me?
I don't see any, especially in France and in Germany, having their own, how to say, way of thinking and own programming of going, having their own influence or whatsoever. No, I don't see that. What I see is that the United States decide to be more focused on Middle East because Israel is more important for them than Ukraine. And thus the Europeans need to put more money on table because United States is shifting. And what the Europeans are doing is, yes, master, I'm going to put more money on Ukraine. Voila.
Well, I just wanted to make a point about the Polish, because You all make a point about the Polish, yes, the history, as if the history between Poles and Ukrainians started when Bandera started killing them. But it's actually a much the relationship is much more complex, and I think that influences the possibility of an annexation of Western Ukraine. I quote the journal Przegląd. In 1892, which was owned by the Polish Society of Lviv, you can see the influence of Polish intelligentsia in Western Ukraine at the time. Matter of fact, Uman, a lot of Western Ukrainian cities were fucking basically
What
owned
is
by the
that?
Poles.
Polish intelligentsia?
Andrew, you read
Intelligentsia,
too
you
much.
know, the noble, the not the noble, but the upper, so the Polish class that was basically, it was a thing. I quote the journal Przegląd, edition number 168, publishes the following declaration: if in the feelings of the peoples of the Malorussian people exists a strong hatred against Russia, Malorussian would be basically what today we call Ukrainian, by the way, Ukrainian. Then the hope grows in the future that in investing in the diffusion of these sentiments of hatred, it will be possible to play against Russia a winning card of Malorussia. We Poles can allow to not to fear this evolution, but on the contrary, we would commit a great error by blocking it, depriving ourselves of the choice of an ally in the fight against Russia. What does this say basically? What is he trying to say? He's trying to say basically that in the Poles were trying to play the winning card of Ukrainians, Malorussians, against Russia itself by starting up a sort of nationalistic sentiment within the Malorussians. This is what the Polish intelligentsia of Western Ukraine has done for years in the newspapers. They wrote the first Ukrainian dictionary was actually written thanks to the help given by Polish writers. And yeah, this is a thing. The Poles are basically the creators of the Ukrainian people. In fact, he even himself doesn't even speak all Ukrainians. Still at that time, 1892, they were talking still about Malo-Russians, little Russians. Also, another thing I wanted to point out is, yeah, Russia would be giving Western nations the western part of Poland. But what is the western part of Poland? You have the most rural part of Poland, the western part of Ukraine. What is the western part of Ukraine? The western part of Ukraine is the most rural and poor part of Ukraine. When you compare it to the east, the Russophile east, Novorossiya, you can see the east is much more developed industrially and economically. In fact, the region of Dnipropetrovsk or Dnipro is the city that has the highest GDP in Ukraine after Kiev, and I think Donetsk is right after. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry if it was a bit long, but just wanted to make this clear.
Yeah, but you go the people in West Ukraine, the people in West Ukraine are the people America wants. America wants more these people than whatever the fuck is in Ukraine, because as long they go, these people with Nazism ideology, they're always gonna be bad for Russia, and that's good for America. That's good for America. If Poland can take them, America will support Poland.
Yes, that's what the Polish journalist was saying there. He was saying that their intention, the intention of the Poles should have been of using Ukrainians against Russia, and that's what basically happened. And then it went on during what is going on right now, the West using Ukrainians against Russia. Just like the Polish intelligentsia, the Polish upper class of Western Ukraine, which was highly rooted. I remind you that the Polish upper class in Ukraine was rooted back in the 1500s, actually, during the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Yeah,
I think it was the treaty.
You've still got your split between Orthodox and Catholic in that part of the world. That's a pretty deep-rooted difference, and it's something that has separated the peoples throughout the different regimes. It was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire for more than it was Poland. So
yes, that would be
division between
Galicia.
Orthodox and Catholic, that endures. But you can see that the Orthodox Church has taken a beating under Zelensky.
I think it was the Treaty of Minsk, actually, though, Toby, that made a lot during which basically a lot of Orthodox bishops swore loyalty to the Catholic Pope under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and a lot of there was this Eastern kind of Orthodoxy that then would become Western Orthodoxy that in communion with the Vatican, with the Holy See. I think it was the Treaty of Minsk.
There's a modern detail here, which is that when a church is taken over from the Moscow Patriarchate and thrown under the sort of new Ukrainian Orthodox Church that was invented in this conflict, the first thing they do is go straight to the doctrine and alter the doctrine of like the Trinity or something away from the Orthodox toward the Catholic view. Like that's the first thing they actually do in these new churches that they create, and then they have these weird rituals or something going on. So this is actually a thing that's been going on for a long time. The shift back and forth between Catholic and Orthodox hierarchy in these churches. And I just want to note later on, when it's sort of a broader international topic, we can get into the crisis in Christianity, of which this is a part. I'm going to say there's a global crisis in Christianity, and this is a little bit of it, maybe the smallest part of it.
Andrew, just to finish up with this Orthodox and the Treaty of Minsk, remember that the northern regions where Timoshenko's people are from, the Red Ruthenians,
yes,
those people are Russian Orthodox. They always have been. They never split. So if there is going to be a rump Ukraine that is influenced by Poland, it's hard to see it going beyond Lviv and having any popular support amongst the people. But it's hard to see how it happens anyway, because like the whole nationalist identity of Ukraine is so heavily based on the idea of the Banderites, and they hate the Poles more than anything.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I wanted to correct myself. It wasn't the Treaty of Minsk, but the Treaty of the Union of Lublin.
Yeah. There are two actually. There is the Union of Lublin, and there is another one a bit previous. So it depends which part of Ukraine we are talking about.
I'm sorry, I'm such a retard. It was the Union of Brest, not the Union of Lublin.
Yes, the Union of Brest is when one Orthodox bishop made an alliance with the Pope, and then forced all Belarusian priests to convert. And there is another union. That's the one with Lviv and the eastern part of Ukraine. And that thing, I think it's the Union of Lublin or something like that. So there are two actually of these they call it Greco-Latin, Greco-Roman unions. There are several of them around the world, unfortunately. So the Catholic Church has been a very destabilizing point where Christians find themselves into a precarious situation. So we have had these unions with Armenians, we have had these unions in Lebanon, and so on, and they actually create divides in Iraq, and they create divides within the Christians, in sectarian Christians, and it creates a lot of problems. So if Christians were more united in Syria, Iraq, or Lebanon, they wouldn't have the problems they have today. But unfortunately, the Catholic Church is a mess there. Sorry,
not to raise it as too big a topic, but that is part of what I mean by a crisis in Christianity. That's part of it. That too. The Syrian.
I want.
He cannot talk. No, so I talk. So Toby,
I wanted to. Okay, I just wanted to criticize what Toby said about the Banderites hating the Poles at the scale very high, even more than anything else. I mean, according to Banderit ideology, they also hate Jews, isn't it?
Not so much.
Yeah. Not as much.
Not so much now.
There aren't any left.
Not as much.
There's none left. There's none left.
When the Nazis recruited Bandera, they wanted him to go after Jews and communists, and Bandera was thrown in a Nazi prison because he went after Poles instead. If you actually read what happened, Bandera's people were killed by Poles. He hated the Poles with a passion. He murdered
because
so many Poles.
those were on the land he claimed to be his and of his people. There were many Polish. That's why they decided to ethnically cleanse their own core place.
Yeah,
but they also hate Jews. And today it's not an issue for them to be led by a Jew and to have Jewish oligarchs giving them money or controlling them. It's not an issue for them.
There's only 40,000 of them left in Ukraine. That's not a threat anymore.
The history of
today, I think they hate Russians. The propaganda within the Banderites movement group of people is to be anti-Russian first and foremost. First of all, that's the enemy. And I think because I saw several months ago, it was Polish foreign minister or something who made a visit in Lviv. Many Ukrainian locals came to salute him. It was a night visit. So I think they might accept kind of Polish maybe rules or Polish maybe kind of confederation between them and Poland.
There are different factions in Lvov. There are different factions amongst the nationalists. And I think for sure there are a large amount of people in Western Ukraine who would happily join Poland because apart from anything else, it would get them into the EU, and that's what they want. But there are militias, there are Banderite militias who carry the torch of Bandera and who hate the Poles with a passion. So it's a mixed bag.
Yeah. I think this is quite true. Errol, I think we should not forget that the Poles are useful for the Ukrainian cause. For the nationalism, for the Ukrainization cause. So this is more than obvious. For now. And of course they won't treat the Poles bad because they are very useful idiots for the moment. I don't know if the Poles understand that, but let's also not in terms of, we spoke so much about history, let's not victimize the Poles, because historically the Poles were very, very mean to the Ukrainians as well. They expelled them from their land.
They were in the 1930s.
They converted them by force to Catholicism, not even to Greek Catholicism. They converted. The Ukrainians had no elites whatsoever. They were ruled by Catholic elites, which were really mean to them. And Ukrainians, something when people talk about Holodomor, they should look at the lists of famines in the controlled parts of Ukraine by Poland and by the Austrian-Hungarian. Each second year, there was famines because the Poles, nobility, they would steal all the grain and leave people with as little as whenever they had a bad year, they wouldn't have anything to eat.
Yes.
So that hate in 2020s, 2030s was obviously there. It was just 20 years. The 1800s, where Europe experienced a very cold weather for 30 years or more, that memory was there. People really having a lot of famine and nothing to eat and having to immigrate to the States. Most of the Ukrainian population that is in the United States or Canada migrated during those famine times. So, you see, this thing is always coming and going. And actually, it's also very fun to watch that they actually wanted the Russians to come.
Nothing fun about that, brother. Nothing fun.
You can summarize that by just saying the Ukrainians were the peasant and slave class of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and that the Russians were the welcome rescuers who treated them as equal Slavs and built up their civilization, and got thanked for it by strong Ukrainian participation in the Soviet Union, but eventually now not being thanked for it. One last point about history. since we're talking about Lviv and the West, remember that there is this thing in 1933 to 40, the Havara Agreement, and about 6 attempts by the Nazis to resettle Jews outside Europe, right? Nazism and Zionism are in a kind of weird dialogue in the 1930s, right? Almost an alignment. And what changes that as it's still going on in 1940, Hitler's trying to get all the Jews to Madagascar. It changes in 1940 when Hitler needs the Hungarians, he needs the Romanians, and he needs the Ukrainians in order to fight the Soviet Union. Now, they do not have the ideology that Russians with their mixed race, Slavic, whatever, are the big issue in the subhumans. They want to kill Jews. And so there's a read in history here that says that Hitler agrees to the Holocaust of bullets in 1941 because he needs these minor allies to go in and be his forward troops. And that's consistent with the history that's the Romanians that actually carry out most of the slaughter in Odessa. It's the Ukrainians that carry out most of the slaughter in Lviv. And it's in the Baltics, it is local Baltic units that actually, start shooting commissars and Jews. And so it's really actually the Nazis always had the Jews as a secondary target, a rival race. Their idea of a subhuman was the Russians. They were going to wipe out everyone in Leningrad, Moscow, and Stalingrad. It was a consequence of that plan that leads the Jews to be targeted. And then you remember the last element here, the SS comes up with the death camps because they're horrified at the cruel way that the Romanians, Hungarians, and Ukrainians are executing Jews in the Holocaust of bullets. That is historical facts. You can look it up. So from the Russian point of view, they were always the primary targets. Nazism was always aimed at them, and it was just an excuse to call it Judeo-Bolshevism and target Jews. Russians still consider themselves the primary target.
I want to add on also because just now Andrew was talking about the Polish, maybe want to eat up some of this Ukrainian land and stuff, and bringing it back to modern day, I can't stop thinking about how Poland has this very unusual militarization that the rest of NATO is not doing. They're buying so many tanks, so many HIMARS, so many new stuff that all the other ones, they are more noisy, talking about the Russian threats and everything, and they are not buying. They are all not spending money. Only Poland, and I suspect that this has something to do with Poland. Eventually, they probably already know right in the beginning that this will be the step. Eventually, that they'll have to go into Ukraine and take certain land, and they need the military to do it. And this is just my hypothesis.
United States is doing this for Poland.
Yeah.
Andrew, say a point.
Donald Tusk just got elected prime minister, and the first thing he made was to cancel the deal made with South Korea to buy tanks, K2 tanks or something. Because who's gonna pay those tanks? Because European countries, European Union is going into recession or a very slow growth, but let's say kind of recession, because all that military beef that made by Poland is thanks to European money. They don't have the money in their pockets. It's us in France, in Germany, in the Netherlands who are paying for them.
That is true.
Don't forget that Poland has to pay for the gentrification of Poland.
You know, France and Germany are really okay to support Poland with that, because there is no way for French people or German people are willing to go to war.
That's a good one.
Against Russia. That's why they help. You want money? We give you the money. You got the people. You hate Russia? Okay. We're going to give you whatever the fuck you want. Same thing United States is doing. Because they know these people are willing to fight. Not all of them, but some. They don't need 6 out of 10. They just need 3 out of 10 is enough for United States and France and Germany.
Let's keep the voice to Andrew and Nuni, and after that Mehdi, because you guys have been with your fingers and you don't talk. Go on, Andrew. You've been there so active.
He's the one talking the most.
Jump on. No, we don't listen to you.
I'm an absolute idiot. I was speaking when my microphone muted. I just wanted to say, Nunya, I'm sorry. Just let me add something on Craig. Craig, you said that Polish people considered Russians subhuman. That's totally correct.
No, I'm saying that the Nazis had that as their primary doctrine. I didn't say anything about Poles. Not saying it's wrong.
No, in the original version of the March of Dombrovsky, which is the song on which then Ukrainians based their national anthem, Ukraine is not yet lost. I quote the translation is in Italian. I would just translate it in English. Bogdan, talking about Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the Cossack leader.
Bogdan.
Yeah, Bogdan. Our proud leader. Why did you leave Ukraine to the disgusting Moscows? To bring the honor, we will put our head in. Let's call ourselves Ukraine's proud sons. Of our Slavic brothers are already armed. It is not right that we remain behind. All rise immediately, Slavic brothers. Let the enemy die. Let freedom come. So here it differentiates even between the Slavs, and the disgusting Moscows, considering the two as completely two different things.
Yes.
The dehumanization of Russians was evident in Polish culture back then.
But it's evident in the Crusades, right? This all goes back to the Crusades and the Crusades against Orthodox in the East and the North. Nevsky on Lake Peipus. It's like to the Russians, Nevsky's their great hero who allies with the Mongols / China and then fights the Crusaders to a standstill. That's the history they're playing out again today. That's the Alexander Nevsky history. And so to them, it's Catholic versus Orthodox and a genocidal war to the death.
Now to Nunya. So thank you, Nunya, for having let me speak first.
Oh, no worries. Well, I was going to change the topic a little bit. Maddie, did you want to jump in on the history stuff?
We have a super chat.
That's actually what I'm going to just drop what I said because it'll just extend it even further. So we have a super chat. Can we talk about NATO Article 5? Notice the wording, deems necessary. Does this not make NATO a very weak pact since each member is only obligated to take action it deems necessary? And that is 100% correct. Just because it's in Article 5 is done doesn't mean that every country has to run to your aid.
Agreed.
So the thing is the way to look at it is Article 5 is the United States will tell you what you're going to do if you're in NATO, period. You're either going to participate or you're not. The idea that there's anyone else other than the United States calling the shots is
why. Article 5 only works to countries like Iraq, Libya, Syria, things like that. You know.
I think the Article 4 is
against Russia.
Article 4 is probably the most important one, because that's the one when a country is able to bring everybody to the table. And I think Article 5 won't be called before the Article 4. And it's
Wyatt, can you share my screen so that we can look at these? I'm pulling up the articles. So go ahead and talk about it, but pull up my screen, please. Okay, go ahead.
So the 4 is the most important one. It's very short. It tells everything. It needs to go, and it's from the Article 4. After consultations, Article 5 could actually really be called upon, because they would have. You just can't call Article 5 like that. Other countries have to be sure that you didn't do anything, and that you are completely a victim of that attack. That's not a response, because countries have the right response. For instance, if Poland had militaries that attacked the Russian army, which they did, and then they go and call the Article 5. No, it doesn't work like that, because it might be a response to something the Poles did that is against international law. Sorry.
Notice the giant loophole at the end of the first paragraph for Article 5, the security of the North Atlantic area. It does not say the Baltic. It does not say the Black Sea. It does not say the Caspian. It does not say the Mediterranean. It says the North Atlantic.
Correct.
That's a giant loophole.
It also doesn't define what attack is.
Right.
Because that's a big loophole there too.
I could be wrong, but I believe that the wording of North Atlantic area basically refers to this the sovereign territory of any of the NATO member countries that are above the a certain line of latitude. The point
They
of
can
that is
say that, but it doesn't say that here.
I think it says that somewhere else in the charter. I like I said, I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty
Look
sure.
for it.
I'll find it, but I'm pretty sure the whole point of it is basically to exclude French Guiana and like Réunion Island and shit like that from being protected by.
I remember that being part of it.
For example. Like the
So
Falkland
this
Falklands
is very
War is a great
interesting
example,
what,
right? That didn't bring in Article 5, even though it was
do you-
sovereign territory of the UK.
Actually, this is very interesting,
Do you
Archimedes, what you're
think-
saying.
do you
This is
think-
very interesting what Archimedes is saying, because imagine that the Russians are one of the reasons that many countries are in Europe are getting scared is once the Russians are done with the Ukrainians, they will come and have their revenge. Will they pay off of whatever they did to the Russians? And this is very good. That Archimedes is saying in the North Atlantic area, because imagine that the attacks, the payoff is actually in the Pacific, is in the Red Sea. It's somewhere in the middle of Africa, which obviously will be. It won't be in Europe. It will be somewhere in the world. The world is very big, and there is many ways of getting a revenge from the British. That's why, have you guys heard that this amazing mission to the Red Sea, all the countries they said they're going to support suddenly are not sending any ships at all?
Yeah, exactly. Now that's a fun
like
situation.
hell. The Russians were not going to attack an American ship. That's obvious. But the British, a German, a Danish, I think the Dutch also wanted to send. Oh, yes.
I will say one thing about this. So I've been following fairly closely. Like I said, I'm not an expert on this, but I've been following fairly closely Sal Mercogliano on to get updates on what's happening with the Red Sea. One thing he mentioned is that his theory is that the reason that these European countries are not taking part in the official Operation Prosperity Guardian is because they want basically plausible deniability because of their very large anti-Israel populations in their own countries. He said that there was at least one case where a French warship specifically escorted American commercial shipping through the Red Sea. Even though that French warship was not part of Operation Prosperity Guardian, it still, physically escorted American commercial ships through the Red Sea.
It was a French commercial ship, CMA-CGM. CMA-CGM, that's the name of the French company, a very big transport company.
You might be thinking about a different one because I'm sure he mentioned it was a American flagged ship. I mean, it may have been connected to a French company, but it was registered.
No, the French decided to join the Americans, and because the French had interest to protect their ships, their commercial ships, French companies' ships, and the Americans have other focus. And the French decided to leave the integrated command center for that Red Sea operation and decided to protect their own ships.
Well, I'm telling you that's probably, you're completely correct about that, I'm sure, but I'm just saying that there has been at least one instance where a French warship has escorted American ships.
Yeah, but to understand that situation, though, we got to back off 2 steps and look at the sequence of events here, right? The Houthis / Yemen, right? They started interdicting traffic specifically to Israel under, according to them, the 1948 Geneva Convention against supply of a genocide. Okay, that is hard international law. That is not changing. And unlike almost everything else in the world, in shipping, specifically shipping, international law is hard law because it affects everything. It affects insurance. It affects who interdicts. It affects who inspects. It affects who's on your crew. It affects how you're financed. You cannot ignore international law in shipping at all. So that was a very significant declaration by Yemen. Now, as soon as the United States interfered and actually killed 10 Houthis in this interdiction, the United States entered the conflict on behalf of a party that is now because of South Africa, now formally accused of genocide. This means the United States could become a complicit party in that case at the ICJ. Notice, not the ICC, the ICJ, the civil court, which has been established for 50, 60 years, and it's exactly the court where shipping disputes are set. So this is as hardball as you will ever see an international law and finance issue. So when you ask France or Canada or Australia or Britain, are you going to get into this on the American side? You're really asking them, do you want to be on the complicit side of a formal genocide case in the only effective international court in the world, where your public is against you and you will lose for absolute certainty on legal grounds, and Yemen will be deemed to have been harmed while trying to uphold the 1948 Genocide Convention? You can't go there. Like the United States is joining a genocide by doing this.
I think that's why they're formally not being part of it, but I think that they are informally doing what the United States wants them to do. I'm pretty sure.
As little as they can, but yes.
Well, sure, they're lazy French people.
There are no international hard law.
Oh, and shipping and insurance.
It's all a matter of how you interpret it. For United States, there are no genocide.
It doesn't matter, Arel. It doesn't matter. When you land a ship, you land it everywhere in the world.
Don't give a fuck.
It doesn't matter what the United States says.
It's like the wait. It's like the Montego Bay Convention of freedom of navigation. I'm sorry, United States never ratified it, but it's always claiming it. Oh,
I understand
we have the right of freedom of navigation. So you have to understand. It's not the law of the jungle. It's the law of the one who has the biggest gun.
It is not.
It is for United States.
Cannot and does not enter ports all over the world to force them to accept ships. It has to rely on domestic law and shipping law in order to make sure that you can land a ship in Singapore, land a ship in New Zealand.
If they cannot, or if they can.
Nobody can invade every port in the world.
If they want, they just need to create an ISIS shit in a port and invade it or bomb it.
They can't do that to every port in the world at once. Not possible.
Not every port. If they can do it, they will do it.
They could do it to 2 or 3. They can't do it to 20 or 30. They're not.
Yes, that's what I'm saying to you. And international law, it's like a religion where you have different people will have a different interpretation of it.
Yeah, but you still have to refuel your ships. You have to refuel.
And the international court, rulings of international court can be rejected by a country.
Sure. But in order to get a ship from, say, China to Europe, you're going to have to stop and refuel in several ports. You're going to have to satisfy the shipping insurance laws of several ports. I'm saying that you will find one of those countries will refuse you and stop the ship. No matter what the United States says, that power is essentially legalized and decentralized. So no matter how much firepower the United States has, it cannot force all those countries to refuel and accept all those ships. So international law is effective on shipping.
What I think Errol doesn't understand here.
Whoa. We have a super chat. I'm going to get it out there before we bounce back and forth.
Mehdi, let's get back to the chat after we finish this topic, man. We can hold that for a second just because we're still talking.
We're moving away from where the topic began with the super chat that this guy brought up. And what it is what his response is, it is not true the U.S. says what goes. U.S. invoked Article 5 after 9/11. Not many NATO members sent help to the second Iraq war. So it was his response.
German.
First of all,
they're paying money. We ain't. So they come
bunker housing. Bunker housing should first. Bunker housing should first give the link between 9/11 and Iraq. And many countries within NATO were thinking that also. What's the link between 9/11 and Iraq? With Afghanistan, okay. The Taliban, maybe. Al-Qaeda, surely. But again, it's not a state actor, Al-Qaeda. But Iraq, what was the link between 9/11 in Iraq?
We
That's
know,
why.
We know that there are many countries argued and didn't help the Americans, refused to send any help. Well, they informally helped, like the Germans said that they wouldn't enter the war, but on the end they facilitate their airports for traffic. So air transport. So it's and even we all know that the Americans had transport of prisoners through all these countries in Europe. This is completely illegal, and they did it. Also, okay. But this is international law, RL, and we know that the international law is most and foremost the law of the strongest. We have been talking about this many times, and I think you guys all understand. But, and this is important, when someone goes around international law, or it hurts it, or does otherwise, what happens is that other countries might not accept it and may not play along, depending on their interest. And it's a very good argument to use, because you also said, Errol, that international law is like a religion. And a religion is amazing to invoke in certain moments when your national interests don't go along. And I think Greg wanted to say something very interesting, is that for many countries in the world, they are fed up with this system that the US imposed us with the multipolar world, not the with the unipolar world, is that many countries will use it for their benefit, and they will say, but you support a genocidal action in Israel, and you are making part of it. So the interpretations, like you said, everybody will interpret that. That's why there are lawyers, and that's why there are judges and lawyers. None of them are completely impartial, although they say they are. But nevertheless, it's an argument. For instance, this accusation is a petition of South Africa in the International Court of Justice has two big effects. Even it doesn't matter what is going to be the ruling. The first effect is Israel is being accused of genocide, not by one single country, but by a lot of them. I read today the petition of the South African, and they say like a few countries: Brazil, Bolivia, Venezuela, and so on, Jordan, and so on. So they are not alone. Again?
Prata, it doesn't matter, because
it matters.
It does matter.
According to the West, only matter when civilized countries.
This is something very big.
We'll
this
see.
Is something very big. What has happened?
We'll
Israel was accused of genocide. Any country that will work. So now Israel is asking for support. They wrote there is someone leaked the document of the Israeli diplomatic correspondence, and they ask all ambassadors around the world to pressure the governments where they are to very strongly refuse that Israel is doing genocide. Sorry, guys, I have to go.
Are we still talking about? They
said needs to be a civilized country to condemn Israel. Basically,
are we still talking about NATO?
Fuck Israel. Fucking NATO.
Please. Yeah. No, well, the super chat about NATO, right? Like, this is the thing about NATO. Vaughan had it kind of right, I think. The NATO agreement it's a general agreement, and it's the US architecture for Europe, right? And one of the points I would make about that architecture for Europe is, and this ties into looking ahead with 2024, what's going to happen in 2024. The big contest in Europe is between NATO and something else. And the something else is generally called the European security architecture, right? So basically, when we look at 2024, we're looking at the future of NATO. Mehdi has said that, he doesn't think NATO has much of a future. There's a lot of people who'd agree with him. There's a lot of people in France and Germany questioning what's the point. There's a lot of people that benefit from NATO. The future of Europe is very much what Europe decides to do about NATO, and what's going to happen in Ukraine depends on that. It's strangely out of Russia's hands. So you see, if NATO feels under threat from an alternative, if NATO feels like there is a growing popular support to oust them from Europe, then NATO may take steps to precipitate a larger war. They may actually take steps to invoke Article 5 or Article 4. You've seen how nebulous those are. Those nebulous terms can be a call to war, but the real reason that there would be a call to war by NATO would be that NATO feels under threat, not from Russia, not from China, but from within. They would feel that they are going to be threatened to be displaced.
Yes.
And I think as we look towards 2024, we should be looking at the contest inside Europe. And one of the things I'd say about NATO is have a look at the weird way that NATO has evolved. NATO now has an energy department, right, that does energy policy. This is really weird for a defensive institution. The EU is this European institution that does energy policy. In fact, the EU thinks that the EU does everything that isn't military and leaves NATO for the military. But see, the EU wants to have a military policy as well. NATO wants to have an energy policy. These institutions, they don't have clear boundaries. They overstep each other. They step on each other's toes. When we look at Europe in 2024, we are looking at the future of NATO and the future of alternatives. My fear for an escalation in Ukraine is that Britain feels like it's going to get left out of a developing Europe, and that Britain precipitates an escalation in Ukraine in order to invoke a NATO and to strengthen NATO in 2024. NATO is doing business, but NATO could absolutely escalate the Ukraine crisis if it feels threatened by alternatives to NATO. And I think that's where I don't know enough about France and Germany, but I thought it was a very interesting discussion earlier about what's going on in Germany. I'd like to know more about that if you guys know more. Also in Italy, what's happening down there. They have an apparent populist who's actually a NATO stooge, but there's obviously a lot of anti-NATO feeling in Italy. But I think that that's what we've got to watch going into 2024. How secure is NATO, and what will NATO do if NATO feels under threat of replacement? And will they escalate Ukraine in order to invoke Articles 4 and 5 and to give NATO not just a reason for being, but absolute power on the continent for as long as they're fighting a war? So that's
absolutely right. I could not agree more. And in terms of the countries involved, you're looking at being puppeteered by the U.S. with the U.K. and Poland essentially as the key sort of in-theater proxies. And when you look at the European common security architecture, that is ultimately France, Germany, and Italy, with Poland kind of the swing vote, right? If Poland sided with France, Germany, and Italy against the US and UK, the European common security architecture would happen. But if Poland basically stuck hard to the US and the UK as a foil to France, Germany, and Italy, which wanted to settle things and calm Europe down, then you would see the kind of rivalry you're talking about, Toby, which you've talked about before, the rivalry between NATO and the EU, like only one can survive here. And I think I agree with that. And I do know a little more about Germany, quite a bit more about France, and a little bit about Italy. And I'm seeing moves away from NATO toward the European common security architecture approach.
I think that might be true for... Oh, yeah, go ahead, Nuno.
I just wanted to follow up on Toby's point, because I do agree, as well as Craig mentioned as well. Keep in mind as well, guys, you know, the NATO was formed decades ago, back when these countries still had militaries and military industries and things like that, where, you know, such an architecture would have made more sense. In this day and age, we've just seen that NATO is feckless. It just got defeated by Russia. So I agree with you 100%. I think that NATO is not long for this world. I think the European security architecture that Toby mentioned, that'll overtake it in some way, and they'll eventually reach an agreement with Russia on what that looks like. And then I also think eventually, I mean, I have to believe that the UK is going to eventually find its way back to the EU as well. Yeah, that's all I have.
Can I jump in here, or does or Mehdi, do you really want to talk here?
Go ahead.
I just want to say I kind of disagree with the prognosis that that NATO is going to collapse into a sort of a European security architecture that includes Russia. And the key reason is because of the UK and Poland. I don't think that you can I can't imagine a world where the UK and or Poland switch sides to the Russian-German conception of European architecture as opposed to the Anglo-American conception of European architecture, which is currently dominant. And the reason for that, Poland simply is a country that has the very unique honor of having been partitioned twice by Germany and Russia. Not once, but twice. I don't think that there's any chance that Poland will ever support Germany and Russia's interests with regard to the charm. Yeah, maybe so. But the second thing about the UK is that I think that the UK for a very long time has been moving away from a European identity. I think that the American empire right now is a continuation of the British Empire. I think that the Brits are very much a part of it, and they like being part of it. That's why Brexit happened. I think that that the UK is going to continue to be basically an appendage of the United States, in my opinion. The other thing I want to say about Europe is, look, European demographics are not good. The European energy infrastructure connection with Russia is being dismantled by the Americans, and it's being replaced by LNG imports from America at a much higher rate.
Nope.
Well,
not with LNG.
You may be right. But the final point I want, it might be being replaced by renewables as well. But sure. But the point is that I think that the connection between Europe and Russia in terms of energy infrastructure is unlikely to come back online. I think we will see a lot more Nord Streams before that happens. And the final point I wanted to make just about European demographics and the European economy, a lot of European companies are moving across the pond to America. I actually just applied to a job at a French insurance company that it moved to Texas and is making new offices in Texas, just as one example. And the European population is being replaced by people that don't have a conception of Europe as something separate from the West. So that's kind of all I wanted to say about that.
So guys, I gotta ask you. Hey, I have my hand up. Okay.
Go ahead, Mitty.
Everyone got their hands up.
Go ahead, Mitty.
Spit it out, Mitty.
Can you guys hear me? Because my
phone
just died. God damn it.
We can hear you. You muted it. Okay.
But anyway, if I could hear somebody say it. All I wanted to point out is that NATO, let's face what NATO is. All it is a promise of Uncle Sam's nuclear umbrella. And that's all it was brought down to be after a point in time, because NATO doesn't have a ground force. Let's just face it. They knew it in 2018. They knew it for a while now. They've known it for a long time now. And that's all it is just, it's always a promise to hide behind, Uncle Sam and his nuclear threat. Now that the Russians prove that you can't really do that because they have the escalation dominance, it puts America, its power is actually what holds itself back, because it only has one level of response. And that's all of NATO. They don't have, like none of you was saying, they don't have these armies anymore that you can throw together and just go do things. It doesn't exist anymore. It is not the 1980s. It is so much different now. And that's why NATO itself, if it couldn't prevent what was going on in Ukraine against a country that is nothing but a gas station, what the hell would it have done if a stronger force maybe had come up? So it's proven its reason for very existence does not deter anything. And it's proven its reason existence. It cannot respond in any way unless it's a freaking nuclear bomb. And that is the position that we put ourselves in. And I'll stop there. I gotta shut off and go back on. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Mitty. And that freaking thing died. And Mitty, that's kind of my point too. Prior to the Ukraine operation, I think that in Europe there was still a lot of thought that NATO was this big unbeatable beast. I'm not seeing that anymore, guys. I think NATO's done, or I think the Europeans are done with NATO. I think they're looking at this and they're saying, holy crap, we've spent the last 70 years pumping money into this, and when we needed it, we got nothing out of it. To hell with this. Let's go talk to the Russians. Let's get our gas back. Let's, so Archimedes, I do agree with you. I see the UK and people like countries like that being forceful against it, but I think that overall that the mass of Europeans.
Yeah. The first European leader to say that the thing you just said is gonna suffer regime change. Trust me. There is no way
because
I think it's too late. I think it's too late. You're seeing it in Europe now. All of these governments are
where in Europe? Where in Europe?
Yeah, who are saying that? What are you talking about, Nunya? I'm sorry, I don't share your view of the Europeans making their own security group different from NATO. I don't see that. Which army? You just talk about that, and that's real. That's perfectly true. Which army? Where are the military industrial complex in Europe?
You stupid frog, shut up. They're gonna realize that they don't need this big massive military against an enemy that doesn't exist. That's my point.
They know that. They knew that. They knew that about 20 years ago. They knew about that 20 years ago, They knew about that 20 years ago.
European countries have no army, apart maybe French army, which is kind of small. You look at UK army, they are non-existent.
And who's attacking?
Where is the military industrial complex in Europe? They don't have any. So it's the opposite thing to what you're saying that I'm seeing here in Europe. It's the exact opposite I'm seeing here in Europe, where you have European leaders and elites who are saying we absolutely need United States for our protection.
Yeah.
Kids,
even if
there's other
protection against who, protection against what, even if that is an illusion, an invisible things only existing in their mind. That's what they believe.
You're gonna love my
and
answer.
I see a bigger grip of United States inside European politics.
You're gonna love my answer.
Nonia, if you see
it's my turn.
The small EU countries that trying to get away from this United States politics. You know what happened to them? Small political parts. They get them together. To form a regime change. This thing happened in Czech Republic and almost worked in Serbia. Serbia is not part of EU, but almost. They always try to find people who agrees with United States to form a regime change. They tried that in Hungary. They tried that in Czech Republic.
Guys,
and what?
I don't know what to tell you guys. If Europe truly is as feckless as you guys are telling me, then there's no hope.
There is no hope. Let me intervene, you stupid.
Look at Italy. Look at Italy.
No, wait. Fuck. Give me a moment. I'm coming. This is all the. If the U.S. army was a real fucking gun, this is what the Italian army would fucking be. Okay, you have no fucking idea. I think you guys overestimate Europe so much.
No, it's
Even,
obsolete.
Toby,
it's obsolete. The whole thing is obsolete. Like, look at this Red Sea situation, guys. The message we got in Ukraine was this: tanks, like almost everything except artillery and missiles is obsolete. Artillery, missiles, and drones. Everything else, is almost useless. You can't.
Yeah, and Italy is known for its missile production. Italy is known for its missile production.
None of this matters. That isn't military technology anymore. That's kiddie toys. Okay, surface ships are kiddie toys. They are a waste of money. They are worthless. The Red Sea situation is going to prove that
ships are not military assets anymore. They are just liabilities. Okay, so
well,
we're in a very different
the point.
world.
I was trying to make
than
a
we
point
used to be
here.
in militarily.
I was trying to make
Don't
point.
need a big army.
I was trying to make another point. The European army, navy, the entire military of Europe is shit essentially. And I wanted to answer Toby. I wanted to interpret Toby's remark earlier as a question, as basically how Europeans see the NATO. And if, in Italy, I can tell you that unfortunately we're not enough against NATO. We're not as against NATO as I would like it, because simply because we don't we barely. If you ask an Italian, they will barely know what NATO is. Italians do not care about NATO because NATO has been influential to Italy for years. If a war started and then Article 5 would be brought up, now your Italians would be fucking against that. But if they would wake up from a fucking slumber of decades where they didn't even know what fucking NATO was.
You disappoint me, Andrew. You Italians disappoint me. What's Waqar got to say?
Well, Andrew, I just want to ask you one quick question.
Yeah.
I have one quick question about the Italians.
Yeah.
How many Italians are afraid of Russia invading them? To the same point, right?
None.
That's my point. You guys are afraid of a boogeyman that doesn't exist. Like,
no, Anya, they're not afraid of the boogeyman. They're afraid of America invading them because they already got invaded by America. There are like 60 U.S. bases in Italy. There's like 10,000 U.S. soldiers occupying in Italy right now. This is not.
Germany in Italy has no say at all. This fucking military base there.
I want Waqar to speak to this, but I'm going to suggest there's a strategy you're all missing, and it's the Qatar strategy. The Qatar strategy is leave the American base there, sell all of your natural gas to China so they have to protect you, host Hamas's bases there, and sit in the middle of the Persian Gulf making friends and brokering between Iran and Saudi. The Qatar strategy will work great across all of Europe, and if you need a military, you'll outsource it from Turkey, from Algeria, from Iran, from Morocco, from Egypt. There's your infantry. Mercenary infantry, the same as the Roman Empire used for the last 5 centuries of its existence.
How'd that work out for them?
They lasted 5 centuries like that.
All right, let's give the floor to Waqar.
Can I come? Yeah.
Now give it to Waqar.
Please.
I was just I think there was too much of emphasis on American hyperpower and America being the common denominator. Yes, after I think Cold War, I think they had a. It just said that Europe was basically basking in security provided because there was no challenger, and then you had the rise of the rest and all that. China, India, you have Russia. I would say jumping back, and then middle level powers. So if you I think look at World War I and II, how I think the superpower status shifted. So I think we are into that transition, and I think I'd go with Nunia because if there are people or leadership with common sense in Europe, they should start thinking like that. Because if you look at post Cold War, I think 3 decades of wars in Middle East, in Afghanistan, and Iraq, and Europe contributed. I don't know what NATO was doing in Afghanistan, but 46 countries were here. And then they were challenged in Iraq. Now I think almost Americans are being forced out from Syria and Iraq. So it means that middle level powers are now basically also rebounding. And Europe is now understanding that they are shoved into war, like even Ukraine, like it was created by Victoria Nuland. Basically, American led, this so-called Maidan revolution. And then that created that entire problem. Otherwise, things could have been settled, I think, as Putin had desired. So I think the transition is taking place. Maybe we have this 50 years of American hyperpower after World War II, especially after Cold War. So that has become a denominator. But I think the power has been dented very, I think, badly in Afghanistan. And now we are seeing the limits in even in Red Sea and let's say Persian Gulf. We had, I think, I posted it on the chat. One of the Israeli-bound ship was attacked near Maldives. I don't know who did it, but imagine Maldives is just south of India, and if the drones could go there and target. So this is the limit, and small ragtag forces are challenging. So I think if you look at Europe, how much it has suffered because of Ukraine war, now they being asked to become part of that prosperity guardian, operation, and they are reluctant. So I think the leadership is thinking on these lines. I would go with Nunia that ultimately, maybe it's not now, but maybe 5 years down the line, they have to look at an architecture which is independent, at least not led by America, because if you are shoved into war, which actually creates miseries for Europe, like energy shortages. There could be very harsh winter. I think if the Gulf War starts, so Europe is looking at a very harsh this winter which is coming, and Americans and Israelis are trying to now target Iran. So I think I'll go with Nunia that ultimately 5 years down the line, I think sense should prevail, and this has happened. This has happened after World War II. This has happened after World War One. Before that, there was a system. So it's a dynamic system. It can't be an American-led system, because I think ultimately Europe has lost a lot. And then there are, there's talk of Eurasian Brotherhood, despite I think uh, 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 people have let's say apprehensions, but people are thinking, like, even the Arab world is not having very close friendship with Russia. You have China is still very quiet. We don't know what they are thinking. So all told, I think 5 years down the line, I see that American power, as Alexander Dugin had actually desired. So look at fourth critical theory. He had desired that transatlantic power should be pushed out of Eurasia, and even Africa is rising. If you look at Africa, how they pushed out the French from the Francophone Africa. So things are changing. So I think it's a dynamic situation. America, I don't think so will be a common denominator in next 5 years, unless they come up with an alternate strategy. And basically, I would say America should actually now look at stopping these wars and regroup, build up their economy. There are serious problems, and let Europe breathe. So I would go with Nunia that I think 5 years down the line you may find, Europe accommodating Russia, because there's no other option.
Yep, I think so.
So I would go with Waqar, and I think it won't be that long, because the Europeans we are democracies, and I know many people will say, "Oh, we are not democracies." Okay, and in the democracies, what happens is that people get fed up of a different thematic, and then they change completely. So somewhere in time, which will be very near, when the balance between ideology and how much I have in my table will actually define how people will vote. So that's the problem with democracy. You don't have that long perspective, because your electorate can change all the time. This is why China and even Russia and other countries managed to go much further deeper in terms of decision making. Also, if we look at some big democracies like India, that doesn't happen, because these countries have had a very precise, decisive geopolitics that has been maintained and just change a little bit with each government that it comes. It doesn't really turn right or turn left. It continues its path. So that's also the difference towards our Western democracies that live in continuous velocity. And the thing is that when people go to the streets, they can try to shut them down. They can try to take them out of the social media. But on the end, it will be difficult, and people really don't have too much to eat. So I'm not waiting 5 years. I think next year will be extremely difficult economically for Europe. And with all these big elections in many important European countries, things will start to change. And I hope very soon. And you are right. If the US really had a constant capacity of understanding the future, will actually regroup, reconstruct their economy, and understand that the shifts in the world are happening. They can't stop it. And they need this new narrative where they integrate in the new world system, where they can be productive and they can work with everybody. Okay, I'm talking a bit love and peace for everybody. It's not so true, but they have to understand that their new position in the world is a bit different.
Yeah,
I have to disagree.
If you allow just one point, I like to add is the expansion of BRICS. You know how many members have been added, and maybe by the end of year, even I think Pakistan has asked for it. So unless India, creates hurdles probably. So what is BRICS? Basically, it's an alternate system. Then you're looking at de-dollarization. People are very seriously thinking about it because dollar has been a fiat currency for last, I would say, after 1973, and it has been, I would say, a war currency. More destabilization, the dollar would grow. And now people understand. If you look at trade, like India is trading with Russia in maybe Chinese currency and or maybe Indian currency, and there's a lot of effort by the BRICS now to build the kind of new currency, alternate currency. And initially it used to be US, like Libya. Why Gaddafi was taken out was basically African gold dinar, nothing else. And he wanted to bring currency backed up by Libyan money and gold, and for Africa, and he was taken out. So I think that time is gone, because now if India, China, Russia, and a lot of Arab countries have now joined, Saudi Arabia and Iran has joined BRICS, and maybe you will find the Eurasian, I think, brotherhood, as Alexander Dugin said, coming up as an alternate system, which is more peaceful, which is accommodative, which actually respects each other, the cultures, different cultures. And I think that strategy would gradually succeed, because people are really fed up of war. Like in the Gulf, if the war starts, where I think neocons are trying to bring Iran into conflict. So it affects the entire global system. I told you it's almost 60% of global energy will be choked. And imagine if the North route is blocked, Nord Stream and all that, and Russian gas is not, and there were alternate routes like India, Middle East corridor was basically also an energy corridor. Turkey was trying to build a corridor through Iraq, Turkey, and so it means it disrupts the entire energy system. So nobody is happy. Like China would be disturbed, India would be disturbed, and maybe we are also disturbed. Ultimately, it starts affecting your food supplies and energy. So I think people are like I used to even advise Trump in one of the articles that international system doesn't come to a halt when there is a chaos, because other nations that I think was pointed out, they will keep moving on trajectories that they have selected. They have 10 years plan or 15 years plan. So things will be, I think, move. And Europe would be very sensible if they can at least read the situation. Last 20 years, what has happened to them, and especially in last 5 years, and what are the alternatives. So post World War I, post World War II, change of systems indicates that there will be change, and there'll be a new system which would come up, which is, I think, more peaceful and more accommodative.
I have to disagree with what you said about Europe beginning to think that they had to make steps towards their own interest. I have to disagree on that, because I don't believe we are in democracy. I really believe we are in oligarchy. So what the European people thinks doesn't matter. It's what the oligarchs in Europe are thinking that matters. And the European oligarchs have all their baskets in the US financial systems. So they will follow, they will continue, they will think first. They don't believe in European culture. They don't believe in European values. They just want to have people from all over the world, Africa, Middle East, from Central Asian, pouring massively in Europe to change the population. They don't have any excuses or any second thought to move their companies in United States, in Canada, in China, no problem. Money,
I think
money.
RL's right. I agree with RL. We're talking about the OECD here,
At the end, yes, only future will tell. You might be right. Europeans will begin to have politicians and elites which will think to say, hey, stop it. Let's have good relations with Russia so we can we can have back good energy at good price and so on. I don't see that.
But,
I absolutely don't see that. And against
I-
the sentiment of European population, no problem. We
I
have
think-
cops. We
I
have
think
security
you're
services. We have electronic currencies, and we will close the money possibility of people. No problem.
I think we had this
That's how I
discussion.
see it.
We had this discussion in our last open mic. The political fight is much more complicated. You are describing what we have now, but the political fight is much more complex, and things will change all the time. This is the political the political dynamics in a democracy. It changes all the times. There are some oligarchs of one party at one time, and then there are more of the other side. They keep changing. But there is a moment when everybody is discontent, because oligarchs also need to make money. Yes. They can't stop making money. They still have to sell. They still have their industries, their commercial corporations, and so on, and they all need to make money. When they start losing money, they will also start joining other political fronts. And this is the way the fight goes, because everybody is fighting for resources that the monopoly of violence and that the government needs to provide them. So everybody wants a little bit. And I have been said many times that perhaps we, civil society, instead of staying in front of a computer or a television, we can go out and find ways to make our voice, integrate one of these groups to make our voice heard, or go join groups that you feel represented from. And if you interact, you might be a little bit, but you are a little bit. It's still something is better than just watching us here on the open mic, making your own, agreeing with us, but not doing anything against it. So the political dynamic is much more complex. I see that Toby and El have a good vision of what we have today. But there are resources of how they managed to achieve this control were achieved through democracy. They managed to convince everybody that this is good for us. Until
but the thing is, Prada, democracy would be such a radical departure from the OECD model of globalism. I mean, RL makes a good point. The aristocracy of Europe have colonized Europe in the same way as they colonized the Third World in the past. Their fortunes are not based in Europe. Their fortunes are based in factories in China. Their fortunes are based in factories in Vietnam. They're globalized. Their interests are global. They are not going to suffer if the ordinary people of France or Germany suffer. Those are just colonies now. So RL makes a very good point. And I would say we can look to history to see how empires change, because I think you make a good point, Prata, that there is always the impetus for change. I think that if you have a look at the way empires fall in history, the way that the OECD, I don't call it the US because aristocrats from all over the world are part of the OECD corporate globalist empire. It's not just the US, and the ordinary people of the US suffer just as much as the ordinary people anywhere else, because they've been colonized too. We all have, right, by the globalists. But the way that empires fall is because of demographic collapse and decadence. And when I have a look at the West today, that's the danger for the West, and that is the impetus for change. The West isn't going to change because of Russia or because of China or because of India. The West is going to change because children can't afford to have families, and they are born into a lifetime of crushing debt, and they are told that their lives are completely worthless. That kind of social system will radicalize whole generations of people very quickly. And I think that kind of radicalization is what splits empires apart at their core. And I think that is the biggest danger for the West at the moment. It's got nothing to do with outside forces. It's got to do with the fact that spiritually and ideologically, the West has become anti-human, and it has become worthless, and it risks a schism inside itself that rips itself apart. And at that point, the globalists face a hostility from not from China, not from Russia, but from the West. And the best thing that China and Russia and India and the global South can do is isolate themselves from that catastrophe. But that's where I see, any change coming from, because I agree with RL. The aristocrats that run Europe, they don't It doesn't matter to them what the people of Europe think.
Can I ask a
No,
quick
I mean,
question to
I
Andrew?
just-
Just a quick question, Andrew. How many cousins do you have?
He's Italian, probably 200.
You're muted. But
Okay,
no,
can
I
you hear
mean,
me now?
you're incorrect, Voz. I mean, the Italian demographics are completely fucked. It's an
My
absolute inverted
cousins,
Gaussian
I
pyramid.
have well, you must take into account the fact that I have around I have 4 aunts. I have 3 plus. I have 6. I have around 8 cousins.
Well, that's good. That's healthy. Actually, I was not expecting to hear that.
That's just on your mom's side.
Yes, just on my mom's side, but on my father's side, my father has only one sister who has no children. So,
Can I just point out to agree with Toby that this, but also to challenge Archimedes that the 3 countries that seem to have this biggest problem. It's a one sentence, please. Let me finish it. One sentence. The 3 countries that have this problem, the worst of internal division over their future and policy decisions: UK, Poland, and the United States. Those 3 countries are really looking at this full bore, and that's how they get kind of removed from the military future political equation, just by their own internal divisions.
Okay, I just want people to know, Prata was saying we need to go out and starting complaining like in France. I'm not part of that.
Yeah. Well, Voz, all you gotta do, you have to go to the office to get a license to complain
Call me a
first.
fucking pussy, but I'm not part of that.
Yeah, Voz, I'm not sure you have a license to complain, man. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to address the question of oligarchs and globalists. So where are the markets? Where are the workshops of the world? Mostly in global south now, and I'm sure the globalists are also smart guys. So if you see a policy like we are discussing Middle East and the region, the large ships are run by oligarchs. Some of them, like Israeli companies, I've calculated there are 20 shipping companies which are more than $1 billion. One of the company was one of the, I think, Galaxy ship was hijacked. Was basically owned by a family which is one of the richest families. I think $20 billion worth of the family. So so I would say that the globalist and I would say the oligarchs all over the world, they also look at the situation. If a policy actually starts affecting their businesses, their shipping liners, their industry, and where is the market? So I think all that they'll be thinking within Europe that enough is enough, and this policy actually is not given them. The wars and disruption, and as you're saying, debt, held by the individual. You start your education. Unlike South Asia, by and large, family support is there. And like my son is now studying in Turkey, so I'm supporting him. And 2 sons are here in Pakistan, and they are working. So in global South, generally, even in Africa, the family system is still strong. So demographics is also a major factor. If you look at Europe, if you look at even North America, Canada, you can't recognize that these are, let's say, white countries. They are all mixed up. You have Indian, let's say, origin prime minister in UK, and one of, I think, a Scottish leader is a Pakistan origin guy, and then you have Nikki Haley and Ramaswamy fighting for presidency of United States. So things are now changing, demographics also. And here you have
and Kamala
huge
Harris. Kamala Harris is
Harris,
half
of course.
Indian.
Yeah.
So things are changing even in decision making, and then they have roots, in Africa and Asia. So that's why I think Alexander Dugin's theory, the fourth political theory, I think everybody should read it. It's basically to exist, with honor, and don't deal with nations, whether small or large. So based on their culture or something. So respect every culture, and then grow. Otherwise, I think we are going to go into a catastrophe. And unfortunately, if Europe feels that oligarchs can control their destiny and they can be left out in misery, that will be, I think, I think the change will come, because in Europe, the demographics, I have figures, and a lot of countries done a lot of work on demographics. So it's almost now Europe is almost, I would say, if you look at the youth between age of 18 to 50, it will be dominated by let's say, whites. So that's the white shift is taking place already. So they are going to vote. So they are going to have their leadership, which will come and maybe have some sense. So I think entire world is fed up of wars. Despite that, I don't know who's driving these wars, but it has not given anything to Europe. So I would go with Nunia that gradually I think there'll be shift. Yeah.
I think it's very important to understand that the middle class is by definition afraid of changes. And there is the moment when they are not afraid of changes and are very dangerous. It's the moment they feel if they go for a fight, they have less to lose than if they don't. And going back to the political fight, how politics really happens. And I said, well, there are groups and people trying to grab the resources from the state. We look at what happened with Trump when he won. He was also supported by a lot of oligarchs, but a different type of oligarchs, the ones that were really scared about losing their industries, their more productive side of reality. And they were against the other ones, the big globalists of the financial markets. But the thing about the financial markets is like Waqar was saying, within this new alternative, this new critic sense, the colonial sense, actually, there is a whole literature there. I don't believe much of what they say, but the idea is that you have to go look at things like they are and understand why they have become mechanisms of dominance, of repression, of hierarchy. And the thing is that BRICS, what they do a lot is try to clean up the markets. They are capitalists in all the sense, but they understand, for instance, that the commodity markets for food have been being completely manipulated by 5 big corporations that distribute food all over the world. If you take out the minimum of them, because they are not even the countries that are producing these commodities, if you take out those commodities and you create new markets, things change. India did the same with the diamonds. I don't know if you guys were paying attention this last week. You probably know that one of the big things they are going to sanction now is Russia. 60% of the diamonds that go to India come from Russia. And the Indians obviously were like, whoa, what is this happening? What the Europeans did is they gave in Brussels the complete monopole, all the G7 gave the complete monopole to Belgium, to Antwerp, where all diamonds in the world need to go to Antwerp, be classified, they become like a passport, and then they can be sold to be sure they are not Russian. And what the Indians did was like refusing all that and created a new huge market for diamonds. They create a new building, and in that building will be new ways of marketing diamonds outside of Antwerp. And this is what many countries have to do the same. How do you sell your oil? Do you sell it in New York? Do you sell it in London? Or do you sell it in your own stock exchange? Or you make private deals with the different companies? Where do you sell your grain? What price do you create your grain from? Or how do you buy your grain? This is all important things that are changing, and I think it's one of this critical thinking that the BRICS are creating is enabling exactly that. People say that BRICS is economical. Yes, because the biggest mechanisms of controlling other countries, of creating this hierarchy, they were all economical instruments, mostly and foremost. And this is changing. So I see change there as well. Like Waqar was saying, Global South is now creating these new mechanisms.
Okay. Let's
boring,
move on.
I know. It's very boring.
No. You made good point about the diamonds. That means now we can sell our diamonds through India instead of go fucking EU, because Angola is not just rich in oil. Angola is fucking rich in diamond. I mean, fucking rich in diamond. I think
I
the
agree.
only I think the only country with more diamonds in Africa is more than Angola is Congo. You know.
I agree with you when you're talking about global south, when you're talking about India, China, Russia, Brazil, African continent, wanted to have let's say a global New Deal outside the hegemony of United States and its dominions. But I don't see that for Europe. I don't see that for Europe. Because there is one factor about the oligarchs in Europe and also in United States. Despite the demographic change you can see in Europe and in United States, a demographic change that can be visually seen in the skin color, for instance, I don't see any skin colors change amongst the oligarchs, the elites. I'm not talking about political figures because for me, those are puppets.
Yes.
So the political figure can be black, can be a mix of white and black, can be Hispanic, can be Asian, no problem. The bankers, the owners of big corporations, of stocks, they're not changing. They're even supremacist and eugenistics. They don't mix with other. They
They're also
always
not.
stay together. That's
They're
what
also
I
not.
see.
They're also not white, really, by and large.
They are. They
Oh,
definitely
if you
black.
consider them being part of the tribe, they consider themselves as Semitic, so from Middle East, but also part of the West. But if you look at Rupert Murdoch, if you look at the big families in France, the owners of capital and big industries in Germany, if you look at Italy, if you look at Spain and their upper class, if you look, I mean,
What's the
and
percentage?
what can that mixed population we have in Europe can do? I don't know. I'm looking at Greece.
Can I answer that? I think there's an answer to that.
Yeah.
The answer to that, in my view, is that there are some countries that basically have, let's say, a veto on the oligarchy. And in Russia is the most obvious. There are no oligarchs. There are just people Putin hasn't thrown out a window yet for messing with his grand strategy, right? They don't actually determine policy there. And look at China. There are people who have not been told to sit down and be quiet because they interfered in politics just because they have money, which is what happened to Jack Ma. So in neither of those countries can you say there is oligarchy because they're overruled by the authoritarian, right? There's you can make as much money as you want, but as soon as you actually try to change policy, you get told to sit down or you're out a window. And the other country where it uses this power much less rarely, and where RL might disagree with me, but there's some examples of this, is France, because the French bureaucracy and nuclear establishment and military establishment are not people you cross in France. And so I think if the arms industry and the people that build nuclear carriers and run the nuclear power plants decide that you're messing with their interests in France, I think you get told very much to sit down. And so those three countries have got the capacity to overrule oligarchs in some situations. And that I mentioned earlier, the German sort of, economic cooperation with China is renewing. And we talked about the ways that Poland could get thrown into chaos. And Waqar hinted at the issue in the UK, where you've got a Indian descended and a Pakistani descended English and Scottish First Minister about to replay the 1947 partition of India, when Scotland says we've had enough and leaves. Yeah. Ireland is closer to leaving. They actually have the formal right to leave, and that will actually trigger a whole lot of interesting scrutiny, because if you mess with the Oslo Accords and you mess with the Minsk Accords and you treat them like they're garbage and start giant wars, then you mess with the Good Friday Agreement and don't do what it says and don't allow Northern Ireland to hold a referendum to rejoin Southern Ireland, that's the third time you will have thrown international law treaties in the garbage and started a war. And at that point, you start to look like the bad guy. So UK could just break up and not be part of the power picture in the security establishment of Europe. Poland can be thrown into chaos by the things that Toby was talking about, just shoving the Ukrainians in their face and saying, here, you deal with them. And the United States, obviously, in the next 10 months is going to play a really interesting drama out in its own internal politics about how involved does it really want to be in the world. So there we've got those three countries that were identified as the barriers to a European reconsolidation, the UK, Poland, and America. Those three are all going to be very busy with their own internal issues. And all of this is highlighted by the Israel situation, all of it, because you've got a heavily Israel-tied banking and crime establishment doing money laundering, which is now getting exposed in the Epstein deal and so on, and that's unpopular. You've got a heavy Arab population in these European countries, which is very angry at what Israel is doing. And Europe is, of course, surrounded by the Muslim world in North Africa and in the Mideast. And France, having lost Africa, desperately cannot lose Arabia. So when you look at the France-Jordan conversation, it's really fascinating. When you look at the France-Algeria conversation, it's really fascinating. And when you look at France's change in policy to Ukraine, that they're going to invest in its arms industry, meaning they get all the Ukrainian arms technology immediately, and then they put a nominal amount into manufacturing there, it starts to look like France is hedging to perhaps maybe join forces with the Russians on a global arms alternative to the United States in the worst case for the West, and in the best case, at least get the Soviet era improved technology from Ukraine, like in aircraft. So these do look to me like independent moves by the French arms industry to realign itself, and Macron can be Napoleon. He can make the continental deal Napoleon tried to make with Russia to lock out the UK. So the UK is in chaos. There we go. I don't know whether I'm under or overestimating it. I'm just saying oligarchies can be told to sit down by these establishments, and they have every interest in doing it. And I'm seeing moves that I think are indicative of setting up the option.
One thing, Craig. France without Africa is a third world country. There is no way. It doesn't matter what they do. If they don't get the resource from Africa, Ukraine is nothing for them. Doesn't matter what Ukraine is gonna give them. They're still gonna need the resource from Africa. Something they're not getting the way they used to, like 10 months ago.
But agreed. But France has some ties in South America, right? It even has territory there, and it has ties in Arabia, and that can offset the loss of Africa. So they really need to do that.
In Arabia, you mean like North Africa. Algeria hates them. Morocco, don't even mention France. That's what I mean. Without Africa, France is nothing.
But they can moderate that by just suddenly changing some of that behavior, and they also are making strong overtures in Lebanon, in Syria.
The only way they can be something you mentioned. The only way they can be a power, no superpower, just a power, is Russia. If they team up with Russia, yes. Because Russia is like Africa. Russia is full of everything. Everything you find in Africa is in Russia.
That's the long-term big play, I think. Yes,
Craig, a bit of hidden history about France administration. You are right. France has a strong administration, strong, let's say, military establishment. But after General de Gaulle, when he went out of politics, the French oligarchs made every effort to infiltrate that administration. And Macron is the nail in the coffin of the end of the French administration as an independent entity.
So going back to the idea of wars.
I agree, it's pivotal,
going back to the idea of wars, the thing is that, like I said before, Europe, but the US and everybody else needs to understand this new position, this new world that is coming. Nobody has really capacity to invest alone in Africa besides the Chinese, or most alone. Whoever wants to play a role or also participate in that big market has to team up with the Chinese, with the Russians, in different companies, but like single European mentality, that gateway global gateway mentality, it will be a disaster. You're just giving money and not really giving money. It will be waste. We have to team up with the guys that are there and that can do something. Just to control, to manipulate elites. This is old school stuff that is not working anymore. Because you have now something different with you, which is African elites that want to get rich by exploring their own stuff, by creating their own industries, and so on. So what they also have to play along with that and not in that old mentality of post-colonial, like he was saying after Charles de Gaulle. Well, we have seen this type. We have discussed about Niger, all those ways they tried to control the elites in order to get the resources. This is over.
So guys, one thing, question. United States and Canada are fucking rich countries. Europe, they are not. So these countries in EU, they fucking need United States to survive.
So, guys, question for all you guys. So RL mentioned that, we live in a bunch of oligarchies, right? Which I agree with. Craig mentioned that, they can be told what to do by the state if needed, which I also agree with. And Prada mentioned that, there needs to be a change in mentality and thinking, because even the worldview of a few years ago is out the window now, which I also agree with. Given these 3 points, what does the next year, 5 years, 10 years look like? This is a major shift, because in order for Europe to survive, I think they need to pull away from the U.S. and as soon as possible. Do they not?
I know that, but how? That's the thing.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
The problem of Europe, it needs a lot of energy.
Yes.
Right.
Oil, gas, whatever. They need a lot of energy, and renewables will never cover all the needs of Europeans, especially the industries.
Yes.
You could have
talking about energy.
So
Joseph
they are
Borrell
kind of
said,
fucked.
one of the best thing EU did was stopping buy cheap Russian gas. What kind of lunatic is it?
And one of the goals, or let's say plan of the European elites, it's to make every European less wealthy, poorer, so they will need less energy. That's how they want to fight inflation, by making everybody not able to afford anything. So the price will go down naturally because you have less demand. They are destroying demand by making people poor. That's how they want to fight inflation.
There's actually a point about the energy issue, is that 1/2 of all world shipping is fossil fuel energy. So this bottleneck in the Red Sea, it really affects Europe. And when Yemen said we're going to let the Russian ships through, but not anything heading to Israel, that is a profound screw down on Europe. And Europe has a choice. Europe can back the Arab Muslim world 100%, screw Israel completely, and tell the U.S. to F off. And all of their problems are solved. Their energy problems are solved. Their military problems.
Not gonna happen.
That's all they have to do.
It's not gonna happen.
The United States chose the worst possible hill to die on, and it can die on it. And Europe can make that decision.
Like Nunian said, EU needs to wake up. And
just don't know how.
Find better friends. Find better friends.
I don't know how.
Yeah, that's how. They need to wake up. Everyone knows that.
I'm not sure.
I would like
possible.
to address.
I have a theory how. I know how to do it.
Go for it.
No.
France is in a conversation with Jordan nominally about setting up a refugee status for a huge number of Gazans evacuated from Gaza. I'm sure they're telling the Americans that this is going to be some kind of permanent relocation camp for these people that will all stay peaceful and become Jordanian citizens. No one who knows history would believe that for a second. France might be sneaky enough to be helping the Jordanians arm them all to completely invade the West Bank and literally conquer Israel, all by surprise, which is definitely a thinkable thought now, considering how many forces are arrayed around Israel. It could happen. So it is quite possible, if France does what it traditionally did do for 200 years, pick the right moment to absolutely screw the English-speaking world, do what was good only for itself, and somehow magically impose a kind of a pax on the world by a shocking act of betrayal, Vichy France level. That honestly is on the map now, on the radar. I'm sure that some people in France are talking about it. I agree with RL that Macron is this pivotal figure who either goes along to the doom of France with this agenda of the Anglo world, or he totally betrays it, ditches his wife, marries some gorgeous Russian-Ukrainian girl, and ends up betraying the English-speaking world. Like, Macron personally makes this decision. And this is so amazing to me that people don't notice that throughout all of history, like especially the last 70, 80 years, France is the swing vote on the UN Security Council permanent vetoes. It's always the US and UK on one side and Russia and China on the other. And then France makes a decision that's good for France. And that's the way the world goes, right or wrong. Look at Libya, where France decided to try to knock over Gaddafi.
Like I said before, people always say shit about Boris Johnson. I don't care what you think about him. He did one of the things. He took United Kingdom out of EU. From him, I salute
Boris
him.
Johnson.
You know why he did that?
I don't care what you think about him. He did the best thing. UK knew.
By taking the United Kingdom out of the European Union, what that's done is put the United Kingdom firmly into the Atlantic camp, into basically the Anglosphere, right? The headquartered in Washington, which is taking the United Kingdom away from any possibility of joining up with some hypothetical Franco-German, Italian, Russian alliance. Any kind of continental European alliance.
Which is why the UK will break up in order to allow that. It increases the chance of a UK breakup because it's trapped on the wrong side.
Yeah,
Have you seen the way the EU ship is thinking? It's thinking really fast, really, really fast. And
I'm amazed.
But Craig, the only way to save the EU is to expand it to be the Islamic corner with Turkey and North Africa all ring within
what? Romania, Bulgaria,
Sharia law in the EU, guys.
Yep,
that's what we need.
Craig, about what you said about France being kind of in the middle in the United Security Council. Not anymore since Nicolas Sarkozy. Each time now, France has voted with United States and UK.
And look at the trouble that's got them in. Look at the trouble that's got them in. They have
they don't care. They don't care because it's an oligarchy who controls it and who have and forever, I think, because look at Macron. Macron is a puppet of David de Rothschild, the French branch of the Rothschild family.
He married into it.
Exactly, and his so-called wife, which some say is a transgender male, but whatever.
Maybe.
It was the teacher of the children of Bernard Arnault, which is the wealthiest man of France, even if he is not living in France officially because of tax reasons, whatever. I mean, Macron was put by the oligarchs. He's a puppet of the oligarchs. And they're losing Africa. It's America which is replacing them. And maybe China, and maybe Turkey, and maybe Russia. But United States is also behind the fact that France is losing its grip in Africa. because the United States don't want competitors within its own garden. You have to understand that. They just want pure vessels. They are very okay to destroy European industries, European economies. They don't care as long as those companies come to United States, no problem. You have to understand that those oligarchs don't give a shit about the future of France, its history, its culture, as long as they can do what they want. Yeah, having a house in Florida, having and about what you said of we have to look at what French diplomacy is doing with Jordan and something, and they will trick everybody coming with their own solution. That's bullshit.
I think one
That's
of the biggest
bullshit.
mistakes of the
The
United
first
States,
thing that Macron said is, "Oh, we are behind Israel. We are with Israel."
It doesn't have to be Macron.
And the senators in France are passing a law or
Yes,
try
and
to
he's
pass a
very-
law to condemn people who are claiming anti-Zionist thing as being anti-Semite.
the biggest mistake
You
of
have
the
to
United
understand that.
States, the biggest mistake
I
of the
do, but
United States was
it
to
won't
weaken Europe,
change it.
because
Yeah,
Europe was the
he's not
biggest.
biggest, he's the best.
They
Anyway,
passed the same
Waqar
law.
has had his finger up for a long
Yeah.
time. Can we hear what Waqar has to say?
Yeah. I would like to, I think, address the fundamental question raised by Nunez: what happens in next 5 years? I think that was also the topic, the fundamental question. And just I'll put three scenarios. And just before that, a quick comment on diamonds and India. Mind you, India was the pioneer in diamond cutting, like Kohinoor, which is owned by King Charles, belongs to India. And in Surat, they established in Mughal time. I think it was the best diamond cutting internationally. So they are the pioneers. So
The diamonds of
what they're
Golconda.
doing now is basically, they're basically, it's a revival of the industry, and they are doing very well. So it has nothing to do with Europe or Brussels or Belgium. Basically, India was a diamond center a long time, almost 400 years back. Now we come to next 5 years. I'll paint three scenarios, possible scenarios, and also I'll just highlight that the migration is also going to take place. Massive migration. Migration could be because of wars like Ukrainian. I don't know how many millions have moved to Europe. When Gaddafi was taken out, and we were in Paris in a seminar in IHEDN, one of their defense institutions. I was part of the panel, and there were a lot of people from Middle East and US, and they were celebrating. And then they showed an arc of instability, which ran along the southern coast of Mediterranean up to Pakistan, and then from Central Africa, from Nigeria down to Somalia. And they said that this is the future. This was 2011, I think. Gaddafi had been taken out, and they were celebrating. And I just asked them that, do you know, if you start creating chaos in MENA region, where does the population go? They're going to jump across the Mediterranean, and you will have a massive tsunami of refugees, flooding, and you already have a demographic imbalance. So you are accentuating that. Ukraine war is already accentuated, and now there is economic migration. Like Pakistan, I think last 2 years, almost 2 million young people have gone to other greener pastures. And same, I think India, you can multiply it by 5 times. And it is also happening probably from Africa. So there is a mass migration taking place, which is going to disturb, in case wars continue. Imagine another Middle East war. So you will have these migrants again making a beeline through Turkey into Europe, or jumping across the Mediterranean. So it means that there's in three scenarios. One is a major war takes place in the Middle East. The energy supply is disrupted. Iran is attacked, and somehow Iran takes on, and there is a massive disruption for a year. Entire global system of energy is choked, and Europe is going to suffer very badly. I don't think so North America, but Europe is going to suffer massively. So it means it will push again the global south to get into the Eurasian arrangement, or the BRICS will actually start expanding. The other scenario is that sense prevails now, and they read the writing on the wall, and they have to stop Israel, they have to stop Ukraine war, and go for, as I said, regrouping. That probably is the best scenario, but I don't know how the Western leadership or whosoever is pushing them towards war is doing it, because ultimately Europe is a loser in the first scenario, and in the second scenario there is a chance of regrouping, and then you have a better system integrated. US falls back and regroups, and the third is kind of status quo, that wars keep simmering, and there's instability, but the system as it goes. So I think 5 years down the line you will find global south uniting, and the choice will be up to Europe and North America to either have an arrangement or get isolated. So Europe becomes a kind of isolated island. So I think these are the three scenarios in 5 years which are likely to take place. So it's up to Europe to decide which scenario they are going to follow.
What's your opinion? What do you think is the most likely choice that the Europe will take out of those three scenarios, or Europe and the US together?
I feel that if any miscalculation takes place now, it's so much hot in the Middle East. It's so much hot, and the global system is so much interconnected that you want to help an ally, and then you find out that basically that ally is going against your interest. So I feel that most probably 2024 will decide, and most probably a war in the Middle East, and within that, I think devastation for the region, for the energy supplies. But ultimately, after 1 year, you will find Europe getting isolated. So most probably this is where the Americans are actually, and Israelis. Actually, Israel wants, is so much frustrated. They want the US to now enter on their behalf, because now I think if you look at the military situation, there are 12,000 injured, lost their limbs, and I think
Wow.
5,000 killed. And there's a lot of push against Netanyahu also, because they wanted to finish the war in 10 days. So this is now 90 days have passed, and the other groups are really arrayed against Israel and American interests. So maybe if sense prevails, but I feel that it's going to be very, very destabilizing year 2024.
I want to say I think that it's there's a chance that the United States divests from Israel in the next couple of decades. I think people are taking it for granted that the U.S. will continue to be in Israel's corner. If you look at, I saw a poll recently that among young people on both sides of the aisle, both Democrat and Republican, there's actually a very significant proportion of them that are Holocaust questioners or Holocaust deniers, and then a very significant portion that basically side with Palestine against Israel. And it's a very dramatic difference between the older crowd versus the younger crowd. So what that means is that over the course of the next couple of decades, we're going to see, those older people die off and the younger people take on more of a role in opinion making. And I think we could see a very dramatic departure of America from Israel. I'm not going to bet my life savings on that, but I think it's very possible.
Are you suggesting people are going to become more Holocaust skeptic?
Just generally Israel skeptic. I don't know about Holocaust skeptic.
Yeah, this is a symptom. A certain percentage of the people who are anti-Zionist are also essentially into these basically crank history theories. But fundamentally, it is a disgust with the actual behavior of the state of Israel. It has legitimate grounding. They see it now like South Africa, like a country who just plain has to go away from its racist.
Yeah, I think it mostly it'll just go to the point that it'll just weaken more and more the argument for foreign aid to Israel, foreign aid to other countries. They won't buy the justifications as easily. And if you want foreign aid, you're going to have to really prove a case probably and justify it legitimately. You can't just say, "Oh, it was because of this or that," and that's always the way it's been. I think they'll maybe just be more accountable before they write a check, maybe.
To make Waqar's point a little stronger, one of the things I agree with there very strongly is that Europe has the option of essentially stabilizing itself. And although I agree with RL that France is very hated in Algeria, Italy is not, right? And Italy has a better relation with North Africa in general. And Maloney has got up and championed North Africans and said, hey, stop wrecking their countries and that it won't be coming here so much. So there are countries like Spain and Italy in a great position to mediate with Morocco or with Libya or with Algeria or with Ethiopia or whoever, and essentially make much more of a peaceful relation that helps the energy situation immensely, that helps the migrant situation immensely, helps the security situation immensely. if they have the guts to make those policy decisions totally independently of the United States. And if the UK gets hammered by its own economic problems, its own internal divisions, a literal breakup with Northern Ireland leaving and Scotland leaving.
UK is a very rich country.
It's only rich because it's doing money laundering through the city of London, and
Well,
that
doesn't
is
matter.
under
They're
very
rich.
great pressure, scrutiny. And who's doing that money laundering? It's elites from the United States, elites from actually Ukraine now with a lot of that money, and it's closely connected to the banking system of Israel. So in a way, these are all incredibly unpopular causes and people right now, and BRICS is setting up a strong alternative to them. So I think it is.
African countries, they are really rich.
It is possible. Anyway, I want to just make that point.
They need help from UK banks. So,
but just to agree with Waqar that Italy might be the fulcrum country that can make those deals happen. Spain seems to be going this way already because they charged Israel even before South Africa did, and seems to be pushing away from the American axis strongly that way. But to agree with them completely on American internal sentiments, it has gone from unthinkable 3 months ago to wildly popular out there to basically agree with the charge of genocide, to agree with the charge of apartheid amongst especially American youth. There is an absolute best before date on American support for Israel just in the demographic opinion. So this has a lot of symptoms, including some unfortunate ones. And it just to make the very last point I need to make today, the crisis in Christianity, ultimately anti-Semitism, so-called anti-Jewishness and so on, roots from a problem in Christianity, which is it essentially tags the Jews as, hey, not only did you kill Jesus, you also, to this day, don't accept that he's the Messiah. So there's this inherent built-in anti-Semitism in Christianity, and that has been a problem for the whole history since. And so that's part of the crisis now. It's now really on point given the Israel situation. We created the situation as Christians, shall we say, the Christian world, and now have to bail these people out of a situation largely created by that, with things like Zionism and Nazism both created by that as reactions to that anti-Semitism. That's part of the crisis. So we have this crisis in orthodoxy going on in Ukraine. You have this crisis in the inherent anti-Semitism of Christianity going on, played out through Israel. And then you have in the United States, you have the Christian Zionist evangelicals who literally want to bring World War III by shoving off the Jews and causing World War III and then converting or killing them all. It's a wildly anti-Jewish agenda, somehow masked by Christians United for Israel as being pro-Israel. It's insanity. It's madness. It's crazier than any jihadi ever. And it's got to go. Like, that is a crazy heresy that now has to be rooted out of Christianity. So that's my crisis in Christianity argument. And then just to top that off, in Africa, Christianity's association with colonialism, and in South America, Christianity's association with Latin American authoritarian governments against liberation theology. All of that now is on the table, and the whole future of Christianity as a religion is up for grabs.
Well, at the same time, I just want to say
I agree with you about religions.
Orthodoxy is on the rise, though. That's the other thing. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic there.
It must be really interesting for non-Christians to listen to us talking about Christianity, as this was like the decision of the world as mankind. But nevertheless, I was going to pick up one of the things because Waqar gave us like 3 different scenarios. Most of them are very plausible, so there is no discussion on that like that. What I would say is that from what he said is the element of surprise. So in 2023, we had a lot of elements of surprise all the time. In 2024, we'll have more. So our inability to really predict things like they are, this is for everybody, is the element of surprise. Geopolitical crises appearing everywhere where you don't really expect them to appear right away. And I am saying these because business needs stability, it needs the idea of prediction and so on. And I'm going to say this because Waqar said something more important, which is Europe will be confronted with itself when it lost most of its influence in the international arena. And this will be a shock for the Europeans because they are not they feel this happening, but they are not yet conscious about it completely. And this will be the moment of change of the European political elites that might come to the idea that Nuno also talked us today, that they will have to reform, they have to rethink everything. And this will probably happen by the next G20, which is most of the times almost on the end of the year, by November. Between August and November, we'll have probably the BRICS coming bigger, but we have a lot of elements of surprises that we don't know what really this will come. And this makes things difficult to predict. And when things are difficult to predict, you don't invest that much, you are careful, you don't introduce policies. So we are leaving the short-term policies all the time. Everything short term. And I think this is what will create 2024, is a short-lived little victories and disappointments and little conflicts all the way, and big ones as well. I think Europe, first of all, when Craig was talking about the possibility of Italy and Spain make some type of mediation, what I realize is that these countries, if they do that, they will go in a fraction. So this is what is happening in Europe, is the fractionation of several countries saying, no, we want a different way. The Irish, the Spanish, everybody's, the Hungarians, they are fractioning Europe like we used to know it. And this is also the waking moment of many European elites and so on, when they realize they can't unite anymore everything together. The glue is not holding anything together. And it is true that if Italy or Spain will do that, they will go more or less against the rest of Europe in its cohesioned international policy. I'm sorry to say that, because I see a lot of things happening that can happen everywhere. This element of surprise will also create countries to decide to break away and make something different in order to see themselves, because the local elites are not globalists. The local elites are very important as well in each country, and Europe is a lot of countries. They also have expectations and anxiety. So anxiety is an element that we should look into this year, which is sad. The political instability, like I was saying, and the international order, things will keep changing, and they will change towards the global south. The Europeans are not completely aware of their position, where they go to, and this is when the fraction will come. Because, Craig, you see countries that understood that the splitting with China will create for them a real economical danger. And that's where the splitting will start to happen. And when Europe will start to see itself completely split in how to understand, shall Spain now invest in South America more because Europe is completely disrailed, or shall Germany go to Africa, or they will not, or bring their fabrics to Vietnam instead for China. So this splitting will start happening. And but the waking up will be very late in 2022-24, so don't expect it to be on the beginning. Now we still have a long way of instability to live in 2024 until people will start to wake up, understand we have to change. So this was my answer for 2024 for Nunia.
So Prada, to follow up on that one, and I know I'm not saying that this is going to happen in the next year or even 10 years. Is this the beginning of the breakup of the EU, or at the very least, are we going to see a country leave the EU sometime within the next 10 years? I can see that happening.
The next 10 years, yes. Before that, there is another problem. So the European Union, when Portugal went to the European Union in 86, so these periods in the 80s to 2000, the European Union was mostly the interest of the center. And the center was France, Germany, Benelux, and Italy. Their problems, their solutions, their expectations were the ruling of the European Union. They configured it. When in 2011 there was the there was this is my interpretation, Errol. You can speak whenever you want. When in 2011 there was the monetary crisis, the French and the Germans started to split, and this is when Europe was Germanized. And with the Ukrainian, but already before, with the Ukrainian war, what happened is that all the interests of what is moving the European Union has moved even more to the east. And this is where the Western Europeans will have a problem to understand what is happening. And they will feel like put it aside. So there will be an incentive in order to split. The real splitting will be if the European Union will not be able to reform itself. Well, we're talking in the long term, yeah? On the other side, in the short term, I see something different, which is the fact that I find it very difficult to find a new successor for van der Leyen. And whoever comes, doesn't matter. And I think we'll go back to European Union where the president of the European Commission doesn't have the power that van der Leyen was allowed to have. So decision-making will go back to the European Council, where the national states decide more in terms of their national interests. And this could be the salvation of the European Union, but I doubt it because the Eastern Europeans control too much and the globalists for that to happen.
I nominate Claire Daly.
Again? Great. Can you repeat?
I nominate Claire Daly to head the European Union.
Yes. She won't make it.
European Union is an organization.
I'm surprised that woman's still alive, you know?
Guys, I'm going to interject. I'm going to start the predictions so that we can wrap this up, maybe. So here's the thing, right? I'm hearing a lot of nebulous wishful thinking, in my view. One of the things that I take away from the Ukraine conflict is this. NATO got the Ukrainians to fight. Ukraine had a very useful thing for NATO, which was a huge number of young men who were capable of going to war and fighting. I don't see that in Europe. I certainly don't see that in Australia or in the US. There are ideological realities in the West today, and this has to do with the crisis of Christianity too. The West has become hostile to its own heritage. It's become hostile to the idea of patriotic war. It's become strangely ineffectual. That was one of the reasons that we had to get the Ukrainians to go do our fighting for us. I think that if this conflict in Ukraine had happened 50 years ago, NATO armies would already be there. And I think that the reason that NATO armies aren't in Ukraine is because we don't have NATO armies that want to go to Ukraine. I think that the situation in the West, the demographics betray the situation utterly. The situation in the West is so complex and so debilitating that I don't predict any great change. I predict a continuation of what we've already seen. I don't think it matters who wins the US election. I don't think anybody alive today created the financial system that is the OECD and the banking industry in the West. We were all born into this world, and the West seems to me to be on an inexorable slide into decay. And as I say, the demographics tell this story utterly. I don't see any policy from any politician, whether it's Maloney or Trump or anybody or Vivek Ramaswamy. None of them have got any idea how they're going to create a Western world where young people can have a family and save money in a job. None of them have got anything to offer young people. Young people face debt, crushing state debt, crushing personal debt. And as I say, it's not like the oligarchs are to blame for this. The oligarchs, the wealthy people that inherited their banking shares, they were born into the world just like the rest of us. This is a pattern of empire that is perhaps, it goes on over hundreds and hundreds of years. So I don't see any policy changes. I don't see them on the table, and I don't think they're even possible. I think the West is in inexorable decline. And I think that if we could fight a war and win it, we'd be doing that in Ukraine today. And I think the fact that we're not in Ukraine and we're not fighting with those people is because we can't. And I think I've had a look at the military today, right? We will lose the next hard shooting war we get into because our young men can't fight. They don't want to fight. They're against it. They don't see anything worth fighting for, right? And so I think that we're just going to keep sliding into crisis. And eventually, if there is a crisis, it will be a crisis within the West. It'll be a combination of financial and demographic crisis. And I think it's entirely unpredictable what will happen. But I don't see any politician anywhere that's offering solutions to the problems facing the West today, possibly because they're insurmountable. So on that cheerful note, I'll hand it off to someone else for their predictions.
Can I make my prediction?
Guys, Toby, I'm totally agreeing with what you just said. And I will even add, because we were talking about European Union. European Union is a jail, a prison. And if you look at each individual European countries, they have huge debt. You talk about demographic problem. They are kind of deindustrializing at a fast pace, and they don't have natural resources. Maybe the exception is Norway and country like that, but there are not many. Meaning they are fucked. Whether the European Union evolved to something, I don't know what, or the European Union just crashed because a big country or several countries decided to get out of it. The future of Europe is all but bright because of those core issues, which is demographic, but also industries, economies, finance, technological advancement, education system. I mean, now you have new countries emerging in like China, India, Brazil, who are beginning to taking off, who are already taking off. I mean, Europe is fucked.
Okay, so I think the last three people have heard make your predictions for 2024, and then you just said, "Oh well, it's unpredictable." Well, that's kind of the point of making predictions. Okay, the world is unpredictable. Let's have some fun with this.
Yeah.
Here's my prediction for 2024. Trump is going to win a landslide electoral college victory in the votes. Okay, and they're not going to be able to steal it from him, and he's going to have a huge mandate of successfully winning the election. Second, I think that none of you disagrees with me. I still kind of think that there's going to be a Falklands War. Okay, just because I think that'd be fun. Third, I think that the United States is going to start a special military operation against the evil, anti-democratic Venezuela. Okay. Fourth, I think that there's going to be a major escalation of the Balochistan situation. Okay, so that's a whole can of worms, but I have a feeling that something's going to happen there. Fifth, I think that Modi is going to win in a landslide, and he's basically going to become God Emperor of India for all time. Okay, and he's going to rename himself to to Ram or something. And so and finally, and I think that's going to lead to some kind of escalation in the India-China question. I think there's going to be some new action on the LAC happening in Kashmir. And yeah, those are my predictions for 2024. There you go.
My prediction for 24 is just thank you, United States. That's it. Everything is working perfectly when it comes to the EU. Fucking the EU.
I'll go next because I do have to run, guys. First prediction, I'm going to predict that there's going to be no new money approved for Ukraine. I think that's pretty obvious if you listen to what some of these guys are saying. They're pretty desperate. So I don't think the Congress is going to fund any more for this lost cause. The only exception being, like I said at the very beginning, if Johnson and Biden work out some sort of deal to fund it for a few months, but I don't see Biden going with that. So with no money comes my next prediction. Russia is going to complete the operation in 2024 because I think Ukraine is just going to implode fairly soon. We're going to see that happen within the next couple months. People aren't getting paid there, and when you're not getting paid, when you're not eating, things are going to get pretty dire there. Third prediction I had, I think I mentioned this a couple weeks ago. I think that we're going to see Saudi Arabia formally announce that they are going to, begin all shipments of oil in the currency of choice, however it's arranged. In other words, away from the US dollar. I think that that's going to be a huge blow to the greenback, and we're going to see further de-dollarization from that. And last but not least, I predict that I am going to wrestle Vaughn's title away from him for Poster of the Year in 2024. So I got to run, guys, but it's been a great chat. RL, apologize for getting mad at you. Love you, brother. Take it easy, guys.
A Canadian be mad at someone, that's new.
Yeah, we had an extremely belligerent Canadian stoner on the open mic today, so I don't know what kind of freak show going on.
Voila. See you guys.
Voila. Any more predictions, guys? And feel free to put some money up. Okay, I'm gonna put up $100 that there's gonna be a Falklands War. Okay, take me up on that at the end of the year.
Come on, no more war, especially involving United Kingdom.
Yeah, Andrew, you wanna go with prediction before me?
Yeah. Personally, I believe, well, first of all, the war in Ukraine will not end in 2024. It's much more likely, in my opinion, that will end in maybe 2025 or 2026, but not 2024. I'm sure about that. I think the situation is just still way too static for a victory, a sweeping victory on the Russian side, or a Ukrainian counteroffensive that manages to regain sizable land. Especially considering the energies and equipment wasted on the last counteroffensive. I believe Russia will probably, by the end of the year, they will capture the Seversk salient. A matter of fact, they will capture, obviously, Avdiivka around March, maybe. I believe Russia will. There's a possibility of Russia attempting an offensive towards the Kharkiv direction, starting, I would say, from an attack towards Liman, seeing the recent advances near Terny and Torske. About other stuff, I believe, well, the Italian government will be as useless. It will be useless as always. And will continue obeying to the US diktats, and I doubt that will change anytime soon. Hopefully, the Italian government manages to cooperate even more with the Tunisian government and the Algerian government to try and limit from the Tunisian side to try and limit the number of immigrant ships coming, and Algerian side to get better prices for gas and oil. About the US, I believe that there's two possible outcomes. Number one, the governor of Maine and the governor of Maine retreats on her statement that she would remove Trump from the ballots. So Trump will continue being on the ballots of Maine and all the other U.S. states, and by the election, it would win the election. Or if Trump is actually removed from the ballots of several states, I believe there will be, at the very least, civil unrest, and at most, well, I'm not saying a war, but at least guerrilla warfare from especially Trump sympathizers, and a lot of states will certainly be unhappy, and a lot of governors will certainly not agree with such a move by several other states. And that's it, pretty much. I don't think there will be a Falklands War, Archimedes. You're nuts, and I suggest you stop using drugs and alcohol. it is burning your synapses.
It's improving my synapses. You're not on my level, man.
No. Have you been mewing?
I predict that Argentina is going to fall in complete chaos. That is more probable than the Falklands War.
No, you gotta have faith in Milei, man. He's gonna take Argentina away from. He's gonna be like Hitler, right? He's gonna totally transform Argentina. They're gonna be the Fourth Reich. Okay.
Have you seen the way he celebrates his winning? Come on, that guy is nuts.
Oh, but
you see the clip where he goes. He sees all the departments of the government, and he's tearing them off one by one. He says, "Department of Education, afuera. Department of Energy, afuera." I love this guy.
Carajo.
There's a saying in economics, which is there are capitalist countries and there are socialist countries and there is Argentina.
Yeah.
Pretty much all economists agree that Argentina cannot be characterized, it cannot be predicted, it cannot be even debated because it's just insane.
There's a similar one, right? There's 4 types of countries in this world. There's developed economies, undeveloped economies, Japan, and Argentina.
You're forgetting Italy.
Is he doing an audition for some movie or something like that? Just like presenting himself like crazy for a crazy show, something like that? Because that's probably for the show. It's not.
But we've seen this type of politician, right? Like Berlusconi, Trump, Bolsonaro, like these kind of guys who actually maybe can tell you what the real problems are, honestly, to a degree other politicians don't, but they can't do a damn thing to solve them.
Don't talk shit about Berlusconi. Exactly. He is a god on earth.
Berlusconi was on point.
We see here.
I like him because he fucked a lot. People envy him because he fucked a lot.
I think we see here very different relationship with Argentina, which is picking up fights where it can, and I find it very dangerous. So that's why I'm predicting the foreign element will attack Argentina like crazy. So we saw them, for instance, promising Russian helicopters. 3 helicopters they bought from the Russians. They wanted to give it to the Ukrainians. They just said they are going to give an airplane that they confiscated from Venezuela to the US. So it's like Argentina is picking up a fight with everybody that is an enemy of the US, making them actually a target for all the bad things that the US has been planting everywhere. So I find that Milei is being a really naive guy in terms of international politics, and he's picking up. He will get burned because his country is in a very bad situation.
One thing, South America's Israel, basically.
Again, Similion?
South America's Israel or Ukraine.
In regards to something Greg just said, in fact, I do agree with him in that these are the kinds of guys that get in power. They say they're just the random guy in the hood. They are not career politicians. This guy is economist. So, yeah, he's not a career politician. So they are more willing to say what they need to say and what their problems are, but they can do nothing about it because that problem is there not because it's a problem, but rather because someone profits from that problem. And that someone will have its full interest in that problem is not solved.
Yes, well, quite true. You have interest.
For example, right now, they stopped one of the reforms from the DNU that Milei imposed, which is the work reform, which would flexibilize work so business wouldn't find it so difficult to hire people nor to fire people. In that sense, making work easier to find because business would take more risks because it wouldn't be quite as risky to hire people. Well, they stopped that.
Is it anywhere difficult for businesses to fire people? Is anywhere difficult for businesses to fire people? That's such a fake excuse. Businesses don't have problem to fire people.
Over here they do.
No. No, that's
And
not
that's
true.
why they put a lot of conditions over here to hire people. Because if they hire them, the amount they have to pay when they have to fire that
That's
person,
not a big issue.
stupid.
That's not a big issue.
It is.
No, it's not. They pay much more for their CEOs. Their managers, they pay much more. So it's not a
Yeah,
problem.
but that's for big companies, not for small companies. For small companies,
small companies
it's
is
complicated.
not necessary to pay. Yeah, big companies, they need to pay severance packages. I mean, they have to. They usually do, but much bigger is for the office workers, salary workers,
I
which
think
is
the
just which is useless. They're mostly useless. Office Space, the movie, is so true about office workers. It's basically the same as bureaucracy in the Soviet Union. It's same problem as bureaucracy in Soviet Union. The office workers in United States, in Western, in capitalism, in the same problem. It's a bureaucracy basically doing
well,
the wasteful job most of the time.
each country has its working laws, and they are very different from country to country. And I think if we don't know the facts or the reality of a country, extrapolating without knowing those facts could be a bit. Also in Europe, there are very different differences in law, in workers' law, and so on. So we should be careful. It depends on the countries.
Yeah, it's
And
still
what
difficult to fire
Emiliano is
workers.
describing, it's technically very possible also in many European countries. I could say that the German case, if you work as an office worker, it's very difficult to put you away, to send you away. It's very difficult. It depends how many years people have worked. So if the person just worked 1 year there, it's very easy, 1 month, and that's it. But if you have worked like 5 years, then they have to pay you a compensation. In the commercial, in the street, like jobs on shops, it's very easy to kick out people, but in the office is very difficult. And if you work with a tariff, which is like a syndicate for certain industries, it is almost impossible to fire a person. Really very, very difficult to fire a person. So metallurgical, a guy working in the auto industry, in the car industries,
No,
and so
it's
on.
not difficult to fire persons. They get fired everywhere, easily.
I'm
It's just
talking about
excuse.
Germany. I'm
It's
not
their
talking
excuse.
about
I'm talking about
Croatia.
every country. I'm talking about every country. We have the
No.
same law in Germany. We have the
Sorry,
same law in.
I don't live
No,
in
I'm sorry, I
Croatia.
disagree.
Yeah,
And I probably,
yeah.
Andrew will tell
It's
another
usual
story.
excuse
And
of the
Cosmo
CEOs that take so much money. It's
Croatia
usual
is not
excuse
even a
from
real country.
CEOs that take so much money.
Croatia is not
They
even
take
a
so
real
much
country.
money, but they complain about giving money to the workers. Yeah, it's really fake excuse. They just want more power over the workers. That's all. That's why because they making it easier and easier and easier without any consequences to fire workers. Over time, over last. That's why economy is going bad. That's the reason, and they doubling down, right? They doubling down on it, making it easier and easier. But it's not helping to economies, right? Everyone sees that economies are not being helped by doing that, right? So it's fake excuse. Management is bad. That's why economies are going down. Because management is bad. Management that takes so much money.
Emilian, can you continue,
just
please?
to change the topic, can I make my prediction so Jura stops?
I didn't do my
protecting-
predictions. I wanted to do it before
Okay,
Andrew,
go
but
ahead.
I let him. Yeah, I think the funds for Ukrainian war, they're not coming from United States anymore because they decided to push NATO funding and everything to increase it from Europe. So it's they're gonna be pushing Europe to fund Ukraine, and they will find it useless somewhere when Avdiivka and Vuhledar with Paul. So I think that's when Ukrainians will do the hat trick and do the contra-offensive, not counter-offensive, but contra-offensive, and they're gonna pull back out of Donbass on their defensive lines that they're preparing now, looking for freezing the conflict, right? Instead of negotiating, they're gonna be looking to freeze the conflict, and because Donbass is the part of Russia now, so by giving it up, they will expect to freeze the conflict, to freeze the war. And that's my prediction for the war in Ukraine. But it's possible. But it towards the end of the summer, it might fully collapse. The government in Ukraine might fully collapse because there's no more funding to be looted, right? Might happen. You can look into the Bitcoin. If it's gonna rise in value, that means Ukrainians are pulling the money, and running away from pulling out their loot. So you can watch Bitcoin, you'll see it. And another prediction: this thing about South North Korea. Right now, they're shooting the sea between the islands and North Korea for the sign to tell North Korea, don't send the weapons to Russia because you're gonna need them if we start the war, right? So that's what they're trying to do now. With most probably South Korea fired the shots first into the sea, and then North Korea fired back. That's most probable what happened. Of course, the South Korea will say that only Northern Koreans fired shots, artillery into the sea. So that's my thinking. And of course, North Korea is not gonna follow up with that. There will be more weapons from North Korea in Russia showing up, and they're gonna do some more. This time a little bit heavier shelling. The Europe might turn and start thinking, if they lose some of these leaders, they might start turning and thinking, after the Ukrainian collapse, that really Europe is really powerful and strong if they stick together. Might start thinking about it, but that's still too early. That might be in maybe 5 years. Yeah, it's too early. And now I would guess that there will be attempted assassination on Putin. Boom. Yeah, that's a big prediction, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Only 30 minutes long.
I'm guessing. And especially during when they go to the polling stations and vote, I think that's where something's going to happen. I mean, Putin is in a voting place, that's only probability, I would say. And of course, seeing how the Democrats are desperate, in the United States, there could be assassination attempt on Trump after the news about this happening to Putin. Hiding behind those news, it might be something like that. So this is just radical and crazy from me, but I'm just gonna throw it out. Archimedes, do you want to bet on it? Ha.
You better watch yourself. Your door is gonna be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no prediction, but there is one thing I wish. I wish fucking peace. I hope all these fucking lunatics sit down in the same table and say, fuck it. A lot of people have died. Let's be friends. Let's trade. Let's help the countries that need help, because this is going out of hand. when a fucking country like Yemen is trying to destabilize the world, Yemen. Who the fuck is Yemen? A lot of people don't even know there is a country called Yemen. And now, because of Yemen, everyone is stuck their own
Yeah,
cock
man.
because they don't know how to deal with Yemen. Yemen is not even, a lot of people don't know where Yemen is.
Yeah, man.
It's like when they say Djibouti. Everyone don't know there is a country called Djibouti. Like when Niger is a big country, no one knew there was a country called Niger. People knew about Nigeria, but when they start, where is Niger? Where is Gabon? And now there is Yemen. Yemen trying to make the United States look small. These people need to shield the fuck down and start talking to each other again.
Yeah, let's all sing Kumbaya and dance in circle together and get
Yeah,
crowns of
exactly.
flowers.
Exactly. Say Viva Pop, Jean Paul
Yeah.
II, whatever, if he's still alive.
No, I'm pretty sure he died last year, my man.
Last year. Wow, took long.
I think for future years, not just for 2024, but for the coming years, we will see an increase of tensions between countries all around the world because we are witnessing the end of a ruler, United States, losing its relative power compared to others, and the rules that ruler has, how to say, has managed to make all around the world now is crumbling. Now you will see some countries wanted to impose their point of view to their neighbors. You will see some countries making deals with other countries that wasn't the case before. And you will see tensions rising, I think, until a new landscape of relations between countries is set, like we are seeing with Ethiopia and Somalia. That's voila.
Voila.
Okay.
Okay, let's talk about Argentina a little bit more.
No, I wanted to give my prediction before that.
Yeah,
So
I was
my
joking.
prediction for the upcoming year is, let's leave the Ukraine war aside. I think that'll continue. Though at the end of the year, we'll be on the negotiating table at that point. That's my expectation. At the end of the year, not in the middle nor before that, but towards the end of the year, they'll be on the negotiating table. Meanwhile, I see a few flashpoints appearing in Central and Western Africa. A couple more flashpoints there. Additionally, I see China's influence increasing further in the Central Asia area, where it disputes its influence with Russia and India. Additionally, I see a couple flashpoints appearing towards northern South America around Venezuela. I think they're trying to close that game there. So we'll see a couple more flashpoints. I don't think there'll be conflict, only flashpoints. That means small intensity activities, no wars, just like random clashes here and there that might be intensified by the media or sudden changes in politics. I don't talk about changing Maduro or anything of the sort. Just, for example, I don't know, an incursion by some people onto this, which generates tension. Just like RL said, there will be an increase in tension because what we're experiencing now is the small decline in the power structure that was present there. And we have been seeing that for at least, give or take, 3 years, 4, yeah. So This will be a long process, and over the following years, we'll see a few flashpoints appearing here and there where the power structure was what supported the status quo, and that will change. Not because of anything that that area itself sought for, but rather because of the disappearance of that power structure that supported that status quo. For example, there will be a small change in the relations within Europe, because there are some countries within Europe that are now, due to their own decisions, US dependent. Meanwhile, there are some countries within Europe, I think it's the ones towards the southeast, maybe, that are more self dependent, though they depend on funding on the EU, but they retained part of their army and their political stability and credibility. So they'll have a bit more, I would say, weight on future decisions in the EU. What else? What else? Yeah, those are my only predictions. I won't predict on the US prediction on the US election because I think that will become relevant on 2025, not on 2024.
Yeah, I disagree with you on that entirely. I think there'd be lots of drama about the EU, like the U.S. elections, especially regarding the ballots. Um, Not necessarily like the
What I mean is
counting.
we'll see the impact of
Oh,
that
okay,
on
the impact. Okay,
2025.
yeah, no, I was talking about the relevance as in like media relevance of the topic. And I think, yeah, there will be a lot of debate about the ballots because Trump, like, of course, as we all know, Trump is being discussed. Um, it's being discussed removing Trump from the ballots in a lot of states, which is fucking disgusting if you ask me. But Americans and democracy don't really go well along.
Brother, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm expecting exactly the same thing for the European elections, the European Parliament elections. Not for the election itself, but then for choosing the new president of the European Commission. And I can't imagine that woman to be a candidate again. It's impossible. I hope. So
What do
that's
you
how
mean be a candidate? She wasn't elected. She was appointed.
No, she was elected theoretically by the European Parliament because there was no other candidate. She was voted by the European
She was
Parliament.
Appointed. She was
by
appointed.
The European Council.
Yeah, that's different than not being elected.
What the fuck is that a prediction?
Well, the prediction is that there will be chaos to elect the new president of the European Commission, because I find it very difficult for her to be appointed, like Avos was saying, from the European Council again. And I think they will choose someone very weak, or choose nobody. We also could come to that, to a moment of complete chaos within the European Union, where they can't find a new candidate within themselves, the European Council. But I think they will find someone very weak because they are fed up what happened with that woman, with Ursula von der Leyen. This woman abused power like no other president of the European Commission ever did. She has a black hole of 6 billion euros.
Okay. By the way, talking about black holes, one more prediction. I predict that Spain will go to shit and will have to be maintained by the European
Spain is
Union.
in shit. What are you talking about? They are in fucking shit.
Because they have basically elected and they are carrying out a similar structure to what Peronism was here, and that's scary. That shit is scary.
I know.
You don't want
Italy
that.
will go first, actually. For saying that, Italy will go first.
No. Spain is going really, really fucked up. They are fucked at the moment. Really,
Why?
proper fucked up. Huh? Look at the
Why?
election. Look at the election. Look at what the government is doing to stay in power. You know, the people they were hunting down to put in jail. They need these people help to form a fucking government. You know. They were trying to put these people in jail. Now they need help from these people. That country is done. It's fucked. That's why a long time ago I said Portugal and Spain needs to jump that shit. But I think it's too late for Spain. It's still time for your country, Prata. Still time. UK is out.
If I run for president, I will try to get
God
out of
no.
the European Union very slowly.
God no. Hopefully you're never appointed president of anything. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Well, actually, I would have to be the prime minister because the president in Portugal means nothing. It's
Easily he can become president. Every president is lying a lot, so he can go for it.
Mm.
You know.
Yeah. You just need to pay the right people.
or perhaps I should be working in a concentration camp.
Waqar, just to get you in,
I think
how
you
are
have
the
your
current
own
relations?
administration.
Let Vaughn
Waqar,
speak.
sorry,
Let Vaughn
Vaughn
speak.
is been waiting for too long. Sorry, Waqar.
Vaughn.
Yeah, my predictions for 2024. The Kerch Bridge will be rendered inoperable, but not destroyed.
Again.
North Korea will open another front against the West in the United States by just flying drones around Japan and South Korea. That way they'll be less inclined to part with their air defense and possibly demand more weapons from the United States and the West, therefore straining that situation more. After Putin wins his re-election handily and President Trump wins his election handily, that's all I'm going to say about that. There'll probably be unrest in the United States whether Trump wins or not. Putin wins. That's his mandate to conduct the war as he sees fit. And I firmly believe that by October of 24, Russia will have large portions of their army on the Dnieper between Kupiansk and Donetsk. They'll probably be, if they don't control it outright, they'll probably be sieging or within artillery range of Dnipro, Zaporizhzhia. Kharkiv will probably be encircled from the south where they can pressure it from the north out of Belgrade. Zelensky, the war could go on for another year or it could fall apart. It just depends on how this winter goes and what happens when the Russians open up after the elections in March. Because, the Russian people are totally bought into it. They're down for the cause. So there's really no problem with their morale. They have no problem with the way Russia's fighting the war. The casualties are arguably low considering, and there's no reason for them to stop until they get what they want. And I also believe the Russians will lose an Su-57 in the SMO, probably from an F-16, but more than likely a Patriot.
Waqar, my question was,
the wise man.
what do you think are the current status of the relations between Pakistan and India, and do you see any possible flare-up there?
Yeah, I think there are two elections coming up. One is Pakistani elections in February, and then you have Modi getting re-elected in June this year. And probably, I think Pakistan-India relations will be the same as it is. And in case India allows Pakistan to join BRICS at the end of the year, things could, I think, start getting better normalized. Pakistan is already facing a problem with Afghanistan because of some terrorist attacks. So now there is a negotiation, most probably. And also the Reko Diq gold mine is going to start producing in 2026. The work has started, so maybe it starts, alleviating the poverty that we are facing. The economic crisis, some investment is coming. But I think looking at the overall picture, the three scenarios that I painted, middle one is most likely a war in the Middle East. And I just forgot to mention is the integration of Taiwan and China, because I think we missed that. Because if the war takes place in Middle East, probably the West will not have. They will have their hands, I think, full. So that gives an opportunity for China and Taiwan either to start integrating process or maybe something serious. And there is a chance of also skirmishes between China and India, which take place. It's 3,500 kilometer long, undemarcated border. But looking at the way BRICS is moving, most probably not, because then it's going to dent the BRICS, ideology and objectives. So by and large, destabilization, and I think Russia-Ukraine war, I feel, will be settled by mid of next year, mostly on the Russian terms, and change of regime taking place in Ukraine. So that is, these are some of the predictions, and Africa getting more united, West being pushed out, and China and India getting more space, and Russia into Africa, and maybe a little bit of tension in South America. But by and large, I think Middle East and Russia, Ukraine will be the main theaters, unless sense prevails. So I'll have to leave because I'm going to take a break. And thank you so much for giving me time. And really, it was really nice to have all the friends and at least
Waqar, I
project what
still have
can happen.
something for you. Can I,
Okay.
if I may provoke
I want
you,
to ask you
the
something as well.
president of Kazakhstan, because they asked the relation between India and Pakistan. The president of Kazakhstan during the last Eurasian meeting said something very interesting. He was describing the international north and south corridor, and he said Iran and Pakistan. He didn't say India. So I think it was a lapsus linguae, a very interesting one. So for India and Pakistan to have better relations, they need a middleman. That's more than clear. And that middleman, it will never be the US, will never be Europe, might be Russia, but not Russia because it's a bit toxic. So it's interesting that the president of Kazakhstan was like offering Pakistan to get inside of that project, which if Pakistan gets in, it also means that Pakistan and India will reconnect economically. And how would you see that there are talks on the backstage for that to happen? Would you consider it plausible?
Yeah, it is, because even if the war escalates in Middle East, then Central Asia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, India has to start thinking, because there'll be, these are the energy routes. There's one Type pipeline which comes from Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and then there is an Iran, Pakistan, India pipeline. So that actually now becomes a compulsion for this region to start, let's say, thinking otherwise, alternative, and maybe the choking of Middle East supplies, although it doesn't affect Pakistan directly, but then starts affecting India. So if they are, I think, and Kazakhstan has been a good player in. They have a center of, I think, conflict resolution, and the ex-president, I think Sultan Nazarbayev, had done a lot of work. So I think this is a good move, and there is definitely talk of making TAPI, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India pipeline, and Iran, Pakistan, India pipeline to be functional, because then it helps all these countries. Pakistan becomes the route and gets some revenue, and India will get the energy, because now they have to have alternate land routes and not passing through the seas. So I think that things are going to move, especially if India allows Pakistan to enter, because that's the only hurdle. I think end of the year, probably in Russia, they're going to be, Pakistan is already applied for joining BRICS, and if India allows that, that can be a good gesture, and maybe we can start normalizing. There are very few, issues left, and I feel that if Eurasia has to survive, then they should basically put the conflict at the back burner and start developing. They're geographically connected, huge potential on both sides, and the trade can then start using these land routes. So, and same is true north-south corridor, which connects Russia with Iran, can also pass through Pakistan instead of going through Strait of Hormuz again. So Pakistan can become a major link. I think there is a thought that we should develop collectively, overcome poverty. There's a huge potential of development, a lot of scope for, and it can even connect Southeast Asia, because if India gets connected, then basically we can travel by road to even Southeast Asia through India. So I think 2024 will be a better year for South Asia, hopefully.
Hopefully. And thank you for your interventions. They're always very interesting, and you always give great insight. So, thank you for your presence. And
Thank you. Thank you
It's
very
always
much.
a pleasure.
Bye.
It's always a
Thank you
pleasure.
so much. Grateful. Grateful.
Don't forget to come back. Don't disappear like last time, please.
Okay, I was very busy with my media, because I was doing a daily program on Gaza-Israel conflict. So for last 2 months, I was literally doing daily programs. So I also run a channel, part of a TV channel, and the mainstream channel. So that's why I think I would get less time, because almost daily I was doing 3-4 programs, and even I did one program with Al Jazeera, one with the Press TV of Iran. So we are slightly busy, but I'll definitely find time. Thank you very much.
Congrats.
I subscribe to your channel on YouTube.
Yes, me too.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Okay, now we let's see. It's closing, or we got time for one more topic?
Just
Up
to
to you
add
guys.
I've got one topic. I've got one topic about Ukraine.
Go on.
Yeah, it's also
I
about
thought we were
Ukraine.
doing predictions.
Not
Yeah,
prediction is done. Prediction is done.
I
Okay.
think
I had some predictions.
Oh, come
Ukrainian
on,
war.
Larry. That's
Now.
too far. I meant for people who haven't gone. Who, if anyone wants to make predictions that hasn't made predictions already.
I haven't made mine yet.
Okay.
Go on, quick.
This is I'll be quick if I can. From east to west. South Korea and North Korea will finally show some serious progress on genuine reunification talks. Key figure will be Kim Jong-un's sister. Japan will be faced with a very difficult choice of whether it wants to rearm and re-up with the United States, which will entail building a giant navy and becoming a nuclear power, or approaching with China and effectively finding a different way to go with perhaps Russia as its security guarantor. That'll be the choice they face, and I'm not going to directly predict it, but I'm going to say 2/3, 1/3 Japan and Russia come to an accommodation in which Japan doesn't have to become a nuclear power or build a navy, but can focus on its economy and reconciles itself economically to be connected to China. I predict that China will build a railway to Myanmar so they have access to the Indian Ocean without the Straits of Malacca or the South China Sea, and they will build another super railway north to connect to the Russian river systems so that they can get to the Arctic Ocean without going anywhere near the United States. I predict that, just along with Waqar, that the integration of Central Asia will increase and accelerate with some surprising moves, including perhaps development contracts in all of the stands in the way. Even Afghanistan might cut some kind of a deal, something like a women's doctors training college or something. That will be a achievement that the West will be astonished at, but it'll be achieved in order to silence the West, keep the West out of Central Asia, and clear those routes as any objections to those routes being used as an alternative. I predict that any tension between China and India, which is superficial at best these days because it's around such small issues, will be reduced. And as part of the general crisis in Christianity that we seem to be agreeing is happening, there will be an increasing pressure, security pressure on the people, notably the Christian churches in Northeast India and in China. And they will increasingly, like Africa, be labeled as CIA Christians, a source of potential infiltration and recolonization and disruption inside these countries. And there will be a lot of pressure on those Christian churches as a security threat because of their perceived association with the West. Moving further westward, I think with respect to the Ukraine situation, that we'll have a final proposal from Russia for a demilitarized ring from Odessa all the way up the east of the Dnieper, and no NATO membership for the rest, and they'll leave it alone. But if that deal isn't accepted, or if that deal is accepted and then there's a continuing attempt at remilitarization or a sneaky backdoor NATOism, the provisions in that treaty will make very clear that those regions can, in fact, vote to join Russia permanently, ending the problem and the crisis and establishing a final Russia-West border, probably somewhere around Kitamir, right? It gets a little fuzzier when we talk about the Mideast, so I'll come to that a little later, but I'm going to proceed around northward. The United Kingdom will face a significant unity crisis. Basically, Northern Ireland wants to vote to rejoin Ireland and the EU. If it is forbidden that opportunity, it will be breaking the Good Friday Agreement. And if it breaks the Good Friday Agreement, that will bring even more scrutiny on these deals like Minsk and Oslo, which were only signed in order to buy time, but ultimately break them. So I actually am predicting that the UK will not be a significant factor in world politics, really, for the next 5-10 years, because it's shot its load and it's about to break up. And it's going to do everything in its power to defend its money laundering and criminal enterprises in the City of London and try to keep a low profile and figure out where the next money laundering comes from. But it will not be making big geopolitical decisions. Italy, France, and Portugal and Spain may be much more involved, particularly around the energy issues in Europe will be solved much more by things like big solar farms in Algeria and cables across the Mediterranean than they will be by oil traffic, because oil traffic is expensive and increasingly subject to interdiction. And as we get into the Mideast then, which we kind of are at now when we talk about North Africa, more and more countries will take the same position as Yemen or Somalia. They are going to interdict Israel, prevent a genocide, and stand on the 1948 Geneva Convention. And more West countries will find it very, very difficult not to basically participate, meaning Israel is forced into massive policy changes, as South Africa was, by external pressures. Africa, I think it's a little hard to call, except to say there'll be more and more focus on resolving the Congo and Sudan situations and kicking out, the CIA basically everywhere possible, and increased Chinese investment, especially around the rail system hubbed in Djibouti, heading inward. As far as the Western Hemisphere is concerned, I think you'll see the United States paying much more attention to South and Central America because that's where they can win. And in a presidential year, the American candidates are going to want to take positions on things where they can win. They're not going to talk very much about the Eastern Hemisphere because everything there is a loser. And the Guyana-Venezuela situation or some new deals with Argentina maybe would be the kind of thing the Biden administration would try to achieve something on to look like a winner in foreign policy somewhere. And as the opposition will be, Trump or Nikki Haley. And Nikki Haley's the neocon, wants to engage the United States in simultaneously 3 or 4 wars at a time. She's completely insane. And the pressure will be on for Trump to make her the VP so the CIA can whack Trump and put Haley in charge in 2025. Will he be dumb enough to appoint her VP? Hopefully not. But I'm not going to predict anything about the US election because that's craziness. The next 10 months in the United States is going to be bizarre. And then after that, no matter who wins, there will be riots in the United States in January of 2025. No matter who wins, there will be riots. One third of the US population will not accept the result in January. And nobody will have a 50+% coverage, right? Even if they win the Electoral College, there'll be more voters against them than for them. So the United States is a significant source of instability in 2024-5. And other countries around them, Canada, Mexico, will be taking very different positions than they have in order to insulate themselves from chaos in the United States. You'll see much more rapprochement, much less copying American positions in Canada, as you have seen less copying in Australia and New Zealand.
Basically, you're saying Mexico is gonna take California back.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that basically you're gonna see a lot of side taking. Like if the United States fell into some kind of chaos, Canada and Mexico can't be neutral. They kind of have to align somehow. They're not neutral because they're inherently affected. And so all of North America could become a very kind of weird place, shall we say. As far as the Mideast is concerned, That we'd have to get into literal military analysis, which there's no time for here.
About
the Myanmar
elections
railroad,
in
wasn't that a
United
Chinese?
States will not be so devastating. Actually, the reaction to the election will be devastating for the United States. Yeah.
I had a question. Wasn't the Myanmar project, the Myanmar railroad, Japanese project, the road to Burma? Is that what they're copying, basically?
Not really. You're talking about World War II, right?
Yeah.
World War II, that one is a railroad from Singapore, Malaysia, all the way to. They want to stretch all the way to India.
Okay.
Because they want to invade towards India, so that eventually they can connect with the Nazi Germany. Of course, that failed horribly. The Chinese is different. They are going from south to north. So Japanese is going from east to west. Yeah, a bit different. The Chinese mainly just want the fuel, the pipelines, linked into the Sea of Bengal all the way to China. So
I also heard
You
Chinese
know, a lot of predictions were made here tonight. None of you mentioned China and Taiwan. What happened to you guys?
Oh, I forgot that. I have one for that.
Boring stuff. Nothing gonna happen.
China will announce a process by which the Hakka in the south will be guaranteed a lot more autonomy than they have now against Taipei in the north, because that's the real tension there. And the KMT, who are the power structure in the north, will be guaranteed an access over some long period of time, like 25 years, where they can contest elections under some very, very strict conditions in the rest of China. But the key thing will be an announcement to the world that China is formally surrendering its claims on these areas of the Qin dynasty they no longer have, like Siberia. It will be portrayed as a reduction of aggression by China, and China settling a claim that Taiwan had been making that it had not been made. That's why they just released this crazy map they have. And if the world doesn't like the reunification, then that map's still on the table, and China can go take all those places. The world will accept the deal.
I think Copy wants to say something. His finger being half
And China has some border treaties with some countries, especially with Russia. So that's not on the table at all. The thing about
It is from Taiwan. Taiwan's constitution says it still owns all that stuff the old Chinese empire did, and China will present to the world that it has settled these claims of Taiwan as part of reunification. Therefore, you should all accept reunification.
Yes,
and that will work.
The only big problem is definitely China and India. Actually, even a bit Pakistan. I don't know. Well, Waqar is not here, but I think China also claims parts of the northern Pakistan,
Kashmir.
which were
which
were actually under Chinese vassalage for actually until the British came, more or less. And they also claim some parts there, but they don't make a claim to Pakistan because Pakistan allowed China to come in. So it's always the thing: do you allow to get in, or you don't allow to get in? But the thing about India and China is definitely water, the rivers that are born, and they want to figure out exactly where the origins of those rivers are in order to control them, and it will be always a problem with it because India has to it's completely dependent on those rivers, exactly the same like for China.
If India recognizes the reunification with Taiwan, then those deals will be settled largely to the favor of India.
I would agree with that as well. It would be a too much win-win situation to give it away.
Wyatt doesn't like it. Look at his face.
But Craig,
I'm
Craig, let's not be naive.
He doesn't want Taiwan to be China.
almost everybody recognized Taiwan to be part of China. Well, Taiwan is China. It's a different China, but it's China. So that's not the question. But I understand what you mean. Yeah, but everybody recognized until now that Taiwan is China.
You know what? I can own Taiwan if you want.
Yeah,
Like, if
it's
no
like
one wants it, I'm gonna pay you.
it's
Wyatt,
like
what's
Canada is
your?
United States.
I have a
Sorry.
question for you, Wyatt.
Well, my
What's your
predictions for my close, so I'm going to drop out. Have a great time, guys. Thanks.
Take care.
Yeah, have a good day.
Bye, Craig.
Don't be a
Happy
stranger.
Christmas.
I was going to ask you, Wyatt, what's your expectation for the following year for the housing market in China?
I have no idea, man. China is too big.
No
It's
change.
very unpredictable. So for example, any economic thing that will destroy a smaller country does nothing to China because they are too big. Then another thing is that they have total manipulation of their own currency, which means that there's no correction. When there's no correction, they don't crash. So they can just print money until the point where they cannot control that debt. Because when you print money, you're spending future money. There will be a point where you have to pay back the money somehow, some way, and that's when the collapse will come. But because they're so big, it's very hard. It's so hard. And the thing is that it's very hard for them to, unless that's why they cannot open up. That's the main problem. That's the main thing. They cannot open up to the world. Open up to the world, you'll see the bubble, you will burst, everything will collapse. That's why they don't open up. So which is also why I always say that the Chinese yuan will never become that reserve currency because it's very hard to convince other countries to believe in the yuan because they all can see how they spend the money. Rubles are more reliable when you compare to the Chinese yuan in that sense. But that's my opinion. And
Yeah, China is using currency as it needs to help it, not to set up the rules on the currency and to go with those arbitrary rules. That's why China cannot collapse, because they manipulate it as they need it. That's the issue. That's the power of fiat. That's why fiat money is there, because to help the economy, to help the people. That's why they do it. But they will never approach all those debt levels to become dangerous, because the inflation is solving that problem. So only if the inflation in the China goes well below the growth, that's when it becomes dangerous. The low inflation is dangerous for the dead economies. Okay, the low inflation is danger for the dead economy. Capitalist economy is a dead economy, so the low inflation becomes danger. Not.
I would pick up on the thing what Wyatt said, because it's very interesting. There is the project in the air. It has been commented a lot from many parts, which would be a gold-backed ruble created between Iran and Russia. This could be interesting if this comes back to life and there is enough trust from many countries to allow Russia to be a depository of gold, or Dubai, I don't know, where they want to create that hub. Then we would have technically an interesting coin, not to make transactions of products, not for trading, but for reserve, because this is a different type of coin. And many of the problems we have today is because why does the transaction coin currency needs to be the same as the reserve currency? And many have been talking about it. If the Russians really are able to bring it to light, especially if that reserve coin is not just based on gold, but in many other commodities, like some people have been telling, then it would be more, Russia would definitely be more trustworthy, like Wade was saying, than China is. And this will also free China from that responsibility. That's too much responsibility.
I also want to add a bit more is the parable. If you imagine US dollars, why US dollar can keep on printing? Because it's backed by the entire world's GDP. So as long as the world is growing, the US dollar can be printed freely because it will be repaid somehow. The Chinese economy is the same. Why the China is so focused on becoming the factory of the world and everything? because as long as their GDP continue to grow, they can print money without responsibility, because there's no exposure to outside money, not that much. So it's just like US dollars, there's no exposure to to the outer space, there's no alien money coming in and it will mess up our economy. So as long as China continue to be insulated, then they can behave like US dollar in the global stage. That's what I mean. So it's a very unique case. I used to think that the Chinese economy going to explode soon, going to collapse and the bubble going to burst, but it never happens. So I lost faith in the possibility of Chinese market collapsing. It's not going to happen ever, because they are too determined to not let it happen. I want to say something.
Why do you
and also I don't think the inflation, a low inflation in China will be a huge problem for Chinese debt and so on, because most of Chinese debt is owned inside China, which is not the case of US debt or European countries' debt. Same as Japan. Japan has more than 200% of debt to GDP, but they don't care. They still continue printing, because most of Japanese debt, the majority of it, is owned by Japanese people and Japanese institutions and so on.
Yeah, the same
That's
thing
why
happens.
it's
So if you look at the debt, country's debt or something like that, Singapore is ranked like super high, as if we have some super incredible level of debt. But actually, that is not the reality. That is actually the money that every Singaporeans have to pay. Then this money we use it to buy house, which is what I did. So this debt is circulated only within the country. So it looks like the government owe a lot of money, but it's actually not the case. The money is just within the country. It doesn't.
What
We
matters?
don't owe other people money.
Does the state own in foreign currency? Not to whom it owns, but does it own in foreign currency? If it owns its in own currency, it can always print it. It always does, right? Because that's natural state. But if it owns in a foreign currency, it's enough, like 20% over what it possesses in foreign currency. That's enough to destroy it. It doesn't have to have a high level of debts.
Yeah, so
because the foreign banks can blackmail it.
Singapore is a bit special in the sense that the debt,
still waiting. He's been waiting.
Yeah, let me finish first.
For like 45 minutes.
Let him wait a bit more. So the because of Singapore's debt, the big proportion is real estate, and the real estate, the money is all in Singapore dollars, because it's basically the government giving the people some subsidies, and then after that they buy the house. The money go back to the government. It just circulates between the government and the people, and then a lot of the money will be like trapped in rental, and so there's a lot of income in terms of rental. But Singapore's economy, because we are import country, because we are so small, we all import everything. So money will be lost to foreign countries because we are buying things in. So which we actually compensate probably by the real estate, because our real estate is so expensive. So anyone that open shop in Singapore, they come to work in Singapore, they have to pay the rent, and this kind of balance these two is what I think is happening.
Well, Singapore sells service.
The only reason I want to see Coping talking is just to see if he fixed his fucking microphone.
So, thank you, Wash. How is this? You guys hear me?
Yeah, sounds nice.
Okay, cool.
Your predictions. You didn't tell
So
us.
yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. I'm not gonna try to cover the whole world or anything, but I will try to take it from the lens of West Africa, because I've been looking quite into it lately. Hey, Vojin, how's it going? Nice seeing you. This is a long time ago.
Long time no see. Long time no see.
Vojin was here last week.
It
was here last week.
Oh, was last week? Oh, okay, cool. I must have missed it. Anyways, let me just try to keep my thoughts together here. So I think the Ukraine war is going to continue, and what Russia will do as Ukraine loses ability to fight is cycle is now up the armed industry into many places. And you can see there are a lot of orders coming from around the world as the weapons have been tested and proven and so forth. But West Africa is going to be a little particular case because they're very clearly going about with a comprehensive strategic partnership with the Sahel Confederacy. This can be clearly seen in, for example, them facilitating for the building of gold refineries. Now, Russia is a very big gold producer in and of by itself. So one might ask himself, why would Russia even care to try to get the gold mines and even upsell it through refineries? Well, because they already have security agreements with the Sahel Confederacy and already cycling in quite a lot of gold through the Wagner. And if they get the refineries on, then these economies will actually be able to, with their heightened revenue, also be able to pay more, get more of the money back into the Russian system through the arms industry. Furthermore, Russia actually owns 90% of the gold mines, just like Endeavor Mining, IM Gold, all the other corporations. They own 90% of the mines that are in Burkina Faso, 80% of those in Mali, and so forth. So what they may want to do by having the Sahel Confederacy in power, because they're also having nuclear power plants being built there as well. I'll get back to that later. But the thing with the gold here is very interesting because clearly they will be having an advantage when it comes to wages. The wages will be much lower, and they will also be able to own 90% of the gold refinery. So they will get heightened revenue and corner the gold market, which will be very important for them in terms of the BRICS token, which is not going to be, like you said, the ruble and the gold. That's not how it works with the token. The token is going to actually be pegged on the weight of gold, which is denominated in the price of dollars, which is effectively going to make it immune against the dollar, because every time the dollar is going to try to buy up the token or try to buy up gold, it will strengthen it. It's basically a trap. So now back to Russia and West Africa, why they will wanted to keep the Ukraine war going. Now there's several reasons for that, but they will be able to, with the heightened industry, sell it into the Sahel, cycle back the money that they are getting from all this seemingly goodwill actions, and they will proceed with, and this is connected to Sudan. So now Sudan will likely be disintegrating this year, if not early next year. And the reason for that is because while Russia previously had agreement with the SAF trying to get a military base at Port Sudan, the things going on there with the war breaking out and the SAF basically stalling far too long has caused the Russians to basically not side with the RSF, the previous Janjaweed, but they decided to kind of have an agreement so they can operate the gold mines there. Which the gold, by the way, it's smuggled by the UAE. So and the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar and Iran are going to be more increasingly relevant, not only across East Africa but also across West Africa, where they will be filling in many niches that the Russians are not likely to be coming in at, primarily light manufacturing and stuff like that. But Sudan is designated for disintegration. The countries around have, and this has actually a lot to do with the conflict in Palestine, because the SAF have not been are not willing to expend political capital, calling out the RSF, previously known as the Janjaweed, for having now restarted the Darfur genocide. So all this talk about genocide in Gaza, well, we all know the genocide in Darfur, and this one is starting over again. The difference here is that the Janjaweed or the RSF, they are no longer limiting themselves to targeting the Mosaic people. They are targeting everyone who is black. That's the criteria. They run in the streets shouting, "Kill the slave, kill the slave." So for those who don't know, a black African in Arabic is actually called a slave. That's how ingrained it has become in their culture. So because the whole world is ignoring this, including the Pan-African movements, who are basically becoming more like Palestinian streams because of the solidarity that they are definitely going to be reciprocated, I'm sure. Anyways, the South African, if you have a head of state who is willing to forego and ignore completely the massive uptick in massacres that are going on, not only in Western Sudan, but also in Eastern Congo, where entire villages are wiped out and enslaved by the M23, who have also the Rwandan troops there. So You know, if this is what African liberation looks like, you know, just put out your hands and ask for weaker chains, because clearly you can keep yourself down very well. But for Russia, though, this is going to be likely ensuring that they're going to let Sudan disintegrate so they can retain the control of the gold mines that are in the West. And when it comes to uranium, this is going to be the interesting thing. This is going to be the really interesting thing. If the Russians say that they are going to be opening up for uranium refining in the Sahara. Oh, sorry, I forgot one important thing with the gold and the security arrangement that the Sahel Confederacy has with Russia. Because, like many of you may know, the gold is actually not traded physically. Most of it is actually traded through what is called ETFs and other financial instruments. What matters as it pertains to gold is having security for its storage. And this is precisely where Wagner comes into play. We already see it in practice, how it is ensuring the gold, but that is gold ore. With the refinery, they can start having vaults and so forth. And here, this is how Russia can corner the market without having to be too concerned about the Confederacy being isolated or having logistical issues and lack of ports, because they can actually just store it there and have the trades go through there. As it pertains to uranium, I'm going to finish off. The uranium power plants that they are building, one may think that, this causes Niger to not be as dependent on France, but that's not exactly the case, because there are very few buyers of uranium. And this is also limited because there are fewer people who refine uranium, because you need to refine it, and this is a very difficult and intensive process. So if Russia chooses actually to give the Sahel Confederacy the ability to refine, to do the cycling and refine the uranium, this won't be a threat to Russia. And Russia can, again, as mentioned with the gold, they can still hold quite a large majority of ownership and control of it and have a lot of arrangement tied to it. But it will be a kick in the gut and a kick in the balls, for that matter, to France, who will now be losing one of its greatest powers within the nuclear energy sector, and that it's a monopsony on refining. There are very few countries that refine, and if Russia doesn't see the reason to refine the uranium back in, as it is doing with the gold being smuggled from West Sudan, and it decides to make basically its own Israel of sorts in the Sahel, you will probably see quite a lot of intensification of conflicts going on, like real wars. A good example of this would be Nigeria and Niger in particular. But I think I'm just going to stop right now because I feel like I've talked a lot. So that's my prediction. Sudan is going to disintegrate. That's really the shorthand of it. Roger, why don't you make a prediction?
That's really sad, coping, if
Hey
that
guys,
is true.
can you hear me?
But, in terms of just a question. What coping is said is quite true in a lot of things, but about uranium, they already refine uranium mostly on the place. So transporting huge amounts of uranium ore through those distances, it's not. It was never really plausible, so that they refine, because the amount of uranium in the ore is something like less than 2%. Is really it's like less than 1%. It's very, very low. So
That is the truth with.
Find it on
that
the
is
place.
true. That is true. But
With referring, it's
about. It's not. It's not the. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
So
that's really it. Yeah.
Enrichment is a very, very difficult operation. It's a very special operation, and I don't think Russia will build any enrichment facilities outside of Russia. But otherwise, I agree with everything you said, and they will create a kind of a new type of market for uranium in the Sahel. That's most probably also using gold as a kind of payment for those countries to somehow came around and get out of the ECOWAS, which is probably the most revolutionary effect of what all you were talking about.
Oh yeah, let me actually, if I can add and correct my prediction a little bit. What you said, Piotr, about enrichment, I don't find that to be very likely. But if there are signs of Russia being willing to do it, that will be seismic shifts, as they call it, as far as I'm concerned. But regarding the port thing and stuff, here I would really like to have FCS, our expert coup spotter, to to be revealing here, but Togo seems to be very much slated for providing that openings, likewise for Benin. Yeah, Virgin, go ahead.
Sorry, I cut you.
Can you hear me?
So sorry.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just jumped in. I have seen that you are doing predictions, and I haven't seen all of the open mic today, but I wanted to add my predictions, which are not so spectacular. But my feeling is we will see just more of the same. It's the inertias in the system are just huge, and there will not be extreme changes for the Ukraine war. I expect that Russia will make one or two minor breakthroughs in the Donbass area, but it will still endure the whole year. My feeling is that the war will not end in 24. And as well for the other global issues, everything takes time, and the expectations are such as they are. We see the shifts, but I think many people expect changes too fast to happen, which they will not because of the inertia in the system. I expect one or two more crises because obviously many states feel opportunity now to make things right for them when the Western powers don't have as much influence as of now, and there will be some more crises, but not the major one. What the most interesting thing for me is how the BRICS are going to develop, if there will be more and faster integration, because as of now it's basically just a club for talking, and there are not a lot of contracts between them based on the BRICS itself. I expect more integration there and more coordination, especially between. I expect Russia to push China and India more together because this is a weak point, and India is shifting slightly to the west because of the everlasting conflict between India and China. They need support, and they don't see it right now from Russia as much. And this is the major geopolitical thing that Russia has to push. And just as I said, more of the same, no radical changes, because the systems are very huge and have a lot of inertia.
My only bold prediction of the year will be that Serbia will annex Croatia. That's it.
Syria.
Serbia.
Oh no. No.
Actually, I have a very different prediction, but not for this
Wow.
year. Somewhere in time,
guys.
which involves Serbia.
And give up on Kosovo, right?
I think Hungary, if it is pushed out, it will create a kind of the Nubian Confederation. If you read my mind.
I remember that Hungary has mentioned.
You guys need to stop
Hungary
conspiracy
is
theories,
making great progress in their in their integration with Serbia, very fast in many projects, railways, pipelines, and other stuff. And that's where I could see not Serbia invading Croatia. I think the Croatians were too mean to them for them to want anything to do with those genocidal brothers. I think they will probably go more with the nice guys from Hungary, which are and they could actually offer it to Bulgaria. And if they have like these three countries, they can have a lot of success. Hungary, Serbia, and Bulgaria. But this is not for
bring Yugoslavia back. Bring Yugoslavia back.
I wanted to intervene. I think that
I have to answer this because it touches my country, and I do not see that that's way too optimistic. There will be more cooperation between Hungary and Serbia. I expect that. I just wanted to add, Hungary recently mentioned, I think, was it Orban, that parts of Croatia have been Hungary, you know. So this was I don't remember in which context it was, but the thing is, we have also not so good histories with Bulgaria. You know, we have before the First World War we have had wars, and during the Second World War Bulgaria was in the Axis, and so there have been issues. The people themselves, I think they're relatively close because we talk similar languages and have same religion and stuff. But you I think underestimate the issue of the European Union. The European Union has quite a lot of influence in all of the small states from the Balkans, and even Orban, he's quite let's say not nationalistic, but he has a focus on Hungary, not so much on the European Union. He can be pushed around. I expect, for example, Hungary, that they will accept the help for Ukraine once the EU releases the money that I think rightfully belongs to Hungary. But the money will solve the issue. So the European Union has also a lot is being joked about the European Union, but it's a soft power, and it has ways to manipulate. So I do not expect, let's say, Hungary and Bulgaria splitting from the EU to join a common Balkan union with Serbia. But there will be more cooperation that I do expect.
Bojin, how do you say in your language Bulgaria? Is Bulgaria?
Bugarska.
So, Prata, do you always talk out of your emotions, no need for the truth? Is that how you act?
No.
All from emotions? Genocidal brothers? Is that your
second
Yugoslavian
war?
In the comments.
Come on, bring Yugoslavia back.
Bullshitting in comments. So why do you need to do all about emotions, your emotions? You don't care about truth, right?
Nikola Tesla was
truth.
Italian.
It's important.
We want Yugoslavia back. We want Yugoslavia back.
Came out from nowhere.
Yeah.
The Voji don't understand. He's like, what the fuck is happening?
No, but to fuel that Hungary
in the possibility of Hungary being pushed out of the European Union, just in that case.
To fuel that thinking, if Hungary and Serbia make things, one good things could happen for that two country making more connection together is to have Russia having a physical is to have it's to have Russia having a physical border with Hungary. That might work.
Pushing Hungary out of EU is a fucking bad move, because they're gonna be power with Serbia, you know, and they're gonna make a fucking good move with Russia. This is game over for EU.
I'm originally from Serbia, but I'm living in Austria, and what I can see is that Austria will coordinate itself more with Hungary. It has you know, the history, Austrian-Hungarian Empire. It will not be under Austrian tutelage like before. It will be more a cooperation, and maybe the Hungarians will have more influence than the Austrians. But the trend is quite well. One can see the trend. Austria has also the interest to reduce the influx of the so-called refugees, you know, and there is a lot of cooperation that can happen there. Also, Austria would like to be connected to the pipeline, which will go over Serbia to Hungary, or it goes from Hungary to Hungary, and Austria needs gas as well. So there will be more cooperation in this area. But the Visegrad states, which was Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary, Poland is obviously divided there. Poland has right now the very strongly pro-European Union governments, and before it was the rather nationalistic and anti-Russian mainly. So this I think Visegrad thing will die off. But Austria, Hungary, and Slovakia will have more cooperation, and outside of the European Union, Serbia will have much cooperation with this part of Europe. That's what I see. I don't see big changes. I don't see big changes until the Ukraine issue will be resolved, and this will take time.
It's very interesting you say about Austro-Hungarian, because Politico wrote an article exactly about that. The hidden building of a new confederation between Austria and Hungary, how they have been silently coordinating their moves diplomatically. So if Hungary and Austria, they coordinate their stuff, and one time is one that blocks, the other time is the other that blocks. So they are kind of in the same wavelength. So it's very interesting. But as I said, in the very distant case that they really go for Hungary, I think they will join together with Serbia. And why I said Bulgaria, of course, Slovakia and Austria are very important. But why did I say Bulgaria? Because Bulgaria will be then cut off from the European Union. The borders,
Okay.
right? They will be cut off. Romania as well, but who cares about Romania?
Hey, they're the same, you know. Bulgaria and Romania, they're the same. They are the poorest country in the EU.
I think all of you need to read less fantasy.
Come on, a bit of brainstorming doesn't harm anyone.
I will do my predictions. Let me do my predictions.
You did already. Come on, Andrew.
No.
Never again.
Boss, I was just given a prediction by God directly into my head. A vision. France, in France, there's a civil war. In France, there's a civil war because of the immigrants. And Italy conquers France and founds in Roman Empire. That's how it will. What will happen?
Anyway,
the biggest thing for staying in the European Union are the handouts, and the handouts are a big reason, you know. All of these relatively economically weak states in Eastern Europe, they all benefit currently from it. You know, in the short term, a lot of damage is done to these states because much of the population moves from these states to the stronger Western European states. And this hits them hard, especially since all of them have bad demographics anyway. And it helps let's say, the German demographics problem to be solved. But in the short to mid-term, still the handouts from the European Union will keep them all aligned. That's my view on the things.
Well, we saw how powerful they were now in the
Nice,
Serbia,
6 hours.
with all those demonstrations. How they were able to pull out those demonstrations from an opposition that had got less than 25%, and they are doing what they are doing. Like
I think it's closing time.
Again?
So
Andrew?
I think it's closing time.
Yeah, 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 hours. So we should do closing. So I do my 2024 prediction first. So no, Meloni will bring Italy into the Roman Empire. I agree with Andrew. And then that's it for France. There's no more France anymore. Then Putin will die 5 times, and then will reincarnate 5 times. And USA will go into the Civil War. They will break into like 2 different countries, and China will disintegrate into 12 different countries. Singapore will conquer the whole of Southeast Asia, and Israel will migrate to Madagascar, but Palestine will be conquered by Jordan and Egypt, and the Houthis will conquer Saudi Arabia. Yeah, that's it. So let's do the closing.
Well, it was a nice open mic, as usual, talking with nice people. Hey, nice to see Virgin back. Yeah. So, the 3-letter car company absolutely needs to change its design. Whatever.
Thank you for telling this.
But about Ukrainian war, I think now the time it will take, whatever Russia decide to do and to achieve as goals, will first and foremost depends on how long the conflict in the Middle East between Palestinians and Israel and their backers will last. If that conflict in the Middle East lasts for many, many months, why not many, many years, then Ukraine is in a very bad position, because all the effort of the evil empire of the United States is now focused in the Middle East. So, voila. Let's see how it turns out.
Voila.
So we made great predictions. This open mic is a pity that it wasn't in the previous one. But then ago, actually, great ideas. It's a brainstorming. What we're doing, it helps us read what's coming next. But obviously, I think 2024 will be a very unpredictable year. Many things can happen out of nowhere, because exactly the system is getting weak, the system that used to control the stability around the world. So the system that was born from the Second World War, that was reinforced after the end of the Cold War. And now we are seeing major ships. Let's hope. I think we definitely need a kind of a new treaty of global stability to come. That one probably will come with the end of the Ukrainian war. It has a lot to do with the 10 points peace deal. It was not a peace deal, it was a statement of China last year that everybody refused, but on the way, it's like the only way to get out of this extreme instability, for the great powers to end their dispute and start coordinating. Otherwise, it will get more and more chaotic and unpredictable, just like we saw 2023, but a bit worse. So something more contemporary. I think definitely Ukraine made a big mistake in attacking Belgorod. This actually united the Russians more than ever, and we saw, for instance, now this week a lot of strong movements in the front that the Ukrainians were not expecting. It doesn't matter, because this front, like I think some of you guys said, the front as we know it, it's a very stable one, a very difficult one. So probably the opening, and very soon opening of a new front somewhere else more clean in terms of trenches and mining fields and so on, may happen in order to change or pressure bigger change to come in the very near future. So January will be also a great month. I think it's important the next days. On the 11th and on the 12th, we'll start the first audience of the International Court of Justice, where Israel was accused by several states, but officially by South Africa, of genocide. This will have an incredible discussion internationally to see which countries support which side, and both sides are really pressuring somehow to create groups, and out of these groups we can see how the world is really going apart, and the US will see as well that their alliances are not so strong as they think they were, and this it will mark what I was saying before in the predictions, which is the European Union is actually going to find itself in the world where they have very little influence, where they might even be humiliated in the international forums, not now, but more to the end of the world. So again, the predictions. The other thing I also think, because Huygen bring it to that idea, I tried to say that during the predictions, is that the European party system, as we know it, the one that controls everything that Huygen was saying, that has everybody in place in every country of the European Union, this system of the parties, the popular political, the People's Party, the European People's Party, the Socialist Party, European Socialists, and so on, this system is going to break down. And out of the confusion of them breaking down, we might see also major shifts in Europe, and I think it will be just chaotic, but let's see.
Love Ukraine.
I talk too much. Sorry.
Thank you, brother. Don't worry, Euro will challenge you. Now Euro.
Oh yes.
Oh shit!
No, you
May
will
you
speak
live
for
in
hours and
interesting
hours and hours.
times, right?
And they put them one after another. Wow.
May you live in interesting times, okay? And I'm guessing the interesting time is gonna become more interesting in this year. So but what I know that in this time of the winter time or awakening time, the trends of the present time, they're gonna reverse completely opposite of it. Like who does watch only one day of the trend in a market to buy a share? Would you do that? This is how most of the people see the trends at the present and decide, oh, we see the trends is going upward, then it's gonna keep going forever like this. So it's gonna be total chaos and everything. That's not how the world works. You just look at the longer period and you see that every trend reverses in some period after some period. So you can look just at some shares on Wall Street or anything like that. You can see how the trends go up and down and reverse. Keep going. That's normal. That's how it goes. So, and usually from the history, the present trends of the right leaning, the corporate takeover, that's going to reverse. But I'm guessing somewhere around 33, that's when these interesting times are going to end and become more stable and normal. That was my prediction, like from more than 10 years ago. That's just from the book of Foreturning. That's what I was knowing what's coming. So already then it was very visible. But yeah, it was really great that we spent that year with so many good shows, so many interesting shows, so many interesting things to discuss. From last year. I'm doing this because I wasn't on the last open mic, so I'm doing this. Wyatt, I noticed you just did a little bit of advertising on open mic on your regular videos. You should do much more. Yeah, you should do much more. I think you should present it how we are like if you go to open mic, then you are enabled to go into the Telegram community, when we all share. You know what I mean? You should do a little bit of it on every video. I think that will connect all the different attempts by you to widen, maybe. This is the first time I noticed you advertise it in a long time, right?
Yeah, in a long time. Yeah, haven't done it in a long time.
I agree.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that was.
Okay, Maradona, it's your turn.
Maradona.
Okay, and just for my closing, I'll make a bit of fun. Seeing as we already saw a bit of mismanagement from the part of Singapore, at least in external policy, I predict that Singapore will completely cease to exist. That's my bold prediction of the year. Goodbye, people. Take care.
Hopefully, Israel, Singapore ceases to exist, and it returns to a rightful sovereign, the United Kingdom.
I don't know if I should feel triggered or not. I'm still considering if I should be triggered.
You should be.
Yes, you should.
Getting triggered is actually the most fun
Yes.
part.
Funny thing is, this comes from an Argentinian family,
Because there's a lot of complex emotions, it's like if it collapses, which I think is not the impossible thing. Then I think thinking about all my loans, my debts, then my house, a lot of conflicting informations. I don't know what to feel.
What is funny about Argentina?
There is no
such a
if
huge
when it comes to
country.
Argentina. There is no if. It's gonna happen. It's not if.
But Vosh,
It's
the
gonna
funny
happen.
thing is that the funny thing is that we have no idea. Argentina is a huge country, a really big one, but it's
With a lot
mostly
of-
just one
with
city.
a lot of white people for
with
European
one
South,
city, but
South
it's
America
one
countries.
city. Vosh, it's one city.
Well, there could be a lot of turmoil in Argentina this year as well. So for my closing, first I want to wish Merry Christmas to all Orthodox Christians, both in the Southeast Europe and especially in Ukraine and in Russia. Yesterday was Christmas Eve. It's midnight. It's just past midnight in my area, and this is the first Christmas day after Christmas Eve. So I wish them a lot of good things, regardless of the war, and as little as possible damage to the people, especially. As I said, I do not expect the war to end as soon, and not in radical fast changes. Also in Europe, I do not expect that the European Union will lose too much of its grip on power, the power centers of Europe. But I expect gradual changes, and you won't see it from month to month. But maybe if you talk next year about it, we will see and feel the changes. So that's about it. As I said, main thing was to give my predictions and well wishes for Christmas.
Love Ukraine.
Merry Christmas to the Orthodox Christians. We don't have Orthodox Christmas in Singapore, so I do not know.
I wish
So,
I wish I was Ukrainian. I wish I was Ukrainian. They get to celebrate to Christmas.
No, we have Orthodox Christians, but it's so small a population. It doesn't exist in our conscious. Now the arrangement is messed up. Andrew, there's no sound. There's no sound in front of your mic.
Your
I
mic
hate these headset. I hate this headset, and I hate the fact I'm dumb. I'm very dumb, and I forget that I keep turning off my microphone by pressing a button here.
It's not your fault. It's Meloni's fault.
Yeah, it's Meloni's fault.
Meloni's fault.
It's the Rothschild's fault. We'll know whose fault it actually is. As I was saying, great open mic as usual. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to the Orthodox people. I wanted to say one thing. Please, I beg you, God's fucking name, stop saying Vojin. Stop saying fucking Vojin. It's not Vojin, it's Voyin. Okay? God, please, I beg you, stop it.
Who the fuck are you to tell us how to pronounce the way we want?
I am objectively right. I will inform you I'm in the future Caesar of the Roman Empire. You don't understand. I will conquer Britain and find you. Just so I can go, hi, haha, now I'm Caesar. And then go back to Rome, okay?
Too late, I'm moving next week.
Oh, well, sad. I will go wherever you're going. And yeah, Merry Christmas to the Orthodox, and that's it. Hands up, this is a robbery. Okay, that's
Oh, it's
Toby.
like
Yeah.
a kangaroo lawyer.
Yeah, thanks for the open mic, guys. It was interesting. I think 2024 will be a interesting year for ideas. I think that there's some interesting stuff going on in various fields of science. I think the internet is creating a lot of conversations. I don't think censorship is doing very well. I think there's a lot of efforts to censor, but I don't think there's much censorship going on. So I think that we can continue to have interesting discussions and get a lot of information, which is a new thing, you know. Like, I think we live in a blessed time for that. I think we'll probably get some pretty interesting political discussions out of the West. I think the war in Ukraine is much less intense than a lot of people like to imagine because it's very exciting, but pretty clearly Russia doesn't want to be cruel towards the people of Ukraine, and they're pushing for a political solution, and they're pretty confident they'll get one. So hopefully it will continue to simmer along and not flare up, and we won't get provocations like Belgorod and won't get, you know, we won't get real hatred between the peoples, which could lead to catastrophe. But yeah, I look forward to the ideas of 2024 and beyond. I think it'll be good. I think there's a lot of wealth in the world. There's a lot of places coming out of poverty, so there's a lot to look forward to. I'd warn anybody about hitching their wagon to political outcomes in terms of like being happy about that kind of thing. It's never a good source of happiness, politics. And there's plenty of other things to look at in the world. And yeah, Merry Christmas to everybody who celebrates that, and Happy New Year to those who don't. And I'll see you guys next time. Ciao.
Thank you, Toby. Voss.
Okay. It's nice. Open mic again, and fair play to Toby. I think it was like 4 a.m. when it started, where he was that stupid hour to wake up just to talking shit on the internet. Yeah. You know, I wish these people would bring peace. You know, I want this world to be like, you know, when you pick up the leaflet from Jehovah's Witness, you see people around fucking lion, elephant and stuff. Looks good. I know. Now imagine is Russian, Muslim, Jews, even Catholics, all together, you know. That's what we need. We need this. Well, it's a fantasy, but come on. Imagine United States and Russia getting along with China and India all together. Imagine what these people could do to places like Asia, Africa, and South America. We got a lot to give everywhere, a lot to give, a lot to trade. We don't need guns for all that bullshit. Come on, let's make peace. And by the way, we need more tits here. I know I've seen a lot of girls in the chat. Come on, join us next time. Plus, we had a lot of likes tonight. Well done to everyone who put a like in the stream. Okay.
Voss, you said something very interesting. More women. We never have women in our open mic. We had it once. Oh, twice.
Two.
Okay.
Twice, yeah.
We have two. We have two, not twice. More than twice, but two.
Yeah, we had two.
But someone had
one of them is on live chat, you know, but because of the far right community there, she stopped talking.
There was just a super chat, And the name remembered Saddam Hussein. I just wanted to say something. Exactly.
That's attachment, you know.
The name Hussein, you remember Saddam Hussein, and there is just the Americans attacked some Shia militia in Baghdad, and the Iraqi authorities are really pissed off, and they are promising to expel all Americans from the country. If that happens, we might see peace in Syria, because without Iraq, they can't do anything in Syria, and that might be a good because you talked about peace. I think that might be a very good news.
By the way, I was looking at the Bible. I was looking at the Bible. There is nothing that says Jesus Christ was born on December 25th. So
yeah,
we've been lying.
I just wanted to say one thing. I forgot it. I wish all the Orthodox Christians the Merry Christmas or Christos Erodi. That's just one thing. That's all. Because in my time, it's already there. So take care.
I'm not gonna say that, because saying Merry Christmas to Orthodox is like cheering for Vladimir Putin. I can't say that. Love Ukraine.
Yes, they tried to sell in the Western news that the Ukrainians were leaving the Russian tradition. How stupid is that? Gosh.
Very, very.
Hoping.
Rождеством всех русских.
Coping.
Right. Okay. Yes. Very nice open mic, as always. No new faces, but it was really nice to see Wujin, or however you want to pronounce it. Come on. Speaking of that Italian, is I gave him a little warning in the chat that I will be conveying a little bit of emotional damage to you continental Europeans. So I'm very happy to have Pirata here on, so I can hopefully have that a little bit visualized. For as you Europeans start getting hollowed out and crumble, partly because you've cut your way from Russia, and also because you're getting squeezed out of West Africa, you are going to be finding yourself increasingly reliant on us. We have found a new mineral resource, rare mineral resource, that will, we won't be able to replace Africa, of course, but we will be able to make even more bang from that. And as Meloni resurrects the Roman Empire, she will be coming crawling to suck our coping stick in hope for getting good deals. Because the fact of the matter is that we are still going to be USA's little bitch, and that's why they are not going to be doing anything about it. So, for 2024, it's looking increasingly good for Norway, I must say. Thanks for watching the open mic, everyone.
Norwegian beer is shit.
Okay, let's move to the voice.
That may be, but we still drink it more than you. Like, we drink beer more than you, so it doesn't matter. We take it all. We'll buy your beer. Don't you worry. As Europe crumbles, we will buy up your beer brewing companies. We will own them all, make all the bang of it, and have it shipped to us on your expense.
You must be alcoholic if you fucking drink Argentina beer. That beer sucks. Like wine,
You never tried Sri Lanka beer or Thai beer.
Thai beer is alright.
So I've usually found that there is usually one brand of beer that is usually the most common one. It's often a cheap one, and it's usually quite good, that you will find in most countries. Like my experience with, for example, Israel is the Gold Star, and then you have in Ghana you have the Club. That's like a local beer as well, and they are kind of among the cheapest, but actually they're quite nice. Just like some of the cheapest beers we have here, they're German. So I mean,
the best beer in the world is Castle from South Africa, damn Superboc from Portugal. That's it.
I was just expecting you to say that. But Coping, what do you think about San Miguel from Spain?
What I think about what from Spain, girls?
San Miguel.
San Miguel.
Beer San Miguel. Come on, it's very famous.
My favorite is actually Erdinger.
Wait, are you guys talking about artists or something?
No,
Oh,
no,
shit.
you
Okay.
were saying that in each country there is a popular beer that it's the cheap one that you find everywhere. And I asked you, what about the Spanish San Miguel? Because most people say it tastes like piss, even if they never tried it. I mean, piss.
It's lost from memory, if so.
Yeah.
Have you all tried the Singapore's Tiger beer?
I
You
thought
tried
Tiger
some
was.
rice
I
beer.
thought Tiger was Chinese.
No, Tiger is Singaporean.
Okay,
Sing-
it's very
Singapore
popular here in UK.
Oh yeah,
it-
that one I tried. You sell it in the UK. I tried that one. It's like a rice
Yeah.
beer, is it not?
So my advice is Tiger beer always drink freezing cold. Don't let it warm up. The moment it warm up, it tastes like piss. It literally tastes like urine. Okay, so it smells like urine. I think it tastes like
You
shit.
know,
Did you know that's one of the reasons that?
You
Did
know,
you know
I'm
that that's
wonder
actually
how
one of the reasons that
wonder
beer are
how the
served cold?
fuck do you know how piss tastes like?
No, because it smells
So-
like it. So it should be taste
Come
like what
on,
it is.
come
It
on.
smells like.
I've been told by several people who are like really into beer tastes that if a beer it tastes good when it's warm, that's how you know it is a good beer, because the reason it's cooled
Yes.
down is it precisely so you won't taste it so much.
Yeah. So that's my point. This is my point.
Yeah.
The Tiger beer, you have to drink it really cold, then it's very nice. When it's very cold, it's very nice. So, which is why my favorite is Erdinger, because it have taste, but when it's warm, it doesn't taste like shit. It still maintains the taste, and yeah.
You guys need to try Castle from South Africa and Superbock from Portugal. Trust me, it's
Super
I
what?
highly Superbock.
Superbock.
I highly recommend. It's a fucking good beer.
Is that one sold in the UK? Because I think I tried everything that they sold in Scotland, like on the general stores.
You can find Superbock in most of supermarkets, not in the pubs and stuff. But in the supermarket, you can find Superbock.
Because it rings a bell now that you mentioned it. I might have tried it.
And I've never seen Castle in shopping or anywhere else. The only place I see Castle is when I go to South African barbecues and stuff, or if I go to the shop.
One of the few beers that I can drink at natural temperature is IPA Los Andes, Patagonia. That's the name. That's a very good one.
I don't fancy IPA, but I do like
What
Pilsner.
about Corona?
Corona is okay.
We all got it, for 2 years, so I'm not sure what to think of it.
Why always is better when we done a closing?
Yeah.
Always
right.
after the closing, things start getting better.
All right.
It was a pleasure. Have a nice evening. Bye now, or a good day.
Bye.
Thank you all for watching the open mic, everyone. Don't forget to press the like button. Bye.
Yeah, and for those that is watching and you're not subscribed, do subscribe because subscribe is brainless, subscribe. And thank you guys for watching. I think today's open mic is really awesome, and it's unplanned. I'm not sure why they went straight into military stuff, and but it just turned out to be this way, so it's very cool. And I'm very distracted all the way because I'm very sleepy. I'm very tired. So because I was very tired, so I went to take a nap. But I forced myself to wake up because I scheduled the open mic, which is the reason why I usually don't like to schedule, because I'm very tired, and if I schedule, I have to force myself to wake up. So that's why when I just started the stream, I'm a bit fluish. I have a running nose and everything because the body is not warmed up. So, but anyway, I'm glad that I did it. So happy to see many faces. And I think maybe it's the first open mic of the year, so a lot of people are very excited to come on. I'm not sure. So hopefully, we will grow the channel more this year. My hope is that maybe by the end of 2024 we can double the channel to maybe 10,000 subs.
it is a very small target, you know, in the term of YouTube, in the macro sense, you know, 5,000 subs is actually not a lot, but it's open mic, you know, so hopefully, you know, one day we will have, you know, 10,000 viewers, live viewers at the same time, you know, something like that. That will be freaking awesome. So anyway, slowly, step by step, you know, ultimately, I think the DPA open mic started around September 2022. So, you know, we are just 1 year plus in. So long way to go. Okay, so not to talk too much already, 6.5 hours already. So see you guys in the next update. Bye guys. Outro. Every time I always like that. Outro, bye-bye.